človeku. In zato mislim, da je ta koncept tudi za neko vzdržno, odporno družbo zelo koristen in bo imel pozitivne rezultate na dolgi rok. Hvala, ker ste z nami na gradu Rajhenburg. Vaš prihod nam pomeni veliko podporo razvoju koncepta pametne vasi. Pozdravljeni na gradu Rajhenburg, kjer bomo spregovorili o zelenem, digitalnem in odpornem podeželju. Prihajam iz tega našega krškega okolja, kjer je tudi znana tradicija trapistov na gradu Rajhenburg.
Kako lepo je biti doma. Tukaj sem na gradu Rajhenburg in zares Brestanica, od koder izhajam, ima častitljivo tradicijo. Čeprav sem se že kar veliko potepala po svetu, če bi morala izbrati najlepši konec sveta, nedvomno izbrala svoje domače Posavje. Tukaj je začelo utripati moje srce, tukaj sem bila in bom zavedno doma. In če tudi pozabim na ta čustven element Posavja, sami lahko vidite, da gre za del Slovenije, za res častitljivo kulturno zgodovino.
A warm welcome to everyone here at the Rajhenburg Castle. This is not an official beginning of our conference, but I would like to welcome everyone and greet you very warmly here at Rajhenburg. Also, those of you who are following us online. We will start in a few minutes when the European Commissioner also is able to join us, and have a good time until then. It's so good to be home. I'm castle close to Brestanica, where I come from, and this castle has an honorable tradition. I've been around the world, but if I've had to choose the best spot in the world, I would definitely choose my home region of Posavje. This is where my heart started beating, where I have been home, where I always will be home, and even putting aside my emotional attachment to this place, you can see for yourselves that this is a part of Slovenia that has a rich historical tradition, great people, and wonderful nature. But because we say that feed will keep you going, I have to also mention that we have great food in this region, and everything will find something for their heart and soul. Those of you who don't come from the region will also enjoy our boutique accommodations. The region of Posavje could stand for authentic, heartful, excellent, top-notch dishes and people, for everything that is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, honorable participants who are following us online in Slovenia and abroad, a warm welcome to everyone. Welcome to this international conference entitled Smart Villages for a Green, Digital and Resilient Europe. We are very pleased to see all of our guests here today, and many thanks to the organizers. This conference is being organized by the MEP, Mr. Franc Bogovič. But because Mr. Bogovič is a person who connects, he's co-hosting this conference together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Development, headed by the Minister, Mr. Podgoršek. The organization of this event has been carried out in participation with the EP office in Ljubljana, the municipality of Krško, headed by the mayor, Mr. Stanko, the Entrepreneurship and Tourism Center of Krško, and the Cultural Institute of Krško. We also greet among us the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Zurčić, who also comes from the Posavje region. We are pleased and honored to have with us the Vice Presidents of the European Commission and the European Commissioner for Demographics and Democracy, Ms. Šuica. A warm welcome also to the ministers of the Republic of Slovenia who are with us here today, Mr. Janez Cigler-Kralj, Minister of Labor, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities. Welcome. We also have with us Mr. Zvone Černač, Minister responsible for Development and Cohesion Policy. He will join us a bit later. And via video link, we will also have with us Mr. Mark Boris Adrianic, who's the minister responsible for the digital transformation of rural areas. Here at Rajhenburg, we also have Ms. Elsi Katainen, a member of European Parliament. We're also pleased to see Ms. Bulc, former European Commissioner. Mr. Lambert van Nistelrooy, former MEP, is also here. A warm welcome to you as well. We have two other former MEPs here with us today. Mr. Tibor Šani, welcome. And Mr. Davor Škrlec, nice to have you with us. Of course, we also welcome each and every one of you, and also the participants who will participate in the professional panel. We ask all of you to respect the epidemiological measures, to disinfect your hands, to wear your masks, and if I'm being a corona cop, I will also be a time cop, and I will ask everyone who takes the floor to respect the time limits. And to continue with something more pleasant, typical of Posavje, in the basement of this wonderful Rajhenburg Castle, you will find a champagne cellar. After 11, you're all kindly asked to visit it. And we will now listen to Mr. Bogovic. And first, let's have a look at a video explaining why this conference is taking place here at this castle. And you will get a brief idea of what it is all about. Welcome to the Rajhenburg Castle, where we will speak about the green, digital, and resilient countryside. I come from the vicinity of Krško, which is known for its tradition of Trappist monks at Rajhenburg Castle. 140 years ago, those monks came from France to this region. At first, they were received with reservation, but very quickly, people realized how very advanced they were in a wide variety of agricultural tasks. After all, they brought the first tractor here from America, and they built a hydropower plant and illuminated Brestanica and the castle.
So bili oni tisti, ki so razumeli, kaj pomenijo pametne vasi pred 140 leti. Koncept pametne vasi je splet aktivnosti, s katerimi želimo zadržati prebivalstvo na podeželju. Trend selitve ljudi iz podeželja v mesta je precej velik in kolikor želimo imeti ljudi na podeželju, le-ti pričakujejo kvalitetno infrastrukturo, rabimo šole, rabimo vrtce, rabimo socialne storitve in v tej dolgoročni viziji razvoja podeželja so pravzaprav zajeti vsi ti koncepti, ki so na eni strani najprej povezani s kmetijstvom, gozdarstvom kot osnovni dejavnosti na podeželju. Zelo hitro pa od tu preidemo na ostale storitve, kot je turizem na podeželju, kot je mobilnost na podeželju. V bistvu sam rad rečem, da mi ne počnemo nič drugega, kot da poskušamo razumeti današnji trenutek, tudi tehnologije, ki so na razpolago, da poenostavimo življenje, da naredimo to življenje na podeželju zanimivo za mlade, da lahko tu ustvarijo tudi svoj poklic, dobijo tudi na nek način plačilo za svoje delo, ki bo primerljivo z ostalimi poklici, in zelo hitro pride na vrsto tudi to, da se moramo zavedati, da je kvalitetna širokopasovna povezava nekaj, brez česa danes mladi enostavno ne morejo več živeti, in zato je ključen cilj tega koncepta tudi to, da zapolnimo to digitalno vrzel med podeželjem in mestom, kajti mesta so bistveno bolje pokrita s širokopasovnimi signali. Govorimo o konkretnih rešitvah. Kako, ne vem, se starostnik brezplačno pripelje do zdravnika. Kako zagotovimo, ne vem, da nek posameznik dobi v svojem krogu neko skupino kupcev, se znajo tudi povezati preko različnih platform in podobno. Tako da gre za celo vrsto resnično teh rešitev, s katerimi rešujemo manjše probleme, ki so pa za tistega posameznika največji na svetu. V času COVID krize smo prepoznali, kako je lahko podeželsko okolje zelo kvalitetno bivalno okolje. Mislim, da na podeželju ohranjamo to, kar bomo najbolj potrebovali v naslednjih letih, desetletjih. Da se še slišimo, da se vidimo, da ostanemo človek človeku. In zato mislim, da je ta koncept tudi za neko vzdržno, odporno družbo zelo koristen in bo imel pozitivne rezultate na dolgi rok. Hvala, ker ste z nami na gradu Rajhenburg. Vaš prihod nam pomeni veliko podporo razvoju koncepta pametne vasi.
Thank you, Mr. Bogovic, for bringing us here to the Rajhenburg Castle. And I would now like to ask the MEP, who is born and bred in Posavje, to address us all. Please, the floor is yours. But because the road from your chair to the podium is long, let's give everyone an applause. Thank you very much, Bernarda. A warm welcome here at Rajhenburg Castle from myself as well. And as you have already heard, this is my home region. I would like to warmly greet the co-organizer of today's events, the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Food, who has proposed to the government that today's event be highlighted as one of the key events that are part of the Slovenian presidency of the EU Council. This shows very clearly how high on our list of priorities you will also find the development of rural areas. Honorable Vice Presidents of the European Commission, Dubravka Šuica, we are honored to have us here today here at the Rajhenburg Castle. You have been entrusted with the task of drafting a long-term vision of rural development, which you're doing along with other colleagues from the college. And we will be among the first to hear the details of this vision straight from yourself. But you also have here a lot of people who have been working for years on smart villages, on rural development, and we are very pleased to have you here with us today. A warm welcome also to my colleague, Mr. Katainen, who has come here from Finland. We're always glad to be able to invite people who visit us here in Slovenia, and generally they always tell me that they had a good time. I hope that will be the case with you as well, Ms. Senza. A warm welcome also to all the other guests that have already been listed, members of parliament, ministers, mayors, other participants. A warm welcome also to everyone who's here in the Grand Hall. Unfortunately, the COVID crisis has affected the organization of this conference as well. So I would also like to use this opportunity to greet a smaller group who's following the conference in a neighboring hall via video link. And I'm also very pleased that at the Tri Lučke guest house, there's a big group of people who's also following us. This is a group which just yesterday celebrated 30th anniversary of their activities. This is the part of the international consultation of LAGs. So a warm welcome to you as well, as I would like to also greet those of you who are following us on social media. As you saw from the video, it's no coincidence that we are here at this castle. It's been 140 years since Trappist monks came here. And in recent years, the European Union has helped the municipality of Krško to renovate this castle. And that is why we're proud to have the European flag flying in front of the castle as well, marking the fact that EU funds have been used to rebuild it. The castle has almost 1,000 years of history, which features many happy and less happy events. So you're all invited to also take a stroll through the castle. You will find an exhibition on Trappist monks, an exhibition on people who were expunged from this region during the Second World War. Primož Kosmos, our gold Olympic medal winner, also has his medals here on display. So please feel free to visit all of this. And in the cellar, we have an opportunity to have a toast. The LEADER program has been around for 30 years, and it's a living organism. It's the program that kicked off rural development, really, and most of us remember what has happened in the past 30 years, how these changes have affected the rural areas. There are fewer and fewer people in rural areas who are living off agriculture. And life in rural areas is, on the one hand, becoming very difficult, but it's also bringing up many opportunities. Sitting in the Committee on Agriculture in my previous term, when I listened to details about all these trends, it has all led me to contact Commissioner Hogan to address the concept of smart villages. I then built a network with other MEPs, Mr. Skarlec, Mr. Van Nistelrooy, and we basically launched this green village concept. It was interesting to sit together with former Commissioner Bulc on our flights to Brussels, where we discussed this, and it later on became a goal at EU level to define what a smart village is, and by today there have been many advances in this field. I'm glad to have with us here today also representatives of the economy. These are people who have important roles in various areas, from connectivity to energy, agriculture. For example, we have Bosch, who deals with precision agriculture. We have Techatron, a Slovene startup, and a number of others who will address us in the afternoon and present their activities. I'm also glad that we will officially launch the European Smart Village Forum, because only by working together we can really get this comprehensive approach to rural areas to come to life. A warm welcome again to everyone. Thank you all for coming. We're very pleased to have so many honorable guests here today. I wish all of you a pleasant day, successful deliberations, and a pleasant stay here in the Posavje region. And I'm sure that we will see the sun before we go to lunch, and this will make our day even brighter. Welcome once again here at the Rajhenburg Castle, and thank you for being with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Bogovic, and I will now pass the floor to the mayor of this municipality full of sun, Mr. Miran Stanko. The floor is yours. Thank you for the floor. Honorable Vice Presidents of the European Commission, honorable ministers, honorable President of the National Assembly, honorable guests, and other participants who have come here today. Let me first thank both organizers for having the willpower and energy to organize this event here today. It's a great honor for us to have you all here, and it's also an opportunity for us to present ourselves. On the other hand, the topic on the agenda today is not just any topic. It's a very topical issue for our region, for the Posavje region. And first of all, let me welcome you in our municipality and the Posavje region. It's a region with about 75,000 inhabitants in 6 municipalities. The municipalities are not many, but they work together very well, and we're very proud of that fact. Together, we have achieved many goals we have set for ourselves without any major oppositions or difficulties. Posavje as a region is a region of many possibilities, opportunities. It's a region with a very varied economy. The most important activity is energy production, but there are many other important areas, including agriculture. Agriculture in itself is very varied here. It brings many opportunities, but also many challenges that we will still need to face. But I have to say that we've been working towards smart villages, towards the digitization of rural areas for a number of years. In the municipality of Krško, we have provided optic fiber connections along 500 kilometers of routes, and this has allowed many people to access the World Wide Web. What needs to be mentioned is also that we are aware that our population is aging, that people are moving away, and we were happy to join a project that is a slightly adapted version of smart villages. You will hear more about it today. This is a project that is trying to bring together elderly people living in rural areas and allow them to live in connection with nature and also have a high-quality life in their villages. Digitization is important in agriculture and will bear fruit there as well. Let me mention that we have great farming possibilities at the Krško field and along the Sava region. We have a lot of irrigation system. We have also united a lot of parcels, which has made life easier for farmers. And I'm convinced that conferences like this event today are yet another stone in the mosaic that will allow farmers in our region to be even more successful and to make the best of the opportunities out there. I wish everyone a pleasant stay here and a pleasant day today. I hope you stay a few more days so that you have an opportunity to visit some other places, including other castles in the Posavje region that you will find in other municipalities around Krško as well. So have a pleasant stay and pleasant liberations at today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And now I'm very pleased to announce Mr. Jože Podgoršek, Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Food from our Slovenian government, who will take the floor. Mr. Bogovic, Vice President of the European Commission and European Commissioner, Mrs. Šuica, Speaker of the National Assembly, colleague minister, dear high-level guests, mayors, MEPs, former MEPs. It is my great honor and privilege to stand here as co-organizer to address the area which I am covering as a competent minister, rural development, the development of agriculture. We are very much aware that when it comes to the rural areas, many things still need to be done if we want to continue developing agriculture in these areas. We are being serious and we want to address these very important topics. And this is also evidenced by the fact that the cross-sectional topic concerning rural areas development was made a priority of the presidency of the Council of the EU. So this was a proposal by our minister. So this is the third event with which we are already addressing the development of rural areas. The first event was held within the framework of the agricultural fair when we were talking about the role of rural women. We know that the population of older women is among the poorest and most vulnerable. And when we were discussing this rural women population, we were not only addressing the older generation, but all of them. At the ministerial conference, we agreed that it is very important that the entire European Union makes sure that the rural area is an area which allows for equal job opportunities for all age groups and both genders. Recently, during our informal ministerial meeting, during our presidency, we addressed the topic of enhancing the dialogue between the rural and urban areas. The rural areas are much more than just agriculture today. For that reason, this also gives rise to various conflicts between the agricultural and non-agricultural activities taking place in the same area. So we know that these conflicts can only be resolved through dialogue. Therefore, we are trying to address these issues, and we know that these are extremely important topics for the future development of our rural communities. I know that we will have many substantive discussions later on, so I would like to conclude my preliminary remarks with this. We want that also in the future, when it comes to Slovenia, more than 50% of Slovenian citizens live in the rural areas. This is something that we can boast now. And in many countries of the European Union, they are primarily dealing with the issue of as how to resettle rural areas. Let us preserve what we already have, also through such events, also through smart village projects and projects that need to be carried out by several institutions at the same time. Therefore, I'm really pleased that I am accompanied here today by other ministers who will help us with this task. I wish you all a very fruitful deliberations also in the future when we will be talking much more about the contents. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Food. We are honored and privileged that we also may welcome in our midst the President of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Igor Zorčič, who is also very cordially invited to the floor. Mr. Franz Bogovic, distinguished Vice President of the European Commission, ministers, MEPs, former Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, never in the history of mankind have so many people lived in urban areas as today. And most probably, never in the past were we so aware as we are today how existentially we depend on our soil, on agriculture and rural areas. In this slide, today's international conference devoted to smart villages for strong digital and green Europe, which is taking place within the framework of the Slovenian presidency, is that more topical. So I would also like to congratulate both co-organizers for organizing this event. The Common Agricultural Policy was one of the first common policies developed by the European communities. And throughout this time, it has kept its prominent place in European policies. Its significance was further highlighted by the epidemic because rural areas became evident as an essential element if we want to ensure food security and healthy food. The epidemic also reminded us of the potentials of life in rural areas, but also uncovered the lack of balance in the development between villages, also the mountainous and remote villages, and urban areas. One of the biggest challenges for the rural areas, as we could already hear, is the aging population. The complex challenges is also being addressed by the long-term vision for the EU's rural areas by the European Union by 2040, which was adopted this June. Part of the solution is, according to the European Union and Slovenia, related to the digitalization of the rural areas. The establishment of a broadband network can undoubtedly increase the attractiveness of the rural areas as places for living and working. During the pandemic, many people moved to the rural areas, and for my part, I grew up as a child in a multi-residential building in a town. Today, I live in a village, and I would never go back to living in a city. But perhaps it is easier for me to say this after we also got our optical fiber in our village. So digitalization brings down the need for commuting. It makes it possible for online learning, online working. We can arrange many things online, irrespective of the fact whether we live in a city or on a mountain farm. You just need to have a fast internet network. Agricultural digitalization is also important from the point of view of implementing the Green Deal, the new European growth strategy, because this will facilitate and improve the economics of yield and positive impact. I read that precision agriculture, due to our specific landscape in Slovenia, is not very economical, but this too was claimed also for gaining electricity from the wind power in the past. So there are many potentials from the smart villages concept, which uses smart technology to develop and market new business opportunities of the rural areas, be it through direct sale of produce or products via online platforms, in line with the fork-to-table strategy, or be it when it comes to additional offer and provision on farms, be it the agri-farms, sale of wood products, etc. The digital market knows no borders. The only border here is human imagination. I do cycle a lot, and I welcome some of the solutions that we find in the smart villages concept, the so-called smart benches where you can refill or recharge your e-bike. I'm not using e-bike myself, but still I find that this is a great motivation and encouragement for those who would otherwise not take to a bike. So now, with new technologies, they can open up ways also to the rural areas, and thus they can engage in recreation and enhance their own health. So the smart villages potential, in my assessment, is much greater than the two mentioned examples, and it can bring about a comprehensive digital and social transformation of the rural areas. If we adopt the right approach, we can maintain young in these areas. They are innovative inhabitants who appreciate clean and safe environment and also the possibility for food security and self-sufficiency. The older population in rural areas can come closer to the use of digital services, thus enhancing their quality of life, particularly from the point of view of accessing e-health services, mobility, preventing social exclusion, and care for those who are not mobile any longer. Of course, the question now is how to translate all these ideas into practice. And I am convinced that many answers will also be provided by today's conference. Thank you very much.
Najlepša hvala tudi vam. Mislim, da ga ni Slovenca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that all Slovenes know the song by Valentin Vodnik, who says that in his very known poem that Slovenes should be proud of their landscape because they have fertile soil and many vineyards. And the second stanza not only speaks about the Slovenians, but also about all of you, distinguished guests visiting Rajhenburg Castle. You are smart, able to learn, and you have good posture, you have the knowledge and the luck at the grip of your hands. So now, with this, I would like to pass the floor to Vice President of the European Commission and the European Commissioner for Democracy and Demography, Mrs. Dubravka Šuica.
More than happy to be here, and I'm grateful to my dear friend and colleague Franz, who invited me here. And Franz, we were cooperating a lot during my mandates in European Parliament, but also we have continued our cooperation during my new mandate in European Commission. But may I be a little personal? While I was watching this video made by Franz, I thought this is our long-term vision of rural areas, and we have to come out of our offices, we have to see what is happening on the ground, especially now after this pandemic or in the middle of pandemic. I'm not sure where we are at the moment, but definitely we have to go to talk to people, to talk to citizens, and to see what is going on the ground. So what you said, President of the Speaker of the Parliament, you said that we have to make our theory, to put our theory in practice. This is what we are trying to do. But of course, since I speak on behalf of the European Commission, I have to read my speech now. I'm really very thankful to Slovenian presidency because you are really doing a great job, and I'm more than happy. I want to thank you on behalf of European Commission. How do I want to start my short speech is that one fact which I'm not sure if all of you are aware. 80% of European territory, geographically, is covered by rural areas, and only 1/3 of European population lives within this 80% of territory. This means that there is a huge potential within rural territories, and this is the reason why we started this long-term vision on rural areas. Why? I'm trying to explain my portfolio. Since I'm in charge of democracy and demography, and people started asking me at the beginning of this term, what is the connection between democracy and demography? So when we speak about demography, we don't mention directly demography, but it's far beyond birth rates, far beyond fertility rates, mortality rates. It's long-term vision for rural areas. It's strategy on the rights of child. It's work and life balance. It's broadband internet. It's digitalization. So everything is within this demography. So when we are talking about digital and green transition, these twin transitions are always underpinned by demographic change, and this is what is very important. And our President von der Leyen dedicated one portfolio to demography, first time in European Commission, because we are aware what is going on European continent. And one more fact, just to try to make this today's conference maybe more vivid. If we go on like this with birth rates and fertility rates, in 2070, the forecast says that we Europeans will be only 4% of the world population. So being only 4% of the world population, at the same time wanted and aiming to be big economic power, world leader in climate change. So we have to find how to manage to do this with only 4% of population. But I'm not going to find solutions today. I'm trying to stick to my topic, which is assigned to me, and it's a long-term vision on rural areas. So what we are doing is that we want to make our rural areas attractive, vibrant, and dynamic. And not only in whole Europe, but also in Slovenia. And there is no better place than Slovenia to talk about this. Today and for generations to come, of course, we can only do this by bringing together all actors from the local, regional, national, and European level. I know that there are no regions here in Slovenia, but of course, you are, as a state, you are region itself, so it is very important. So what are our goals, and what is the motto of this long-term vision? Stronger, connected, resilient, prosperous. These are 4 pillars on which this long-term vision is made. So the vision is developed not only for rural areas, but with rural areas, because we had very broad public consultations on this, and then we started drafting our document. So this participatory approach continues as we implement the actions which are set out in this vision. And this pact, which is called the Rural Pact, it brings together all levels of administration and all relevant players with the aim of making rural areas attractive places to live and work, which you mentioned, dear Speaker of the Parliament. Next year, we will provide a toolkit on how to make full use of opportunities that the post-2020 European Union funds are offering by combining European Union funding from projects on revitalization of rural areas. The Commission's recent report on demography points out that 31 million people in the European Union live in a region that faces twin challenges of rapid population decline and low GDP per capita. So 31 million people are at risk at the moment in rural areas. And most of these regions are rural. And since we are in Slovenia, in the last 10 years, the number of residents dropped in more than 70% of the municipalities, also here in Slovenia. This decrease was not small. More than 90 of 2012 municipalities in Slovenia lost more than 10% of population. A forward-looking approach with a focus on the long term is required. The European Union works to improve living standards and reduce inequalities and disparities. We need to provide a supportive environment for rural areas consisting of schools, kindergartens, health services, transport, and social services. And above all, broadband internet. This is our goal. It was goal of previous Commission, but the EU for all. But now we are aiming in 2025 to have broadband internet all over Europe in each and every village. These regions will need to develop policies that manage and address population changes and ensure a high quality of life and resilient economic and social systems. Demographic change in general, in particular aging, can be the spark for creating new developments. According to actual projections, in 2050, Slovenia will be among the countries with the oldest population in the European Union. I commend the Slovenian government for establishing the Government Office on Demography in 2020. I think this was also a very important move from your government. In addition to these efforts, we must also prepare to grasp the economic opportunities and the innovative character of the silver economy. I'm thinking here about innovative technologies, products and services, including in the health sector, that the silver economy is capable of generating. The silver economy is expected to grow by about 5% a year to 5.7 trillion euros in 2025. If ranked among sovereign nations, the European silver economy would be the third largest economy in the world, behind only the United States and China, and it will continue to grow. Why I'm saying this? Because in the last 50 years, according to our report, we Europeans live 10 years more on average. So our life expectancy is longer and longer. So silver economy is going to boost. At the same time, I'm not sure that this is the right place to tell this, but we will have to work more. But this is politically very sensitive, so I'm not going to open this discussion today. So if we live 10 years more, then of course we will live in better health, but at the same time we have to think about this in order to make our healthcare system, our pension systems sustainable. Otherwise, we will see. So European funds can also help to grasp these opportunities. 2 weeks ago, the first 231 million euros from the Recovery and Resilience Facility have been paid, disbursed to Slovenia. In total, Slovenia will receive 2.5 billion euro from Next Generation EU funds. And some of these funds will help setting up a long-term care system. I know that this is in procedure now in Slovenian Parliament for all age groups and increase the accessibility of long-term care across the country. So long-term care is very important. Turning back to the long-term vision for rural areas, its action plan proposes tangible flagship projects to sustain a number of sectors. These include remote working and services, mobility, business creation and innovation in rural areas. In today's digital connectivity, in today's world, our digital connectivity is vital, and it is vital infrastructure as water supply nowadays. So without digital connectivity, we cannot think about our future, about creating new jobs. So a vision flagship project called Rural Digital Futures proposes a comprehensive set of actions to boost the sustainable digital transformation in rural areas. In addition, a rural observatory will be set up within the European Commission to improve data collection and analysis on rural areas. The action plan on the long-term vision also provides for ongoing support of Smart Villages activities. The Smart Villages initiative, crafted also here in Slovenia, is a good example of the importance of involving stakeholders and local communities to come up with innovative solutions at a very local level. The initiative was taken up at the EU level in 2017 by the members of European Parliament together with the European Commission. So France was very vocal in this initiative. The Commission initiated a specific action on smart villages, highlighting how different European policies are providing opportunities for rural villages facing similar challenges and trying to define a new future. Of course, it's not easy to you know that one solution does not fit all, so it's very important to do it in coordination, European policy in coordination with national and local authorities. Many rural areas in Europe are facing major challenges, depopulation and particularly young people moving away, centralization of public services, struggling businesses and decreasing job opportunities. All of this creates a gap. But with the right support, rural communities can do something about this situation. Smart villages and communities in rural areas that use innovative solutions to improve their resilience, building on local strengths and opportunities. Smart villages can increase economic and social cohesion and improve quality of life in rural areas using new technologies and social innovation as solutions to provide better services. Smart villages offer opportunities to help rural areas overcome challenges and embark on the path towards a green transition. In the post-2020 period, it will be decisive that measures under the Common Agriculture Policy, Horizon Europe and Digital Europe program and other instruments are used effectively for the digitalization of rural areas. The Recovery and Resilience Fund should also be used. In Slovenia, 114 million euros will be invested in strengthening digital literacy through education and lifelong learning. This money will be used for updating curricula with digital skills throughout the education system and organizational training for 20,000 teachers, many in rural areas, but also improving connectivity of schools and increasing training in digital skills for employees. Some of the skills learned should be used for developing new business models. These are a real opportunity for rural areas in the wake of the pandemic. A flagship of the communication on the long-term vision for rural areas on entrepreneurship and social economy in rural areas will enable businesses to move to rural areas and help them to adapt to the changing economic environment through innovative business practices. It is also important to improve existing mobility connections for rural areas. To this end, a mobility flagship promotes sustainable multimodal mobility solutions and connections, making use of digitalization. I'm sure that the former commissioner will know much more than me about this. So this is very important. Building on experience with urban mobility networks, the Commission will support rural municipalities in identifying mobility solutions, such as the ones which will be presented here today, so far as I know. Energy communities can be an important vehicle for rural villages to provide local social and economic benefits and increase energy autonomy. For example, through a combination of locally produced renewable energy and batteries to store electricity, the village of Luce in Slovenia has transformed into a self-sufficient community with better neighborhood cooperation and local revenues from the ecotourism. The role of national and local authorities and regional, where there are, is also of paramount importance to advance towards the goal of this vision. To this end, the communication has proposed shared objectives and a process to inspire cooperation at different levels of national governance as well by other stakeholders. The Rural Pact that I mentioned earlier will be shaped by these authorities and the rural population to help realize the vision in synergy with different policies and local action in rural communities. As I said, there is no one solution fits all, so there should be tailor-made solutions for each and every region or village or town. Another initiative bringing stakeholders together will be the European Smart Villages Forum, which you will launch today, later here, under the auspices of the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union. And I'm really looking forward to see initiatives serve as a platform for all those interested, invested and supportive of smart villages. We will welcome this network's input and support in further implementing in our long-term vision for rural areas. And to conclude, we have ensured that the long-term vision for rural areas and all accompanying events are an integral part of the Conference on the Future of Europe process. So I hope, France, that this conference, this is very important now, so I hope, I mentioned Conference on the Future of Europe, France, so I hope that you subscribe to the multilingual digital platform. If this event hasn't been subscribed yet, then do it immediately, because only if it's subscribed to the multilingual digital platform, your conclusions will be taken into consideration and later on analyzed in our conclusions. So this is, if you want to be part of the conference, then it's not only enough to have brand of the conference, but also to come back to the multilingual digital platform with the conclusions or with the ideas, and this will be then very important. So the Conference of the Future of Europe is an excellent opportunity to empower all European Union citizens and facilitate the participation in the policy-making process at all levels. So please make sure that the voices of the rural areas are heard in this new innovative exercise. This is very, our process, this is very important. So the spirit of innovation is alive, and it's kicking in our rural areas, and this event today is another part of this. So I'm looking forward to your debates, to your deliberations today, and I'm sure that your ideas will be seen later on in spring next year, when we will draw conclusions from the conference on the future of Europe and then transmit them to 3 presidents of 3 important institutions who promised in joint declaration and even reiterated by the speech of the Union of President von der Leyen that they will act accordingly. So if you vocal enough, your voices will be heard via digital platform, then via citizens' dialogues, in the end, in the conference plenary, and executive board will draw conclusions. As I said, regarding demography, for us, rural area is of utmost importance. If we think long-term in Europe, if we want to keep our leader position in the world, we have to always think about demography. So it should underpin all our policies. No European policies can be drafted nowadays without taking into consideration its population and population shrinking or population decline. We have to think about this and try to find solutions, and I think that smart villages are or is one of the solutions. Thank you very much.
Najlepša hvala. Thank you very much. Hvala
Thank you very much. And now, honorable guests, we will start with the substantive debate. I, together with Tjasa Božić, will moderate this debate, and she is an expert on European affairs from the BM Institute. A warm welcome to everyone on my behalf as well, honorable ministers, MEPs, former MECs, everyone who is here with us live or online. It's an honor for me to be here today to guide you with Bernarda through this political panel on smart villages and rural development in the digital age. We all know that this is a very topical issue. The COVID epidemic has increased our need for digitization. Digitization now seems to be panacea, and the digital transformation is one of the key priorities of the EU as well as the European presidency of the EU Council. In Slovenia, we now even have a minister responsible for digital transformation. Slovenia, although small, presents great potential for development in both the public and the private sector. But we need to emphasize that we cannot forget about rural areas where access to broadband and smart solutions represents the basis for high-quality living in the 21st century. One of the largest opportunities is the untapped potential of smart villages. They represent a hallmark of digital and green Europe. Today's panel will focus on smart villages and rural communities that can provide a response to the need for collaboration and high-quality living in rural areas using innovative solutions and digital technologies. By applying these technologies in an efficient way, we will make sure that people stay in the rural areas and are able to enjoy the same standard of living as people living in cities. Smart villages need a strong support of the government of the Republic of Slovenia and its ministries, and I'm sure that this will also be reflected in the recovery and resilience plan and in the financial perspective for the coming 7 years. We will start this panel with a few presentations focusing on our key topic today, and we will then continue with the debate. Thank you. We will hear more about the measures of the CAP for the development of smart villages from Mr. Jože Podgoršek, the Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Food. Welcome back. Please, the floor is yours. Well, I sometimes like to joke that keep your applause for the end once you've heard what I've had to say. But anyway, given that I've been here today, I will not repeat what I've already said. But what we all know today is that what is key for rural development is that we find solution for the development of villages. As we heard from the Commissioner, the European Union only has 1/3 of its population living in the countryside. In Slovenia, this share is over 50%, so this is something that we can be proud of. And this also shows that we are definitely in the right place today to discuss the future of the Slovene rural areas. The Slovenian countryside is also being supported through CAP measures. So let me just spend a few moments speaking about this. It's been mentioned by the Speaker of the Parliament that one of the constant elements of European integration since the very beginning is the common agricultural policy. And if at the CAP level in the 1960s we focused mostly on dealing with hunger, on how to feed the European population, back in the 90s we started thinking about rural development. And in the recent 10 years, we've mostly been dealing with environmental aspects. But let's go back to the 90s, speaking about rural development. That is when it all started. And since then, the concept of leader has been very important. Yesterday's 30th anniversary was a very important event because through local action groups, we already are and we will continue in the future to address the issues that are of importance for rural areas, including the concept of smart villages. The COVID-19 pandemic has also taught us many things. It has shown very clearly why we need the rural areas with good connectivity, why we need the same level of infrastructure in rural areas as we have in cities. People have been forced to stay at home and do everything there, go to school, work, sell, buy, and suddenly people in rural areas also learned how to buy and sell online. But what you really need for that is smart infrastructure. Even in this programming period, the CAP has already addressed the so-called white spots, so the areas that do not have broadband connections. And funds are being allocated for investments into broadband internet. In the coming programming period, we hope to fill the last few white spots that we still have remaining. We hope to be able to do that using our own funds, and that we will not need to tap into agricultural funds to do for that. The Ministry for Agriculture, Forestry and Food is already fostering and will continue to foster rural development through various actions. First of all, there's the rural network that informs the public about smart villages. Through active participation in the Smart Villages group that is operational as part of the European Rural Development Network. We also have the Rural Development Program for the current programming period that includes many activities such as LEADER, such as investments into covering white spots, etc. And we have already in this programming period, and we plan to do that in the coming period as well. We have funds being allocated, including investment funds, for the area of smart agriculture, so the digitization of agriculture. We will enhance investment in agriculture when it comes to the establishment of agricultural activity in rural areas. and we will support European innovation partnerships for the transfer of best practices and experiences to rural areas. And last but not least, we will also provide investments into mitigating climate change, which is a topic of increasing importance. I can already mention that our strategic plan for the coming programming period is more ambitious in the field of smart agriculture as well. We have a number of projects, and we hope to see more of them. Despite the difficult conditions, the small size of farms in Slovenia, etc., we still view digitization as one of the key priorities in the coming programming period for our agriculture. In this new programming period, we hope to use smart agriculture, among others, to ensure supply of high-quality food for the people in Slovenia. We want to protect natural resources, maintain our countryside, and this is something that we want to do and something we are bound to do by various European strategies and resolutions. Let me conclude by mentioning the long-term vision for rural areas. As already mentioned, this was something that we discussed at the informal meeting of ministers at Brdo in Slovenia. And the responsible commissioner, Mr. Wojciechowski, also mentioned that we need to address rural areas not only through the field of agriculture, but also in other areas. So I would like to thank all the other ministers who are here as well, because this shows that they understand what living in the countryside is all about, and we need to move away from the idea that rural countryside is all about agriculture. We need infrastructure, we need a good vision, we need social welfare, we need education. So people working in these fields also need to contribute to make sure that we get the rural environment we want. Obviously, we are not trying to shy away from our responsibility in the field of agriculture, and we will do our best to respond to these issues as comprehensively and as effectively as possible. And I hope we manage to do so with your assistance as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. As you can see, you also get an applause at the end of your speech. And now we will hear more about the development of the concept of smart villages from Mr. Bogovic. And because you are the host here today, I will ask you and all the coming speakers to make sure that you stick to your time limit. Thank you. Well, first of all, warm welcome to Mr. Zvonko Černač, who has also joined us in the meantime. I will truly do my best to use the 5 or 6 minutes that I have to say what I need to say. A lot has been said today, so we are living in a time of rapid change, of so-called megatrends such as demographic change, the aging of the population, urbanization, people living the countryside. And on the other hand, we have climate change reminding us that we need an energy revolution, which is already enshrined in the Fit for 55 package. Then we also have the agriculture. And what we need to ask ourselves is how we affect the environment, and we need to mitigate the impact of climate change on the agriculture. We've heard a lot about digitalization today. It's also one of the megatrends. And last but not least, the COVID crisis has shown us that the rural areas need connectivity. They need solutions that will provide services. And solving these issues will allow us to tackle many challenges that we face today. Smart Villages for Green, Digital and Resilient EU is the title that we use for the consultation and this event. And we've already heard how important it is to truly build a rural pact that will bring us all together. We heard about the top-down approach from the commissioner. Last year, the president of the European Commission spent 7 minutes talking about rural development. I timed it. And today we have a very clear vision on what needs to be done in the coming years, how we need to find sources in the current financial perspective, resources from various areas. Then next year we will see a number of new documents, including an action plan, and I'm convinced that this will continue with good financial and other solutions for smart villages in the years to come. We've heard about the LEADER program, and I agree with the commissioner that we need to do things on the ground. That's why I love coming back here to my home region. But it's key to compare what we had 3 years ago and what we have today. We have with us here today Bush Bus Smart Farming, which has brought together 2 major companies. They will present what precision farming is all about. Huawei Vantage Towers will speak about solutions they can provide for the environment. Toyota, as a major global car manufacturer, has linked up with a Slovenian provider in ensuring mobility in the Slovene rural areas. And we have a project that brings together energy producers and final consumers for a more efficient energy supply. Our tourist center here will present how they have brought together various places in the Posavje region to provide a comprehensive tourist offer. We have Telecom with us, who will present their solutions for healthcare for the elderly. And all this very clearly shows how essential it is that we really implement what we are speaking about at the level of the Smart Village Forum. And we really need to make sure that we can bring this resilient digital rural environment to life. Many people ask you, Commissioner, why you have the portfolio of demography and democracy. And the same question is asked many times of our colleagues who's responsible for the European way of life. But I think that smart villages are also about the European way of life. And I hope that we can export our smart villages into other parts of the world where life is not as nice as it is here in Europe. Well, you know when you need to clap your hands. I'm down to 0 on my timer. And I would just like to thank Ms. Šuica, who has other engagements now and will have to leave us. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I can just call you by your first name, as I do whenever we're together. It's an honor to have you here today, and I'm sure that our group will help smart villages come to life. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will have a round of applause for Ms. Šuica leaving us for her other engagements, and we, in the meantime, will continue with our conference. We will now focus our attention on the screen because we have Mr. Apostolos Tizikauskas with us, who's the president of the European Committee of Regions and is with us online.
Well, it is definitely my honor to be with you today. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute you from the Düsseldorf airport, where I'm in between two missions. And let me start by warmly thanking Franz Bogovic for his real commitment to rural areas. Your personal support to ensure the European Committee of the Regions and the European Parliament joined forces was really crucial for the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy and the long-term vision for rural areas. And this cooperation must continue, focused now on the monitoring of the recovery of our rural areas and improving our investment tools and our strategies. As you all know, the pandemic has taught us how important technology is for cohesion and resilience. Next week, the committee will publish its regional barometer for 2021 that shows how serious the urban-rural divide remains, unfortunately, in all member states. And this concerns digital infrastructure, internet usage, and the use of e-government services. In many rural communities, citizens today have to travel long distances to get medical assistance. Businesses were excluded all this time from digital market opportunities, and students still risk missing classes because of slow internet. So the pandemic opened our eyes, basically, to the growing divide between urban areas and rural areas. And so now we must act. Regional and local leaders are reacting to this emergency, and this is very, very true. Let me share the example of a highly innovative Romanian city, Cluj-Napoca, which is working to overcome the urban-rural gap. They're building new local ecosystems that include the rural areas around the city as a way to fight inequality and balanced development that is exasperating rural poverty, depopulation, and brain drain. Last week, I saw in Lipica, Slovenia, an EU-funded project following a similar direction. The strong partnership between Slovenian national and local governments will be key to delivering a national recovery and resilience plan focused on green transition, a priority, my dear friends, that will absorb more than 42% of available funds. I can also share with you my personal experience in Greece, in my region, where rural areas have strong potential for local growth and jobs. But if we want the digital and green transitions to succeed, and if we want to bring prosperity for all Europeans, we need to focus on rural strategic opportunities. For instance, bioeconomy, climate buffers, helping our territories to be more resilient, renewable energy production, industry and tourism, sustainable food. And in this respect, the European Commission's long-term vision goes in the right direction. And I really want to congratulate our very, very good friend and ally in the Committee of Regions, Vice President Suica, as well as Commissioners Wojciechowski and Ferreira for their excellent teamwork. So we are ready to continue our positive cooperation with them and the European Parliament, of course. For instance, during our upcoming forum on rural areas, which will take place on November 30, and during our summit of regions and cities to be held in Marseille on the 3rd and the 4th of March of 2022 during the French EU presidency. So, to conclude, firstly, we are in favor of an EU's long-term vision for rural areas. In particular, we support innovative approaches for relations between producers and consumers, linking urban consumers to producers in peri-urban areas. The same goes for rural and peri-urban tourism, which many people have rediscovered during the pandemic. And this was, if I may say, one of the positive aspects, if there can be one. Smart villages can develop and facilitate the creation of information websites, tailor-made online booking platforms, training on online marketing, etc. Secondly, We need to achieve the above-mentioned vision. We need a rural deal supported politically by all EU national, regional, and local leaders that sets clear objectives and coordinates available investment tools, cohesion, and agricultural funds. For example, Horizon, LIFE, and of course the resilience and the recovery funds to deliver a sustainable rural recovery. And finally, as local and regional authorities, we are ready to work in real and efficient partnership, not only mere consultations, as you know, with national governments and EU institutions in the design and in the implementation of projects that would address specific territorial needs. But we also want, to see clearly that any missed partnership today between all levels of government represents a missed opportunity for a successful rural revival in the European Union. So, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, let us keep working together for our people living in our villages, in our cities, and our regions. Thank you very much for your invitation, and thank you very much for listening.
Najlepša hvala, gospod Tsitzikostas. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsitzikostas, for your thoughts on the topic.
As our last invited speaker, but no less important, we will hear now from Mr. Ko Dong-yu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the worldwide urbanization is on rising. Nearly 70% of the world population will be living cities by 2050, especially in Africa and Asia. At the same time, the world rural population will slightly decrease, with a possible 36% reduction in Europe. This does not mean that the end of the villages and rural territories. On the contrary, it is a moment for villages to be highlighted as attractive places of well-being, cultural heritage, healthy living, and opportunities that contribute positively to economies and ecosystems. As the world builds back from the COVID-19 pandemic, villages offer great potential to strengthen rural-urban linkages and to channel rural-urban migration and human mobility, thereby creating new opportunities across agri-food systems. For the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, villages and rural towns are crucial to create sustainable landscape and seascapes for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Working with all partners across region, nationals, and local governments, private sector, civil society, and academia, FAO aims to promote smart villages through the Global 1000 Digital Village Initiative, bringing together e-agriculture, digital farming services, and for digital rural transformation, recognizing that the digitalization drives innovation, optimizing farmers' agri-food systems, connects farmers to markets, and creates efficient and sustainable supply chains. Digitalization attracts youth, empowers women, and improves rural citizens' livelihoods. We aim to propel the rural agri-food sector and the villages into the digital age to trigger positive change and innovation needed to transform our agri-food systems. I invite European villages to look at the villages of the Global South, which face the same challenges and constraints, and to share experiences. Through the village-to-village exchanges, you can speed up rural transformation, build back better, and help achieve the sustainable development goals. Let us revitalize the rural villages together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank also the Speaker of the National Assembly for being here. Unfortunately, his other duties make him need to leave, but we are very happy and honored that you found the time to visit us. As soon as Mr. Igor Zorčić bids farewell, we will continue with the roundtable discussion. Therefore, we are very pleased to invite to the floor the ministers, the MEPs, and representatives of European Committee. First, we would like to invite to the floor Janez Cigler-Kralj, Minister of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities. It depends. Whichever seat you want to take, it doesn't matter. We are also deeply honored to have been joined by Mr. Zvone Černač, Minister for Development and Cohesion Policy. Welcome. We would also like to invite to the stage Dr. Jože Podgoršek, Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Food. Lady. Mrs. Katainen is member of the European Parliament from Finland, as Mr. Bogovic has already mentioned. And now we would also like to invite to the floor Mr. Goran Šoster, Director of the Prlekija Development Agency. We will also be able to listen through the video link to Mark Boris Adrianic, Minister without portfolio, responsible for digital transformation, and Mrs. Mariana Petir, Member of the Croatian Parliament and Chair of the Committee of the Croatian Parliament for Agriculture. But of course, for some technical instructions at first, the public can participate in live, but also online via Mentimeter application. As we're talking about smart solutions, this is what we decided for. So I would like to invite you to raise your questions via your smartphone, so you will see this address in your online appliances. So enter this code. You can take a photo of this code, but I will repeat it also on several occasions. You can also use these applications to vote on the questions raised by others and you would like to support, so that you do hear answers too. In this way, we will be able to put questions to the ministers which you really want to hear answers to. So you're very welcome to start using the application. You can raise your questions from this moment onwards, and we will then address them after the first debate is concluded and after we've gathered first impressions. And of course, also some brief instructions for the panelists. You know that there are many questions, there will be many questions, a lot of interest. So I would like to ask you to be as succinct as possible so that we can do as many rounds as possible and cover questions from the public. Yes, it's nice to see that most of you already hold your smartphones in the hand, so you are very eager to participate. So this is one of the few conferences where we ask you to use your smartphones during the conference, but we are convinced that you will also pay a very attentive ear to our guests. Mr. Janez Cigler-Kralj, we would like to start with you because we know that you have further urgent obligations that you need to attend to. So smart villages are an intersectoral agenda, also resolving issues in the social policy. What are the central goals and actions that are related to the smart rural communities and smart villages with your portfolio? Can you share some specific solutions or examples of good practice that you would like to highlight? Yes, thank you, both moderators, Franz, colleague ministers, MEP, and all other high-level guests. I do apologize that I will need to be leaving before 11 o'clock. I need to visit my own municipality, which also is hosting a very important event. And as a representative of my own smart digital village, I also need to be present when we open a big international fair of crafts. That's really precious. Yes, when I was preparing for this discussion and for today. And when I was listening to all the panelists today, I saw an outline of a scheme, and I don't want to repeat everything that the others have already mentioned, how important it is to support digitalization, broadband networks, connectivity, if we really want to have quality life in the rural areas of at least the same quality as in urban areas. But this goes for all aspects. So this is primarily the correlation between the rural and urban areas. But what I would like to highlight from my own portfolio is that it is extremely important that all these processes of digitalization, connectivity, progress are harnessed to achieve a common objective or purpose. And from my point of view, this is to get to a situation where we will have, not only in urban areas, but also in rural areas, children and families who will live here, who will bring life to these areas and preserve life in rural areas, so that we can have an active generation of people living in the countryside who will work here, hopefully, if possible, also combining work and private life, perhaps in a hybrid manner, which will be using the telework possibilities to a great extent. And this is something that our Ministry of Labour has tackled very quickly, because we wanted to simplify these possibilities. And the corona pandemic only strengthened our endeavors. And another inseparable element to this is, if we want to get to the objective that France has been pursuing for years, that we have smart silver villages, meaning that also in our older years we can engage in quality life and at home as long as possible, so that we bring the long-term services as close as possible to the people, community services. With the big help of my colleague Zvone and our cohesion office, we are already doing this. So we are actually bringing this in from the back door, if I can use this. So we are investing into the network of the care institutions, so homes for the elderly. But this is just one of the institutional elements. It is very important to know that we will use the resilience and recovery funds once we have adopted the long-term act as a fundamental reform which will unlock these funds. So we will use these funds in order to move into the deinstitutionalization, smaller community-led services. So within smart villages, if I can call them that, we will therefore also ensure that also the services for the elderly are digitalized. So we will be able to monitor their status, the rehabilitation, disease course, their medication, therapies, everything else that is necessary to monitor, and also to provide long-term care services that individuals will necessitate. On the other hand, digitalization will make it possible to open up the homes to the potential clients who will seek the housing in these institutions. So you will be able to click on the internet page and see what these residences look like. So through that, we will make it easier to feel what life is like in the homes for the elderly. This digitalization will be supported also by the REACT EU fund. So this is already being prepared. By the end of 2023, it needs to be completed. And I will now conclude with my last priority, which is investment in informal care and deinstitutionalization. We want to set up mobile teams which will be digitally connected. They will be connected so that they can see the needs, they will respond to the needs, and do it in a fast manner. In this way, we will bring the long-term care services and other services more quickly to the people, and they will be of a higher quality. And this is not something that will happen in a distant future. Already during the COVID times, we saw that this is very much possible. We saw it at first hand. And where broadband networks already exist, the lives were lived in a hybrid manner. And my final word, all of this needs to serve the function of having more time for higher quality relations among ourselves, so that families and people, members of families, can devote more time to each other, so that not least we will also have the time and the opportunity to produce high quality, healthy and local food, and that this aspect of digitalization will support a higher quality of our living in the future. Thank you very much, Minister. We bid you farewell and wish you have a good trip to your municipality. The fair will undoubtedly be very successful if you're there to open it. When Minister leaves, then we will invite Mr. Franz Bogovic to take his seat on the stage. So he will be with us shortly, and let us continue with the debate. Thank you, Minister, also on my behalf for mentioning how important it is to adopt the needed legislation and also to share the best practices and solutions. This is what is of key importance. And now we're moving from one ministry to another, to the Ministry of Agriculture. Dr. Jože Podgoršek, already in your introductory remarks, you have mentioned how important it is to address the smart villages concept by various sectors. But most often, it is recognized within your own portfolio. What is your comment to this? How broadly do you understand the concept of smart villages, and how do you see its linkages with the agriculture? Thank you very much for this very clear question. It is really important for the development also of the rural areas in Slovenia. I believe that our ministry understands the smart villages concept very well, not least in cooperation with MEP Bogovic. We've been having this discussion on the development of this concept also in Slovenia. And as was already mentioned, I'm also very happy to see that other sectors started to grasp this smart villages concept. Because I repeat, the rural areas are no longer only the areas of agriculture. These are very often also the residential areas for those who return home after working elsewhere. So this is where they spend their night. And of course, they want to spend their leisure time as actively as possible in the rural areas, meaning that these rural areas need to be linked to the outer world through the infrastructure, through roads, buses, etc., but also through the broadband internet, so that when a pandemic happens, when we were having a lockdown, we can perform our work continuously. I think we can already say at this stage that we will devote more than 30 million euro in the program period for the local action groups and leader projects. And many of these funds will undoubtedly serve to develop the smart villages concept in the rural areas. May I add another thought? As a minister, when I, at the level of the government, discuss with the minister many topics, also we discuss the long-term care, I always highlight and caution how important it is to foster and to include rural areas in our various activities. I really need to be grateful also to my colleague Minister Janez Cigler-Kralj, who understood the importance of long-term care, which is also an opportunity for the Slovenian countryside. So we added to this draft act a possibility to carry out long-term care in the rural areas as a supplementary activity in holdings and some other possibilities. This will open up possibilities for the survival of Slovenian villages, because this is how we can stabilize income in the rural areas, keep people, keep population here. And these activities will undoubtedly contribute to the population and the cultivation of the Slovenian countryside. There are many debates also ongoing with my colleague Zvona, where we're also trying to find solutions as to how the cohesion policy can help develop this area so that it can be easier to live. So the Ministry of Agriculture is very much aware of its own task, and we are also encouraging other colleagues. And I dare say at the moment that other colleagues do understand the importance of developing the rural areas also through other strategies. May I only mention one of them? So we are on a good path to find the right concepts in various strategies that will serve to maintain rural areas high quality areas for quality food production, for the green and digital transition, and for living. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Černač, your colleague minister has already mentioned your name. How important is the Smart Villages agenda for your ministry? What are the central initiatives related to digitalization that relate and lean on the Smart Villages concept? Thank you. Before replying, I would like to thank my colleague Franz Bogovic, who used to be my colleague as a deputy in the National Assembly and then as a minister, but now serves as an MEP. So I would like to thank him for inviting me to this conference and for organizing it in the first place. I would like to thank and welcome all the guests and participants. I think that in the light of the Conference on the Future of Europe, this is a very important conference. This is just a stone in the mosaic that will need to fall in place. We first need to ask ourselves what the rural areas stand for. We heard the statistical data for the EU level. It was mentioned by the Vice President of the European Commission, which then was supplemented by Minister Podgoršek for Slovenia. He said that the rural areas represent 80% of the entire territory, and that 1/3 of the population in Europe lives in the countryside, whereas in Slovenia more than 50%. I think that this percentage is actually increasing because the infrastructural conditions and other conditions have been improving for living and working in the rural areas. Of course, this concerns several areas, and it was done in several ways, but our general finding is that the rural areas are becoming more and more attractive. Now, if we take the notion of rural areas that count less than 9,000 inhabitants, then actually everybody in Slovenia lives more or less in the rural areas. But if we are talking only about villages, we need to say that villages are important from various perspectives. First, from the perspective of our cultural identity. So villages actually feed us. It is where natural environment is being preserved, where natural resources are being preserved, where many activities take place, and most importantly, also in the light of the demographic trends, we know that life is being born more quickly in villages than in towns, because also families there are more numerous. From that point of view, it is very important that all policies address these challenges in an appropriate manner. For that reason, our governmental office, which coordinates the use of funds between various policies, pursues the idea of allocating a great portion of funds to the rural areas. And of course, this not only concerns the LEADER program or the local action group. 30 million euro is a relatively small portion. So actually all areas of the cohesion policy where we will have 300 million euro funds in the future, and then within the recovery funds 1.8 billion for the next 6 years. So all these funds will also touch on the development of rural areas. So the public utilities development, the broader social infrastructure, supporting the maintenance of educational processes in rural areas. Years ago, we saw that some people wanted to abolish smaller schools in rural areas. And thankfully, this process was stopped also with the assistance of many municipalities. And this process is now bringing fruit because people are staying in these environments. And of course, we need to support agriculture because this is still the fundamental activity. It needs to be developed in the rural areas. And the support that is ensured through the common agricultural policy will make sure that as many young people as possible decide to take on careers in agriculture. But of course, this needs to be completed and complemented with other funds. Now, as to the long-term vision by 2040, I think that this is one of the most important documents produced over the recent years. And it is, of course, very important that it is supported by the funds, because if we speak in the long-term vision that rural areas need to have municipal infrastructure, and then at the same time we say that the cohesion funds cannot fund smaller sewage networks or water supply networks up to 20,000 people, where needs in Slovenia are immense because we are sparsely populated, then we've done nothing. So the cohesion policy for the period 21-27 will need to support also this smaller system, as is also envisaged in the recovery and resilience mechanism and facility. This is not yet the case, but I think that if we support documents such as this long-term vision in this manner, we can indeed achieve the set objectives. Thank you very much. You know that Slovenia recently got a new minister for digital transformation, Mr. Adrianic, who prepared a brief address for our panel. Honored guests, dear friends, it's a great honor for me to participate in this conference, even if only virtually. Today, I want to talk about digitalization tailored to citizens, which is my priority in the role as a minister responsible for digital transformation. I'm happy and proud that digitalization of Slovenia has finally gained new momentum this year. The Strategic Council for Digitalization was established in the spring, and the Government Department for Digital Transformation was launched in August. Our goal is to accelerate the digitalization of the economy, public administration, healthcare, and education. We aim high, as we want to bring Slovenia among the most digitally advanced European countries in less than 10 years. At the moment, unfortunately, we are only in a miserable 16th place, far behind Finland, Estonia, and Austria. The task of our new government department is clear. We must implement key measures of the Strategic Council in cooperation with other departments as soon as possible. Many of them relate to the digitization and revitalization of rural areas. During the pandemic, it became clear that our rural areas are a source of wealth and opportunities, especially for the young. I believe that increasing work flexibility in combination with modern infrastructure and broadband connectivity will bring a renaissance of the European and Slovenian rural areas. I would like to thank my friend and MEP Franz Bogovic for his pioneering work in the field of smart villages. I'm grateful to you, dear Franz, as well as to everyone else in this conference room for the solutions you have already implemented. These solutions are in the fields of energy, mobility, connectivity, tourism, and agriculture. I'm glad that we are aware of the importance of new technologies for developing new products and services that strengthen the market position of farmers and food processing industry as well as forestry. With these solutions, life and work will be easier and more attractive, especially for younger generations. Ladies and gentlemen, at its June session, the government adopted the first package of measures of the Strategic Council for Digitalization, which represents 40 steps toward digital health, education, economy, and public administration. With the implementation of these measures, we can become one of the most digitally advanced countries in Europe in less than 10 years. In doing so, we will pay particular attention to projects such as smart villages, which ensure a balanced regional development and sustainable transition. I wish you a successful conference and many good ideas.
The best cooperation practices that could be put to ask one of them relating to best practices. So smart villages encompass a wide array of measures. Which would you highlight as the most crucial? I'm sure we can wake the microphone up with a bit of applause. Or you can take Mr. Černač's microphone. No, I think I've managed to get mine working. Well, first of all, when it comes to best practices, in recent years, I've participated in over 30 roundtable debates in Slovenia, also in Croatia, in Hungary, in other countries. And there are many, many good practices. Often we have never heard of them, even though they may be right there, very close to us. Even here in Posavje, if we go through the agricultural facilities, we hear a lot about working together. And for example, there's the company Eurosad dealing with fruit and vegetable production that uses a lot of robotics, a lot of sensors, but it does much more than that. It brings together people growing fruit and vegetables in this region. This is all about using the water from the Krka river for irrigation. That's what is happening in agriculture, for example. We have Mr. Marko Zivnik from the company Sopotniki, and we have presented this project many times in Brussels and here in Slovenia. And they will, in the afternoon, present their solution for free of charge mobility for the elderly and their family members. In tourism, for example, we see how important it is for destinations to come together and work together. Under the umbrella, the Tastes of Posavje, we're bringing together wine growers, guest houses, etc. I could enumerate a number of similar best practices, and working together is what is crucial. The second thing that is crucial about the concept of smart villages is being very clear. We're not speaking about digitalization overall, but using digitalization to improve the quality of life as a tool to make our life simpler, to reduce our journeys, to be more effective in the use of our time. It's all centered around the human being and the solutions he or she needs for their life, for the provision of services. It's not about big business, it's about the people. When I was speaking about working together before, let me mention a few more aspects and also highlight some individuals who are here with us and who are very important players here. Mr. Peter Pesanin, who's also from Finland, and he is connecting many organizations. We have Roman Zviglic from the Agriculture and Forestry Chamber. We have the Slovenian Entrepreneurship Club headed by Mr. Jozef Pečečnik. We have Mr. Pliberšek from the company MIG Celje. So these are companies that are operating in the countryside and providing vitality to the countryside. This should be enough to begin with. I've spoken a lot today, and I'm sure you want to hear from everyone else as well. Okay, so it's all about digitization. Mr. Černač, the establishment of smart villages will also depend on the co-financing of the EU and the priorities set by the government. Can you tell us roughly what kind of funding can we expect here in the coming European financial perspective, and before that, as part of the recovery and resilience facility? Well, as I already mentioned, we have 1,800 million in the recovery and resilience funds, and when it comes to connectivity, we have funds providing for the provision of broadband to areas where it's lacking. And unfortunately, there are certain regions in Slovenia where this coverage is quite poor. And this will have to be tackled if we want to establish new services. This infrastructure is a requirement. But let me mention that we have a very interesting situation in Slovenia. For example, in the place where I live, it's a small city. I don't have broadband connectivity, but in the same municipality, the most distant villages do have it, because we have the practice of something that is referred to as commercial interest, and we hope that commercial providers will cover everything that was not cost effective for others. And we are facing a huge challenge here. As we heard from the commissioner, this is something we will have to deal with by 2026. And I'm sure that the recently founded government service headed by the Minister for Digitization will play its part in achieving this goal. Now, when it comes to other areas, there are many funds that will be focused on the rural areas when it comes to dealing with utilities. There have been many efforts in this area in recent years. Many rural areas have become quite attractive and are gaining population, and this will have to be tackled. Do you believe that European funding will be enough, or will the state also have to kick in? We know that any society is only as strong as its weakest link. Well, I think in the coming years we have so many funds coming from various European facilities, and this is an unprecedented sum compared to what we had in the past. But nevertheless, I'm not sure whether that will be enough to do everything that we want in this period and to implement all the ambitious goals that we have. For example, primary health care. We have funds coming from various sources for the field of health. And in spite of that, there is an act that has been adopted by the parliament recently that is allocating an additional 2 billion euro for health, 10% of which will be going to primary care. And a lot of this will be allocated to improving the infrastructure and the staffing, particularly when it comes to family doctors. Well, thank you very much. I had some sub-questions for our MEPs because I wanted to hear how this was dealt with in the European financial perspective. But maybe we can leave this for the Q&A session because I have many questions referring to this aspect. So I suggest that we first have a look at a video about the importance of smart villages and the role of the EU in this aspect. We asked Ms. Petir about this.
Together with the villagers. They know best what social, communal and public infrastructure they need to live in the countryside, under what conditions they can produce food and engage in agriculture or some other economic activity to make it profitable and sustainable. Therefore, this process should go from the bottom up in order to perceive all the specifics and needs of each individual rural area, and EU policies should be reviewed from a rural perspective to determine their impact on jobs, economic growth, and sustainable development in rural areas. Infrastructure is the most urgent need of rural areas, from traffic to digital. Some villages do not yet have water and sewage. Their post offices have been closed. Banks are far away. Specialist doctors are located in big cities, and public transport does not exist. If we do not look the truth in the face and start acting immediately, not only will we not attract new residents to the villages, but we will also lose these existing ones. Both I and my fellow villagers who have graduated from college and schools have returned to live in our village, and we travel to work to other bigger towns every day. We live some 60 kilometers from Zagreb. Our priority is to rebuild the road we drive on because it has not been invested in for the last 25 years. But European and national decision makers have not foreseen such a possibility. I have the impression that decision makers do not understand at all that while we live in the countryside, we preserve the rural area, we preserve biodiversity, we preserve our heritage, and we produce food. Our role is irreplaceable, and no one else can take it. That is why, as villagers, we want to be involved in designing projects that are important to us and that will add value to our life in the countryside.
Najlepša hvala gospe poslanki. Mi smo že
Thank you very much, Ms. Petir. We asked some questions of her in advance, but she herself also focused on a bottom-up approach on collaboration with the villagers. So let's go into more practical aspects. Let's have a look at Finland. We are honored to have you here with us, Ms. Katainen. What is the situation like in Finland? Can you give us a few practical examples?
Different things on my head more than you two. But first of all, I'd like to thank my dear colleague, Franz Bokovic, for inviting me here in your beautiful home area. As a former dairy farmer, I'm also the village lover, and so are you. And this is something which is connecting us. And as a vice chair of the Committee of Agriculture and Rural Development in EU, European Parliament, I think we should talk much more about rural development, because we always talk about agriculture subsidies and everything, but we should talk so much more about these things. We do sometimes, but not enough. I see my former colleagues here from a previous mandate. We were in a REGI committee, and I enjoyed it working with you, and it was very, very interesting. But Finland, in general, rural development is a very important theme in Finland. We are a very sparsely populated country. We have only 16 people in the square kilometer, when you have 103 and we have 16. So we are very different countries and very different rural areas, but we are sharing so much same concerns which you told us in your excellent previous presentation. So villages are very important things in Finland. The communities in people, the services, and local businesses and governance also. The total number of villages in Finland is over 4,000. In addition to the Smart Villages project, the leader is the most important thing, and it connects people, average people in villages to the European Parliament and European Union in very concrete way, and it's very, very important. In Finland, there's a lot of interest towards EU Smart Village program. We have over 13 different villages participated in competition where we search for the smartest village in Finland, programmed by this EU program. What the smart villages means for me or in Finland, it means the village's ability to increase its intelligence, which means new functional solutions or to improving the existing ones. At the same time, it's a chance to provide a common languages for place-independent development. Smart villages thinking also brings together different levels of local workers, and of course, bottom up is the big thing that we all know and we all share. To be smart, villages also have to know already what to develop and what are our strengths. And we have to share the same goals and same ambitions on these things. We always talk about digitalization, which is so important. It's a main thing. But we have to remember that the people is behind all of this. The digitalization is only a tool, if I may say. It's only a tool, but the people are the most important. In Finland, actions on broadband connections and digitalization has been taken already for a long time. And new term during this COVID time has proposed now. It's called multi-locality. So we can have homes for several places, and it's becoming more and more popular in Finland. The COVID crisis has shown that there is a real need for modern society to live a modern life also in the rural areas and little villages far away from cities. And we have seen in Finland that there is a clear trend that people move from big cities to little villages. If they can do, we need jobs, and as we have heard, we need services as well. And too often, I don't know if it's in Slovenia, but in Finland we have a big basic problem, which is a strong confrontation between rural areas and cities. Do you have, I don't know, because this is not so sparsely populated land, and urban areas in the debate and the countryside is seen as a negative way in the climate debate also, which is not good. I think we should talk more about a symbiosis between rural areas and cities, because we need each other. There is no society without villages and without cities. We have to respect each other. In the era of Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package, it must be remembered that forestry and agriculture are the only areas which are sinking carbon. And what we are talking about in the Green Deal, sinking carbon. And we have these areas only in villages, only in rural areas. We should be so proud. But in Finland, the discussion is not going that way. that way. We should, this should be better appreciated and seen in the positive way. The climate debate is too often negative, and there is even talk of climate anxiety, which should turn into positive way, climate enthusiasm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we can exchange some good practices later on as well. Hvala in upam, da v prihodnje lahko izmenjamo še kakšno dobro prakso.
Now let us continue with Mr. Schuster from the Development Agency of Prlekija. It's a local action group. We have many LAGs represented here today, and they've played a crucial role in Slovenia in recent years. There are many LAGs around throughout Slovenia, and you launched your debate just on the day before our conference. Now, I want to hear from you, what do LAGs around Europe expect from the smart village concept, and how do our local action groups and regional development agencies view the concept of smart villages, and what do you expect? Yes, thank you very much for your invitation, and it's good to see that you see people from the periphery here among all the honorable guests. I consider myself as a representative of the people, and the people spoke out yesterday in the framework of 4 workshops that took place not far from here. We had 75 delegates discussing the concept of smart villages in the light of 4 European funds. And also from the point of view of various European policies. Local action groups are groups that can be found throughout the territory of Slovenia. And I can say that we know what the countryside is all about in Slovenia. We know what is happening there. We know what the needs are. Not only do we know the needs, we're also doing our best to help rural areas rank these needs into priorities, so that these priorities can then be encompassed in the measures used by the European and national politicians, and hopefully become implemented as well. When we spoke about the European Regional Fund and how the European Regional Fund could help develop smart villages in the field, we came to the conclusion that we are now at point 0. Why? We are at point 0 because all we know is that a partnership agreement has been adopted, that the partnership agreement does not specify how many funds will be allocated to the measure which exists, and that is a new added value. We have the CLLD enshrined there, and where smart villages are included as a specific measure that will be co-funded. We heard some rumors about 1% of cohesion funding. And if I make the calculation, that would be less than was allocated through the CLLD measure for this type of projects in the previous programming period. So we are now at the point 0, and we want to move up a step and come closer to knowing how we can use this platform of smart villages and the platform of rural development to address and implement the long-term vision for rural development in practice. Because local action groups need to know how things will proceed from this point. That's where we become engaged. So far, we've been speaking about the theory, about the platforms, about the measures and policies, but we now come in to deal with the implementation in the field, and we want to know how. We know what we need to do. We've been discussing this for a number of years. We've enshrined this in a number of documents. We've set up an organizational infrastructure at the European level. So we have a well-defined structure. There are 3,000 local action groups throughout Europe that know how to implement what this platform is all about. Now, when it comes to the European Agricultural Fund, Mr. Podgorszek mentioned earlier that through the CLD program, over 30 million euros will be allocated to this measure and similar measures. Those of us who work in practice saw our hairs come up. I don't have many hairs on my head, but I know what this means because I know how to read them between the lines. This means that in Slovenia, we will have 54 million, I'm not sure about the number, but I think it's roughly that, which means we only now have half the amount we used to have for this purpose. That's not the direction where we want to go. We have theoretical debates going in quite a different direction, but the financial trend is going in the opposite direction. So just not to be too long, I can compare this to the experience we had in the previous programming period. In the previous programming period, we had 3-2 and 3-3, the measures as we refer to them. And they focused on the development of villages and the conservation of cultural heritage in rural areas. And financially speaking, these two measures sort of disappeared when we came to the new programming period, but we had the new CLLDs, which then took over this content, but not also the funding. So what can we do here without the funding? And we're seeing the same pattern develop once again. We have a strategic plan where we have certain answers, certain compromises, certain agreements in principle as to what the share of funds should be for the implementation through the CLLD program, where we can expect most of the pilot projects and other projects related to smart villages. And we thought we would be able to fund 7 or 8 projects. Now we're down to 5, which is the minimum that the European Commission has set for all EU member states. And that's not the direction where we want to be headed. That's not very ambitious. We should be more ambitious like Saxony in Germany. They are using 40% of the funds for rural development and allocating these funds through local partnerships, such as LAGs. For example, the European social funds, we heard something about the content, and local action groups have been implementing these programs for over 5 years, but no funding here is available from the European Social Fund. And I hope that the fact that Mr. Ziegler left us is not a harbinger of how politicians will continue to act in this area, but we are carrying out some social actions or social measures in rural areas as part of agricultural policy, but that's not what agricultural policy is about. When it comes to the funding here, 10 million for the entire area of Slovenia, this is nothing. And we need to move from theory to practice. There's a huge rift here, and we are here to help both villages and politicians, but you need to listen to us. Well, thank you. Let me just remind you that Mr. Ziegler left to be present at an opening of an agricultural fair, so I'm sure that's no harbinger of bad news. Okay, let us now move to the questions from the audience, we agreed on a short reply. Well, yes, we heard some numbers that have not really been fixed anywhere because we are still coordinating the numbers. I told you that the part allocated to lags is lower, and the percentage that was mentioned will not be sufficient to address all the challenges that need to be faced in this area. That is why the share of funds allocated to this field from cohesion fund is over 30%. Now, when it comes to care for the elderly, in Slovenia in the past year, when the pandemic hit us, we were in a very difficult situation. You know that not a single new bed was made available in elderly homes over the previous 8 years. COVID meant immense pressure, and this has resulted in very negative consequences, which you all know. And within a year, we have initiatives for the opening of over 2,000 new beds in the coming 3 years, a lot of them in rural areas. So smaller facilities, smaller units that will allow people to stay in the environment that they know and where they've been living. Now, when it comes to the CLLD and the percentage, I can assure you that it will not be lower. What we're considering is doubling the percentage, but no final decision has been made yet. So the support for local activities is crucial for a balanced development. The basis of cohesion policy needs to be that people have the same starting position regardless of the municipality or region or country they live in. That is currently not the case because that's a goal that's very difficult to achieve, but we need to come as close to it as possible. This is where the smart villages and other measures also come in. Thank you very much. You have just shown us why it's so important to see various stakeholders coming together who address their joint challenges and issues. Now, because we're running out of time, just a brief question to our host. It's just a yes or no answer. Do you believe that smart villages and digitization are the best alternative to regional development? Yes, definitely yes, was Mr. Bogovic's response. Yes, and this is also an initiative that will make sure that we can continue to have hardworking and happy people living in the countryside. Yes, so smart, happy people in smart villages. Now it's time to listen to the impressions of some of our guests about this debate. We're very pleased to have our former commissioner, Ms. Pultz, with us today. You're welcome to take the floor. We'll be happy to listen to your thoughts about the presentations that we heard and the exchange we've just heard among our other guests. Please, go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. I paid a lot of attention to what I heard, and I also tried to build some of the models in my head because I heard so many various views. First of all, let me thank Franz for the invitation. And thank you for this insight into the roots of this project. But you will probably remember that this goes back to a time before our joint flights, to the time when you were a minister in the Slovenian government. That's when we started speaking about innovative communities. I was back at the Stanford University at the time, and that's where it all came to life, really. And it wasn't difficult to recognize this later on at EU level. So I really congratulate you on all the work you have done from the very beginning. What I want to highlight here is that if we want to be smart, it's not just about being digital. Between the line that has been mentioned by our speakers, I would particularly call on the government to include more women. You have focused on women in rural areas, but we don't see many women when we're speaking about the content and deciding on the funding. What is smart is what is green, efficient, resilient, sustainable, systemic or ecosystemic, and what is smart is what generates added value. Most of this is supported with digital solutions nowadays, but technology is just a tool. It's not a solution. It's not the goal. So I call on all of you to speak about smart solutions that can be supported with digital technology. Only in that way can we produce solutions that will be centered around people. It was very interesting to hear how far the development of the smart village concept has come. A smart village nowadays means a lot of horizontal collaboration, and this has been definitely confirmed by today's event. It also means infrastructure and the required investment, and it also means investing into knowledge and the development of competences in the countryside. Smart villages also mean smart farms that are a heart or driver of the countryside. They also mean a new type of lifestyle that was very well described by the colleague from Finland. And there's also the inevitable conflict between the rural and the urban philosophy. We've heard many invitations today, and I hope we can implement this, that we need dialogue and cooperation. If anything, COVID has shown us that we need strong rural areas to be able to live in the cities in current days. Today's conference is also proof that it's worth to have a dream. We need a dream. We need to have a vision of the future that we want to live in, and we need to do our best to implement this future. We heard about various aspects, about smart energy, smart digitization, smart mobility. But once again, digitization can also be a great polluter, which we are seeing at global levels. So we need to have a very close link to green energy here. A lot has been said about social services, and I know that France is very focused on this area, and I'm glad to see that this is at the forefront. And that should be our general motto, to think about the people, not so much about the technologies and about digital aspects. And to conclude with, let me add that we have many good impulses. We've heard about a number of projects that are building a mosaic towards the final solution, from farm to fork. We have e-mobility, we have the silver economy. And I would call particularly on Slovenia as the presiding country in the EU Council to view this as a huge opportunity for Europe. This is our story. It was born and bred in the European Union, but it will definitely be very topical in Africa, in South America, in Asia, where the concept of villages is so much more alive. And this should definitely be implemented in as part of InvestEU, which is allocating funding for assistance outside of EU. And we could use this to bring these solutions to our partners. That would definitely produce an additional added value in continents where we want to spread our influence, and it could also have a huge impact on our green agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we would now ask to the floor the former MEP, Mr. Lambert van Nistelrooy. Welcome. He was an MEP between 2004 and 2019, and he comes from the Netherlands.
Tudi gospod Lambert bo z nami delil vtise po tej razpravi. Izvolite, the floor is yours.
He will also share
Thank you very much.
his impressions from the
all
debate.
the organizers to give a reflection, not looking back to the parliament, but to the future. I have two important points. First, we are in a movement. Yesterday we heard about 3,000 of those leader groups active in all parts of Europe. There are so many villages that are starting initiatives in care, in connectivity, in mobility, in energy supply. So there is a lot happening, but this is not enough. This morning we heard about consultation. You can be consulted. No, it's deeper. We should have the direct communication with the national parliament, with the ministries. We should have a more direct influence on these kind of things. And I say this is my second point, because I believe, looking for instance to the movement that we made from the cities. The cities have built their own position. They have direct contact to the President of the European Commission, to the commissioners. They bring their points there. And I think with the one side, the locally led initiatives, as you do, with the nose down, with all those initiatives, they also need a direct say on European level. And this is exactly today's initiative of the forum that will be formed of the smart villages. To be heard, to be, as said before, Mr. Katainen said it, to be proud, but also to be direct, to be loud if needed. Because in a holistic approach, where you take together all the funds, the resilience funds, the regional funds, the social fund, etc., this can be done in a very blurry way. And that's why we have to be precise to see the steps that are set in the national state, as you debated a minute ago, and nothing is lost there. Because there is a partnership agreement now made by the states and the European Union, for instance, for the regional funds, but the operational programs are to be written down. The operational programs can only be made with a direct say, bottom-up of the people, as said before. And this is done in the rest of this year, and the agreement will be in the first half of 2022. So let's look forward. But be there, and the forum will be one of the instruments. And I'm happy, together with Frank and with the other colleagues, to say yes. In the coming 5 years, we will give the villages that say, you do the practice, and we will help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In zdaj na oder vabimo gospoda
We
Tiborja
now
Šanija.
move on to Mr. Tibor Šani. Welcome. As we have already mentioned, he is also a former MEP. He served as MEP between 2014 and 2019, and he comes from Hungary. Please, you have the floor. While Mr. Šani is coming to the podium, let me remind you all once again, those here with us and with us online, that you have the possibility to ask questions online.
Hosts, or rather, I would say the parents of this concept of smart villages. Since this is our baby, I don't think that I need to convince anyone in this room or beyond about the importance of smart villages. I would rather concentrate, as Lambert has done before, more on the future, what to do, how to do, and why to do. So first of all, I think that this very conference is a great contribution in exploring the possibility of a next or of the future room of all our ideas, namely the European Smart Villages Forum, which is a very good initiative, I think, and this is going to be a constant place where ideas could be met. Myself, as a commenter at this stage, I would like to offer two ideas for that forum, but of course these ideas are mainly coming from the previous debate. First of all, and this is one of the most important things, let's move on. And smart villages, the concept of smart villages should not be considered as an agricultural or rural something anymore. Smart villages is about life. Smart villages about future of humanity. And I'm so much happy to see in the previous times and even today so many important people around, ministers, commissioners, scientists coming from quite a few angles of our current life, and this is a real proof. Why should not we speak only about agriculture? And I do trust that the smart villages concept, even though it is elaborated mostly within the European Parliament framework, but still it needs to find its place within the European Commission and of course in the European Council at a later stage. Now, of course, many people are around, but still, as a kind of personal remark, please let me thank Franz Bogovic to all what he has done, because every one of us is truly, surely, very important person, but he is the real engine of this exercise. So I congratulate you and I thank you very much, Franz. Now, finally, let's talk about money. Because I think that above all those mentionings which were targeting so much hundreds of millions or billions of euros targeted to one or other purposes which are in relevance with the smart villages idea, but I think that we have to focus also the financial framework a little bit better. I think that in the coming years we are going to have some very new initiatives in terms of collecting money for common purposes. Now, for instance, the so-called global minimum corporate tax rate, which is obviously set at 15%. And if we look around, I mean, it's really in the pipeline. So if you look around, amongst all those giant companies, which are first the big players of that group, are merely technical companies, giant IT companies, and I think that there are going to be more and more giant IT companies within the biggest ones throughout the whole world, and they are going to make important general, global, and even regional contributions to the future developments. And this is something which might be considered also as part of the so-called own resources of the European Union. And as a matter of fact, I think that if you look not only on them, who are the direct beneficiaries of the digital revolutions, but there is some others who are really beneficiaries of these digital revolutions, and the real beneficiaries are the big cities, the giant big cities where the infrastructure is concentrated and all the benefits, or most of the benefits, goes to them. So let's think about a kind of digital compensation for the winners, from the beneficiaries, as a matter of solidarity towards those areas which are lagging still behind, and this is the rural world, and this is the hive of our so-called smart villages. So thank you very much for this, and I wish you all a very good deliberation for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We will now focus our attention to our video link. We have with us Ms. Piroshka Kalai, a member of the expert group on agriculture, the development of rural areas and environment in the European Economic and Social Committee. Please, the floor is yours.
Giving me the floor, honored participants. I am pleased to be invited representing the European Economic and Social Committee and be a part of such an important event. Thank you for allowing me to join you today. The ESC, so the European Economic and Social Committee, is also very concerned about rural development, and we are convinced that the future of Europe will depend on how we deal with rural areas. What we are trying to achieve with the ESC is a clear commitment by the European institutions for a new form of relations between the urban and rural areas. It's very difficult to keep this European rural sector alive, so we need a new approach, a new paradigm that goes beyond the specific policies that we have. We have seen so far that the CAP is not enough to face all these problems. We need new structural and regional policies as well, based on the already well-functioning systems. So we want to emphasize a different scenario, a different opening to the rural area, and different relationship between the rural and urban areas. We recognize how the pandemic has accelerated different activities related to the employment, new jobs with remote working, new forms of working, so we need a new approach to have an improved quality life in rural areas. Common priorities should be designed to reinforce and not weaken each other. The ESC, also called the House of Civil Society, has worked for many years with representatives of civil society on this issue and developed opinions proposing a holistic EU strategy for a sustainable development of rural and vulnerable areas. An improvement of the quality of life in rural areas is essential. In order to maintain competitiveness of rural economies, it's important to fight youth unemployment in rural areas, guarantee proper remunerations for workers, and provide sufficient infrastructures. In our last opinion that will be adopted in the next weeks, we explain that more cooperation between urban and rural areas is needed to ensure that no area or citizen is left behind in the just transition to a climate neutral, sustainable, and prosperous European Union. We as ESC emphasize the urgent need to act now and to implement a paradigm shift to demonstrate the added value of working together and of promoting mutual respect and understanding for the benefit of all citizens. This shift must leave no one behind. That's why the committee has always called for a Green Deal to be a social deal. Such greater cooperation can be done by leveraging the role of local communities, as again demonstrated last Tuesday during the event that we co-organized with ECOLES in the context of the Communities for Future Week. We are convinced that rural parliaments and community-led local development as models of participatory democracy should be supported by political leaders and should involve all rural citizens, including the social partners, women, older people, people with disabilities, minorities, and young people as well. We propose that civil society organizations, including leader and local action groups, should develop local, rural, and urban partnerships to create economic, social, and environmental opportunities and foster a better understanding of interdependencies. Territorial contracts between cities and their extensive hinterland are a way to pursue harmonious economic development that avoids the twin pitfalls of congestion and depopulation while allowing new jobs with high added value to be relocated to rural areas. Many European cities, such as Toulouse in France, Manresa in Spain, Torino in Italy, and Aalborg in Denmark, or let me highlight as example my own country, Hungary, have already implemented very successful approaches to connect urban metropolitan areas with rural ones. We should build on the Smart Villages initiative to develop good practices in partnership models with rural and urban stakeholders. Today's still initiatives led by communities with huge transformative potential face obstacles and challenges that make it impossible for them to take or continue positive action on climate and sustainability. This must change. At the European level, the ESC has repeatedly stated that structured involvement of civil society is necessary and that a clear mandate for civil society's participation in the development, implementation, and monitoring of policies and strategies aiming to achieve climate neutrality should be provided. And last but not least, the so-called governance model of food policy councils could serve as an inspiration for effective cooperation between all stakeholders and the local level as well. So thank you again for the invitation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Zdaj pa k mikrofonu vabimo še gospoda Francija
Pliberška. Now I'm also giving the floor to Mr. Franci Pliberšek, director of the Camino Slovenia Institute, who will present Camino across Slovenia. Welcome, the floor is yours, sir. Good morning. I'm really pleased to be able to be with you today. Thank you, Franci, and the entire team which prepared this excellent event to promote rural development, which will probably resound not only across Slovenia, but also elsewhere in Europe. I would have 2 points to mention: the Camino Institute, what it stands for, and secondly, what we did in order to develop the living area in Europe over the last 10 to 15 years. Europe did a lot to reduce energy losses in facilities and to reduce the noise, which is the biggest polluter. And also it reduced the dangers inherited in our buildings, but it did not do much about ventilation. We are wearing masks today. We feel threatened because through a good energy basis, we generated 1/3 of safe houses. I'm saying this as an architect and environmentalist because we're also producing a lot of furniture which raises the quality of living, but on the other hand, it's also having other beneficial points. I very much advocate the restoration of all public buildings, not only in terms of the energy restoration, but also ventilation. Over the last couple of years, we also devoted a lot of attention to the development of air conditioning devices, and I can proudly say that you can all put down your masks because in this room, the air quality is less than 80 ppm, which we ensure through the opening of windows. And we developed such ventilation systems which provide schools 23% per pupil. So with this, this only costs 60 euro, but provides for more than 200 days clean, ventilated air. So even if there is a COVID-infected person among us, there is just 1 to 3 percentage points chance, according to the WHO standards, that we all contracted. So our company will continue to develop ventilation devices, and we will make sure that our knowledge spreads by opening up a factory in Germany and the United States. Then the Camino Institute. We were the initiator of establishing this institute, and I actually am managing this institute together with Franz Bogovic, who has the Smart Villages project. I walked the path, and it has more than 2,000 kilometers on the northern path. I set myself the goal to combine 680 kilometers of Camino across Slovenia. So this is a path that is doing well. Also, the society is taking good care of it. It's also equipped with many housing facilities. So our institute set ourselves a goal to provide housing for €15 per night, thus attracting several thousands visitors to our rural areas. Also, in financial terms, this will attract 100 to 200 million funds to the rural areas. So via the booking system, more than 10 to 20 million taxes will be deducted on that account. So what we are aiming for is to foster this Camino path for pedestrians, people on horseback, partly also people with disabilities. So our aim is really to set up one of the best Camino paths across the world, which will be supported with top quality infrastructure, which will also support spiritual development, which is headed by Milan Žvanut, next to Franz Bogovic and myself. So I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to mention a couple of words. I have the wish that we live a better tomorrow and that we really work for the benefit of the rural areas, because we know that in Slovenia more than half of the population lives in the rural areas, so they should have a chance, but not only in declaratory terms, but also in practical terms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Pliberšek, and good luck with the Camino project, which will contribute to the quality of rural areas. But now let's listen to the public. Many interesting questions were raised for our panelists. I will try to merge them slightly so that we first tackle the block of financial questions. I think this is what is most pressing and most interesting, and there are many plans. There are many starting points, but in order really to implement all these projects, the funds are needed. So I will summarize your questions into one block, and then we will try to address them either as the public required or as you see fit. We absolutely want to know how we can support the Smart Villages agenda in financial terms. Mr. Schuster received immense support for his words that the funds are not sufficient in order for implementing these programs in a high-quality manner as they were designed. And primarily, our audience wants to know what it is with respect for the financial support for the CLLD and the LEADER program. This is the question that received most likes. So this is the question, Dr. Podgoršek, that is addressed to you. So how is the LEADER program to be implemented with the new Smart Villages concept if the funds are currently cut by as many as 20%? So this will be the first block of questions related to the financial means envisaged. Thank you. I expected this question, really. Still, I want to explain so that it won't be overheard. Rural development does not only mean LEADER and CLLD. Rural development encompasses, when we speak about elements, that we need farms there. So we have all funds really from the CAP that are devoted to the agricultural part. This means both the direct payments as well as the second pillar funds. In the new programming period, 25% of direct payments will be earmarked for the green transition in the Republic of Slovenia and also across the European Union. This is something that is enshrined in the political agreement between the European Parliament, the Commission and the Council. 35% of the rural development program will be earmarked for green technology transformation. With these funds, we will undoubtedly address important topics that were opened by my colleagues and myself during our presidency. And with this, we will undoubtedly reduce the tension between the rural and the urban areas, because the agricultural practices will be based on different and more sustainable practices. And may I also add that the biggest rural development program part is devoted to by investments to three key areas. Climate adaptation, which means that rural areas will be more resilient, animal welfare with the same aim, and revitalization of the agri-food industry. With this part, we are undoubtedly addressing the topics that will keep the Slovenian agriculture active and vital. Also, when it comes to LFAs in the new programming period, 44 million euro on an annual basis are earmarked for those areas. Currently, only 40 million euro. So if we sum up these funds, I'm convinced that with all these interventions and these funds, only from my portfolio, from the agricultural portfolio, we will be addressing the agricultural area to such an extent that it will be possible to maintain and preserve the Slovenian countryside, and that it will be possible to reduce the conflicts, support the development of the agricultural sector. And I would like to reiterate, LEADER is not the only thing fostering rural development. I know very much what Mr. Schuster is saying, 311, 312, these topics, the cultural development. These undoubtedly are activities with which we were dealing a great deal also at our ministry when we were preparing the new strategic plan. And together with our stakeholders, we then practically decided that the topics that can be covered by other sectors are covered by other sectors. Also, the torrential rain is not something that falls under our remit. We know that this falls under the remit of the Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning. Then the cultural development of villages, of village cores, this is something that can be funded both by cultural funds and the cohesion funds. We actually nodded at each other by the minister that this can actually be eligible projects from other sources. So I cannot really accept the claim that we are reducing the funds, and also the LEGS and LEADER programs are not really diminishing, because we're only speaking about a 5-year programming period, and we don't really have the final figure. We are talking when we speak about 30 million euros, we are not longer applying it to 7 years, but rather to 5 years. So really, we should have the exact and correct numbers, because then it will be easier for us to leave this conference with better knowledge and more precise figures. But it is true that through the strategic plan, the agriculture will be addressing many areas. So when we are slicing the funds available, we really need to dive deep into the dialogue with our stakeholders. So I think that we really are addressing the three most pertinent topics: climate change, animal welfare, and modernization and revitalization of the primary and food production sector. And to conclude, may I still say that the Republic of Slovenia has reached an agreement about the financial part of the new programming period, and it already includes an additional 100 million from the national funds, which were not available in the previous programming period. And to continue, I'm convinced that any additional euro that would flow to agriculture, particularly through the second rural development pillar, will be, give additional benefits. Therefore, we are talking in this direction also with the Prime Minister. So we are holding the next debate in the month of November as to whether it would be possible to get additional funds to increase the resilience of the agricultural sector, because I am convinced that, as we are all saying here today, that the rural development is really related and connected to the development of agriculture. The more agriculture is resilient, the more the rural development is resilient, and that more easy it will be to develop the concept of smart villages. I think that in this sense, also other financial interventions were used to address rural development, and I dare claim that rural development does not only depend on the LEADER and CLLD funds. Minister Krall had to leave because of other obligations. He has no hidden agenda. I really have to say this. The European Social Fund is part of the CLLD, and this agreement is already active, and I'm actually surprised at the statements from people who know the area and claim otherwise. So the European Social Fund will be a part of the CLLD, and also on the agricultural part, we will try to do more to get additional funds. But for the time being, this is what we have, and this is what will be used in order to address the strategic goals that I've mentioned also in my introductory remarks. Thank you very much. Mr. Bogovic, would you like to comment? Yes. First, I think we are making a mistake if we are now pointing our arrows towards the agricultural policy and expect that CAP sources and resources will help us create smart villages. In addition to agricultural activity, the agriculture has been supported by the Rural Development Program. And up until now, it represented a 50 to 20% of the Rural Development Program. In basic measures, it devotes a lot of attention to the primary agricultural activities, preservation of the landscape, and now approximately 1/3 of environmental measures are also being joined, and they will be partly linked to biodiversity, but also other issues. I was successful in the European Parliament that we adopted amendments that the structural fund will also earmark funds for smart villages. Lambert was very assistive in this respect. So this was supported by the European Parliament, but it was then not supported by the European Commission and member states who have a whole set of other criteria for allocating monies. So other funds and Next Generation EU were mentioned. But we need to know that the European budget only represents 1% of the public spending. So the national 50% of the GDP constitutes public spending, and we will be resolving many issues with the educational funds at home, with funds available for healthcare, social care. One of the measures that need to be commended is the increasing of the lump sum payments for municipalities. There are 2 million inhabitants in Slovenia. If you increase the lump sum payment by €10, this already amounts to 20 million. So this will help facilities to develop the environment further. But in the end, we still need to come up to the following conclusion. When I spoke to our Finnish colleagues about their 50 to 55 and the share of funds, they said that 10 to 15% of funds will be public funds and the rest will be private funds to use for the social transformation. And the same goes for smart villages. So for that reason, I'm so pleased that we are establishing the Smart Villages Forum today, which will attract economy so that businesses can get involved where they find their possibilities. But of course, in rural areas, sometimes public support is very important, and for that reason, we are providing the European and the national public funds as well. So, we heard before that we need first and foremost good ideas, and if these ideas are found, then also the funds will be found. I'm not trying to avoid the discussion, but if we're just talking about money, then I think the battle is lost. Thank you very much. Mr. Černač, would you also like to reply? And also, I would like to challenge you a bit, because the audience is questioning the following. 50% of the Slovenian population lives in the countryside. Are also 50% of the cohesion funds earmarked for the rural areas? Well, it's difficult for me to say at the moment. I would say that it even more, because all settlements above 10,000 inhabitants account for rural areas. So you have to know that according to this criteria, the greatest portion of Slovenians live in the rural areas. Slovenia is populated in a different manner than other European members, which is an advantage to us. In addition to these towns, there are some smaller centers for which we can claim that they also represent rural areas. And there we need to ensure a balanced development and prevent that services are centralized in just a couple of towns. The main problem in Slovenia is that the main of quality jobs is still in the biggest cities, in the biggest centers. With digitalization and the transitions, I guess that many jobs could be preserved also in the local environments. Of course, knowing that many jobs can be improved through improved social healthcare and other services in rural areas. So the funds that we are discussing today, and LEADER and CLLD have been mentioned often today, but please don't resent me this comparison, but some municipalities adopted participatory budgets, and so parts of their budget were then designed by the village communities, but this only amounted to 1 to 2%, and the rest of it was petitioned at the municipality level. So what I'm trying to say, that these funds did not go into the right hands, and this needs to be avoided. Of course, the percentage that is now being earmarked for CLLD is now relatively low, and I think we should now double this percentage, and I hope that we will manage to achieve this. Now, to reply to the lump sum payments, for 2020 and 2021, Slovenian government increased lump sum payments for municipalities, but for 2022, the municipalities negotiated 638 euros, whereas the government actually topped that by even €7 more, because we know the development takes place at the local level. This is where it all starts. And next year, the previous financial perspective will touch upon the resilience and recovery plans, and the funds will really, the municipalities will really need the resources to implement all the projects designed under these two umbrellas. Mrs. Katainen, would you like to reply to all these comments so far?
And we can't get this confrontation question and debate concerning about agriculture and rural development, because they are hand in hand, and they have to be some experiences and tools in Finland. If I may tell you, in Finland we are also building our own measure for smart villages in our national Common Agricultural Policy Plan, in our CAP plan. I didn't realize if you two have those good. That's good. I think it's very important that the part of smart villages are clearly written in the CAP regulation. So it is mentioned there, and smart village program brings solution to rural areas, and this program can now be properly used in good purposes. And the other tool also is a rural impact assessment, which is also known here, but not so common used in Europe. I think we have to spread those good methods, and this is the one, rural impact assessment, and not just a word, but really doing that. It's a tool and process that has been promoted in Finland national rural policy for several years ago. Finland supports a commission proposal to introduce rural impact assessment very warmly, because conditions in different parts in Finland can be very different, because big land, big area. And some good concrete examples, if I may say, village broadband network projects, which also can be volunteers doing. because we have to give some extra money from local, so we can do it by volunteer working as well. But our volunteer working is very old culture in Finland, and I know it's quite known there, not other places. But there's also a rural market subsidies. We know that little villages have those little shops, and the government is giving them some subsidies that they can be open all over the year, because winters are of course so more quiet because there is no summer cottage there. So little examples here. But for you, local people here in Slovenia, the best rural development you can do is to give all your support to Mr. Bokovic. And make sure that he will be elected over and over again. Thank you.
Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much for presenting Finnish practices and suggestions. Mr. Schuster, perhaps a very brief comment to the financial issues, but you don't have more than a minute available, because then then comes the set of questions related to cross-sectoral cooperation. Yes, we very much understand the enormous pressure on the Minister of Agriculture. Agriculture does not find itself in an easy situation. It's not easy to wear this hat, but when we articulated the strategic program, up until when it will need to be submitted to the European Commission, in this period of time, we went from a reasonable compromise document to a document that now includes arguments of power, which is not good, because the arguments of power are a Damocles sword for the compromise solutions. And so arguments of power are actually undermining the consensus reached. This is not good for the smart villages concept. We very much understand this situation, and we are appealing on the Ministry of Agriculture that in addition to the established social partners that have been participating for many decades now, also take on board of this ship, and it's not yet sinking, but the time is ripe. So there is digitalization, modernization, there are many alerts. We heard from the Hungarian MEP who the winners are: the big corporations, the big cities, whereas the little men and the villages and rural areas are still marginalized. So please take on board as social partners also local action groups through their advocate, the Association for the Development of Rural Development, which for decades has presented arguments in all the discussions taking place in Slovenia, as well as in Brussels. We are very much involved also there, and very often it happens that we are more taken and better heard in Brussels than here in Slovenia, and this is not good. Take the local action groups as a partner on an equal footing, and if it's not enough, then take municipalities. You have 2 associations of municipalities, and they will send similar messages as we are saying, not through the arguments of power. Thank you very much. Yes, we are again putting an individual to the forefront. And the last question that is addressed to you all, and I would like to hear your replies, is the following. We heard or received many questions on implementation. We speak about intersectoral cooperation, but very often this means that nobody really takes ownership. We've been talking about rural development and smart villages for many years now, and not much has happened. This is a comment from the audience. Somebody needs to coordinate this in operational terms. how do you see here the role of the Minister of Digital Transformation? What do you think? Could this be a connective tissue between all these stakeholders? Could this office coordinate all the processes involved? Perhaps Mr. Bogovic first. Yes, this is an excellent question, and the reply is very demanding, because in the society it very often happens that we are really good in setting up sectoral policies, but and then horizontal integration, which is the concept of smart villages, requires something else, the view from above and the view from below, where this cooperation needs to be built. So a great dilemma arises as to who is responsible. I'm really glad that we have a Minister for Digitalization. I think that he's very enthusiastic about his work. May I tell you a secret? He would be with us today if he weren't getting married tomorrow. So I hope we can congratulate him all from this spot, from the Castle of Rajhenburg, for his tomorrow's step. And then there's this ministry for office for the cohesion policy for the rural development, which needs to have a horizontal overview over the funds available. So I really do think that if we have a leader network, which is again something horizontal and is tackling very different topics, so we need more of those. In our office, we are trying to build up a digital hub, really, where we would be able to present all the good ideas and projects taking place at rural areas, so that we present the case, an example of good practice, the owner of it, the supporting policies, the supporting resources, so that we get to a group of experts who would be able to provide organized approach and replies to all these various issues. So I don't know if there is one single person that can do this, but I think that we need a group of experts to do this. Yes? Perhaps any final remarks as to the coordination, easier cooperation? Minister? Yes, very briefly. It was mentioned quite some times today that when we speak about smart villages, rural development, etc., this does not only imply digitalization, but a whole raft of measures, from strengthening municipal infrastructure, broader social infrastructure, care for the elderly, healthcare, mobility, connectivity. We are talking about bringing towns closer to the rural areas and vice versa, so that these synergies can really come to being. So all policies need to work hand in hand in this area, and I do think that they are doing so, but they could, of course, even improve on that. I do think that there is room for improvement, but as to the digitalization, undoubtedly the office or department for digitalization will be coordinating these processes, not only in this field, but in all fields in Slovenia, because we need to use the available funds in a smart manner. We should not get 20 IT systems for healthcare which will not be compatible. And this, of course, also applies to all other areas. So this governmental department will need to coordinate this development so that we do not reinvent the wheel, but really to foster those solutions where we know they are the best. Thank you, Dr. Podgoršek. Thank you very much. I think that Mr. Bogovic really responded to the key part of this question, but may I just share a couple of my thoughts as well. In this period, we really understand the significance for the development of the rural areas. We understand this significance much more than we did in the past, because also agriculture is facing a real risk. So when we were talking about the Recovery and Resilience Fund and other funds, that already when the agricultural portfolio received less amounts, we said at the same time that we will no longer finance the activities by agricultural means that fall under other remits. So as a minister competent for agriculture, and through that part also for the rural development, I can tell you that this government does listen about the broadness of issues that touch upon rural development: long-term care, municipal infrastructure, education, environment, etc., etc. So other ministries will, of course, pitch in funding this rural development. I think that really rural development can be seen in a comprehensive manner. In the past, I wasn't that political when observing the rural development, but I can claim that at this moment we are really positive. I'm really positive that the government of the Republic of Slovenia will be able to see these areas broadly enough so that it can support them with various sectors. Mrs. Katainen, briefly, if you can.
Not much to add, because as we have heard, everything in rural areas and villages are so horizontal. There is no life area which isn't belonging there. It is everything. And we have to remember, why are we doing this? For youth, for young people. And we haven't talked about here about young people at all. So we have to, whatever we do, we have to take them along. And if they go somewhere else to study, you have to be prepared to take them back to their home, like you came back. Thank you.
Hvala lepa in res je, na mlade ne smemo pozabiti.
Yes, thank you very much. This is so very true. We should not forget the young. Yes, briefly. Yes, yesterday we spoke about the youth a great deal, how we can attract them back to the rural areas, how we can preserve the living conditions, the quality of life in the rural areas. From yesterday's workshops, conclusions will be made, and we will, of course, forward them to all competent services, also to the MEPs and competent services at European level, so that we will present our vision as to how we believe that this theory should be translated into practice. We remain optimistic. Thank you very much. And awaiting this document, we can now conclude the debate. I would like to thank all the panelists for taking the time, for being with us. And I would also like to thank all the audience which are either with us in live or online. Thank you for all the questions. Many have remained unanswered, but they are still collected on our application, so they can be addressed at a next event. Yes, to sum up, this panel highlighted the significance of the smart villages concept, which is a reply to how the European and Slovenian countryside can be better empowered. As our panelists stressed, this is a cross-sectoral concept which aims to tackle various challenges, social, healthcare, agricultural challenges, through innovative solutions and digital technologies, so that we can keep the population in the countryside, that they can enjoy the same standard of services and the quality of life as people living in the cities. And what are the main highlights of this debate, if we can sum up them in some indents? Well, actually sum them up into 5 indents. It's important to build bridges between the municipalities and the competent ministries so that better relations are built. We not only need political but also financial support. New opportunities need to be sought also for absorbing European funds. The digitalization projects need to be promoted in cooperation with regional development agencies and LAGs. We need mutual exchange of good practices, as we are seeing today at the local, regional, national and local and European levels, working by people for the people. And not least, we need cross-sectoral cooperation between all stakeholders. So this was a great step in this direction. We're bringing together various stakeholders from various governance levels, from various sectors and areas. So I would like to thank you all once again for being with us, either as panelists, speakers, or as distinguished audience. Thank you very much. And now another beautiful event. We would again like to give the floor to MEP Bogovic, who will now announce the establishment of the Smart Villages Forum.
So the Smart Villages Forum is being launched today. It's always difficult to be punctual, but I think we are doing quite well, and make sure that I'm brief, so that you can all have your taste of posaujet, so make sure that we still have a warm soup. But similarly to Bled, where we signed the Bled Declaration before lunch, we are here also making a public declaration with the establishment of the European Smart Villages Forum. This is something that I have mentioned and spoken about. This is a forum that will bring together all levels of politics from local to European level. We will bring together the non-governmental sector, the economy. There are 8 of us who are, in a way, founding members of this forum. Let me list them. Alieva Velia Dije from Bulgaria, Haide Hannes from Austria, Tomislav Sokol from Croatia. I am a 4th member as a current MEP. We have with us also Ms. Violeta Bulc, a former commissioner from Slovenia, and she's the curator for eco-civilization. That's where she's most active, and that's where she can contribute to our forum. The legend, my good friend and my mentor in the previous term, Mr. Lambert van Nistelrooy from the Netherlands. By the way, he is responsible for the Urban Pact adopted under the Dutch presidency. And since then, that cities can boast the 5% in the Regional Development Fund. And we have with us today also Darot Alessandro, co-founder of the Cortina Digital Forum and the director of EU40. So these are MEPs under the age of 40, and those of us who feel very young at heart like to join them secretly. And we also have with us Ada Mukhtar, who is responsible for the coordination of smart villages in my office. We have 3 co-founders here today, Ms. Violeta, Mr. Lambert, and Mr. Alessandro, and obviously, in addition to myself. I will ask all of you to join me here. Well, this is a very special and very pleasant moment. We have invested many years of work so that we can be here at this point now, that we are able to officially launch this forum under the Slovene presidency. So that's the best possible way. And as mentioned by Mr. Bogovic, this is a horizontal platform that we've heard a lot about today that will try to use the best arguments to convince everyone that smart villages are not about words but about actions. I think we have a very good starting point in terms of European strategies, and my personal desire is to bring this project into the world and that we manage to push through with our ideas and investments into other continents as well. So I wish the forum all the best.
Giving more view, more access, for direct access from the region, from the rural areas and from the villages. This is the only way to keep Europe balanced in every goals as performed, as agreed in the European Union. And there we have to make big steps forward. And the forum wants to be deep, close to European decision makers. As I said before, not just down and making things happen. You will see it this afternoon in the many good examples, but also to push, to give the last push where things don't happen in a correct way. To be there in a direct political way, and the people, as mentioned before, want to give this push in the next, maybe at least this period, for the next 7 years. Let's go for it.
Let's go. Zdaj je torej Yes, of course.
So this is a historic moment, and this will be a historical group photo that I'm sure all of you will cherish. Congratulations and thank you for the launching of this Smart Villages Forum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite you for lunch, just a few logistical pieces of information. This beautiful castle with its tradition and its architectural features has been presented by Mr. Bogovic in the introduction, so I'm sure you will use this time to visit some of what it has to offer. We also would like to inform you that due to the epidemiological situation, lunch is being held at 4 spots in the castle. Please show your accreditation to the hostesses that will accompany you to the place where you will be able to have lunch. Lunch will be held in the Roman room, in the cafeteria, and upstairs and downstairs. You're also invited to visit the stalls where the business partners of the project are presenting their activities, and I'm sure you will all love the cultural program available during lunch. So let me once again ask you to respect all the epidemiological restrictions. And another request, please return your headphones when you leave the hall. You will get them back. So have a pleasant lunch and see you in the afternoon. Mr. Bogovic has something to add as well.
In v okviru Evrope, Toyota Evrope, je Slovenija izbrana kot ena izmed manjših distributerjev, da sprovede pilot in tudi realizacijo prevozov na podeželju.
Ok, zdaj omenjali ste mobilnost, omenjali ste tudi sam pomen mobilnosti, sploh za razvoj podeželja in tako dalje. Lahko predstavite tudi ključno rešitev, ki pripravljate na področju mobilnosti in jo verjetno tudi, kot sem slišal, na nek način že testirate.
V bistvu jo še ne testiramo, je pa tik pred začetkom testiranja. Ja, Toyota v tej transformaciji iz proizvajalca vozil v ponudnika storitev je ustanovila tudi ločeno, bom rekel, podjetje ali tudi blagovno znamko Kinto, ki združuje več načinov mobilnosti, ne samo tega, ki ga mi skušamo skupaj z NGO-jem Sopotniki in občino Kočevje pilotirati v Kočevju, kjer govorimo na prevozih na zahtevo, se pravi avtobusnih oziroma prevozih za kombi na zahtevo, ampak tudi ostale oblike prevoza, kot so car sharing, kot so morda carpooling, se pravi se nas več vozi skupaj v službo, kot je recimo flex, kjer imate fleksibilne prevoze, najema vozil za 1 uro, en dan, karkoli. Skratka, mobilnost za nas pomeni dejansko, da lahko predstavimo človeka iz točke A v točko B na način, ki mu njemu najbolj odgovarja in v času, ko njemu najbolj odgovarja in s tem celo na koncu malo paradoksalno zmanjšamo število vozil v obtoku in s tem boljši CO2 odtis na okolje. Mi verjamemo, da izboljšana mobilnost pomeni za nas kot enega vodilnih avtomobilistov tudi na področju okoljevarstva še dodaten zagon za to, da zmanjšamo CO2 emisije globalno.
Hvala za odgovor. Pa morda še eno vprašanje. Zdaj pogovarjali smo se tudi o multimodalnem prevozu in me zanima, kako pa vi vidite prihodnost tega multimodalnega prevoza kot verjetno enega od ključnih izzivov Slovenije na tem področju tudi.
Tako je. V bistvu Slovenija je znana po tem, da nima javnega prevoza urejenega, ne? In v bistvu tudi šele pred kratkim je sprejela zakon, ki nam sploh omogoča uvedbo nekega prevoza na zahtevo, ne? Se pravi, za nas multimodalnost enostavno pomeni kot Toyota, mi želimo biti glavni agregator multimodalnosti v prihodnosti. To je mobilnost, ne? Se pravi, plastično povedano, z plastično kartico Kinto boste lahko v Kočevju se vozili z avtobusom oziroma kombijem, se boste morda v Berlinu vozili s podzemno železnico, se boste v Ljubljani vozili z mestnim potniškim prometom in to je multimodalnost. Boste najeli skiro, ne? To je multimodalnost in zato v bistvu blagovna znamka Kinto združuje več oblik prevoza in zaradi tega je ne moremo umestiti pod Toyota brand. Mi bomo, kajti naš kratkoročen cilj ali pa, bom rekel, prednost, recimo pilota v Kočevju je, poimenovali smo ga Toyota Go Kočevje, je tudi promocija blagovne znamke Toyota, kajti v Kočevju ali pa v ruralnih področjih je tudi poslovni model, da imate vi vzdržnega trgovca z vozili, serviserja vozili, ne vem, car sharing, ni vzdržen poslovno, ne? In zato želimo s tem, porekli, tudi posledično promovirati našo blagovno znamko kot okoljevarstveno, kot sustainable blagovno znamko tudi na področju vasi.
Hvala lepa, zelo zanimiva razkava, debata, pa za konec vseeno. Kako pa vi vidite pametne vasi, pametne skupnosti v Sloveniji leta 2050?
Jaz mislim, da večina nas Slovencev bo živela na vaseh, kar je super. Imamo najlepše vasi v Evropi, tudi Slovenija kot država za živeti, vsi pravijo v penzijo, najlepši priti v Slovenijo, ne? Jaz si predvsem želim, da bo ta vasi dejansko omogočale ljudem kakovostno življenje in delati z vasi, ne samo dislocirano lokacijo, čudovito okolje, ne? Ampak že to v Kočevju bomo poskušali uvesti, se pravi prevoz otrok na popoldanske aktivnosti. Ob 3 popoldan noben starš ne more svojega otroka peljati na fuzbal, ne? Mi bomo probali to omogočiti in s tem vidimo dvig kvalitete življenja in s tem, s takimi malimi realizacijami verjamem, da leta 2050 bomo vsi želeli živeti na vaseh, ne več v mestih.
Hvala lepa za vaš čas, hvala lepa za vaše odgovore in srečno na vaši poti.
Hvala tudi vam.
Zavod Sopotniki izvaja brezplačne prevoze za starejše, pri čemer smo se fokusirali predvsem na starejše, ki živijo na podeželju. Zavod deluje že 7 let, več kot 7 let in je storitev aktivna v 16 slovenskih občinah in pomaga preko 3200 starejšim uporabnikom.
V bistvu je moja zgodba pri Sopotnikih samo nadaljevanje neke zgodbe prostovoljstva. Bil sem prostovoljni gasilec, aktiven. Zaradi bolezni, zaradi let pač to ni več mogoče in nekam se je bilo treba dati, da prideš med ljudi, da z njimi delaš, pomagaš in se s tem tudi izpolniš.
Ko smo pač zasnovali ta projekt, je bila naša želja, da v bistvu tudi tistim starejšim, ki živijo na podeželju, omogočimo dostop do storitev, ki so navadno v mestih. To se pravi dostop do trgovine, do zdravnika, do pošte, banke in podobno.
Vsak se nam nekaj pove. Včasih se stavimo kakšno zgodbo lepo, včasih smo tudi priča kakšnih čudnih stvari, malo potolažimo, malo ne, ampak na koncu dneva je ponavadi človek zadovoljen in vesel, da je nekomu nekaj pomagal.
Storitev se izvaja v partnerstvu z občinami in drugimi organizacijami, recimo centri za socialno delo, Rdečimi križi in pa tudi drugimi zavodi. Same prevoze pa upravljajo vozniki prostovoljci.
Včasih človek sliši pripombe od strani, da pač nekdo bogati da smo neumni, ker delamo to zastonj, ampak to mene čisto nič ne moti. Jaz svoje dam od sebe, kolikor upam in kolikor znam.
Da sem zadovoljna za te sopotnike, da so tu urihtali in naredili in da spoštujem Markota, da je to organiziral in vse njihove delavce in pisarniki so zelo prijazni in spoštljivi.
Tem nekako solidarnostnim modelom omogočamo, da je storitev finančno vzdržna in pa da je zato za same uporabnike, to se pravi za starejše, brezplačna.
In tudi ti, ki vozijo, strašno fejst ljudi, da ne morem se prehvaliti.
Ni mi žal tistega dneva, ko sem se prijavil s sopotnikom. V bistvu je sodu izbilo dno kriza, korona kriza, ko sem bil doma in je bila velika želja med ljudi prideti. Sopotniki so mi to omogočili tako z vožnjami, srečanji z ljudmi, s tem, da mi nudijo kakšno malico, kakšno srečanje, tudi na koncu vožnje pogovor s koordinatorko ali pa s tistim, ki mi pač prevzame ključe. Ogromno pomeni, ker nas imajo šoferja, izvajalce, za sebi enake.
Čeprav gre za socialno storitev, pa je v bistvu v ozadju zelo močna informacijska infrastruktura, ki smo jo v Zavodu Sopotniki razvili sami in v bistvu odgovarja tem našim potrebam. To se pravi, uporabljamo lasten sistem za beleženje rezervacij, pač glede na potrebe prevozov starejših. Potem imamo lastno razvito aplikacijo, ki na terenu pomaga prostovoljcem, da preprosto kličejo uporabnike ali pa odprejo navigacijo do mesta, kjer živijo oziroma kamor se odpravljajo.
Meni je zelo to všeč, da me pridejo iskat in da me pripeljajo in da so tako prijazni do vseh starejših ljudi.
With us, there is Silvia Cifre with us, the director of Bosch Smart Farming. And let's start with the first question. What are the biggest opportunities of Smart Villages concept?
Well, I think it's a huge opportunity because it's underlying the importance of the villages, of agriculture, and that is also giving, let's say, back to the farmer and to the people living in the village that they are important and they are recognized in society. So it's important for farmer and also for the people living there.
Okay, and you were talking about farming, but how can precision farming contribute to the objectives of the farm-to-fork strategy?
It can contribute very strongly. I mean, with the smart spraying solution, we are really completely changing the way of applying products. It's embedded in the concept of smart application or precision application in agriculture. And what we do with that is we apply the pesticides just where needed. So we are not applying a product over a whole field just where it needed, thus reducing strongly the use of herbicides or pesticides with a strong contribution to achieve the farm-to-fork targets.
Okay, and we had a political panel today about the smart villages, about the agenda, about this agenda. And what can politicians do to support the uptake of these new technologies?
So thank you for the question, because I think politicians can do a lot. I mean, when developing a new technology, when developing new concepts, I think it's even more important that politicians and industry and technology are working together. So I think it's very important, first, that they are aware about these technologies, they are really backing these technologies, and to say the truth also, that they are also financially supporting these technologies, so that the introduction is really sped up and the adoption of these new technologies are quicker than without, let's say, these financial supports.
Okay, and last question to end this short interview. What about the future of smart villages? How it will look like in, I don't know, 2050?
Well, I hope really completely different to now, because we have had this shift from villages to the cities, and it is not only demographic, it's also a kind of, let's say, vision or philosophy. And I hope that in 2050 it will completely change, that again the villages has the space also in the perception of the society that they should have already right now. So I envision really a much better balance between cities and villages, and a much stronger, let's say, tendency to go back to the villages and enjoy their balanced way of life.
Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
V podjetju Termodron vpeljujemo tehnologije dronov, satelitov in ostale sodobne tehnologije v vsakodnevne procese na kmetijah z namenom zmanjšati stroške pridelave, zmanjšati negativne učinke na okolje in povečati konkurenčnost kmetov. Na podlagi pridobljenih podatkov s pomočjo teh tehnologij pripravimo načrte za ciljno ukrepanje, kot je na primer za ciljno gnojenje in ciljno škropljenje, z namenom zmanjšanja porabe repromateriala, zmanjšanja negativnih vplivov na okolje in povečanje konkurenčnosti kmetov na trgu. Precizno kmetijstvo predstavlja pomemben del pametnih vasi in doprinos k varovanju okolja. Kot takšno zahteva različne oblike vzpodbud za vpeljavo v prakso, zato vzpodbujamo prizadevanje Evropske unije za razvoj pametnih vasi in ruralnih območij.
Lep pozdrav, z nami je Goran Šoster, ki nam bo osvetlil dogajanje na področju lasa in tudi glede na to, da se danes in v teh dneh Sloveniji nudijo predstavniki lasa Slovenije in Evropske unije. In bi mogoče kar kot prvo neko izhodiščno vprašanje, glede na to, da je toliko lasov na enem mestu in da ste obravnavali ta evropski kontekst razvoja podeželja in pametnih vasi, lahko morda izpostavite ključne sklepe ali usmeritve, ki ste jih s predstavniki dorekli oziroma identificirali na področju pametnih vasi oziroma pametnega podeželja?
Ja, v Sloveniji deluje 37 lokalnih akcijskih skupin, v evropskem merilu pa nekaj čez 3000 lokalnih akcijskih skupin in vse za Slovenijo lahko rečemo, da pokrivamo povsem ves slovenski teritorij podeželja. Tako da naš glas je pravzaprav glas ljudstva. Vemo, o čem govorimo, ko govorimo o pametnih vaseh imamo tudi že prve dobre primere pristopov k razvoju tega koncepta pametne vasi in lokalne akcijske skupine pravzaprav ponujamo orodje, s katerim lahko to platformo, ta koncept udejanimo v vsakodnevnem življenju. Včeraj se je srečalo 75 predstavnikov iz teh 37 lokalnih akcijskih skupin in ključna sporočila so bila usmerjena 3 evropskim skladom, ki seveda po liniji Bruselj-Ljubljana prihajajo kot v obliki različnih ukrepov na slovensko podeželje. Priporočilo Evropskemu kmetijskemu skladu je tole: nikar ne zmanjšujte obsega sredstev, ki je bil že do zdaj pravzaprav namenjen temu ukrepu, in ukrep se z konceptom pametnih vasi samo še širi, se pravi ukrep programa LIDER, ki temelji na 7 principih sodelovanja, partnerstva, odločanja od spodaj navzgor, participativne demokracije, sodelovanja, vključevanja 3 sektorjev, gospodarskega, civilnega in pa javnega sektorja. Vse to pravzaprav izvajamo že v Sloveniji in v Evropi precej časa. Letos slavimo 30 let od ustanovitve te metode, od upeljave te metode v evropsko politiko in v 30 letih se je LIDER pokazal kot izjemno uspešen program, saj združuje ukrepe, ki prihajajo od zgoraj navzdol v obliki finančnih spodbud in ideje, kako te finančne spodbude realizirati v smeri od spodaj navzgor. To se pravi, to je politika ali pa platforma, kjer se ta dva krogotoka skleneta na območju lokalnih akcijskih skupin. Kar se tiče pametnih vasi, lahko postrežemo z vrsto dobrih primerov, od tega, da smo že pričeli delati na prvih srebrnih vaseh. Koncept srebrne vasi je prišel z istim valom kot pametne vasi. V srebrnih vaseh gre za to, da omogočimo mlajšim starostnikom, da tako rečem, dostojno staranje. Se pravi, da ne naredimo prepada takoj, ko se pravi, dobijo zasluženo penzijo, zaključijo svojo delovno kariero in potem je takoj pred njimi prepad in vidijo potem samo še možnost izhoda v domu za ostarele, kjer pa pravzaprav postaja že, domovi za ostarele postajajo neke, ne smem reči hiralnice, ampak moram reči podaljšek bolnišnic, kjer se čedalje več ljudi oprijema seveda življenja, želimo jim kvalitetno zadnje obdobje, ampak vmes med tema obdobjama, med aktivnim delom državljana in pa med tistim zadnjim stadijem staranja je eno bogato še obdobje, za katerega v institucionalnem smislu nismo sploh ne poskrbeli, ne razmišljali, niti van usmerjali nobenih političnih ukrepov. In tukaj nastopi srebrna vas kot koncept, na kak način se pravzaprav z medsebojno, tudi medgeneracijsko pomočjo lahko oplemeniti to življenjsko obdobje, rečemo med 70 in 80 ali pa med 65 in 85, kakorkoli. Tukaj imamo lokalne akcijske skupine veliko za pokazati in tudi imamo idejo o tem, kako te ukrepe, za katere se želimo, da bi bili dobro finančno podprti, v praksi na podeželju izvajati.
Zdaj, omenili ste že konkretne primere dobrih praks in sicer torej srebrne vasi. Lahko morda dodate še kak primer, tudi za tiste, ki poznajo druga področja, morda turizem, morda prepletene s kmetijstvom.
Lahko vam postrežem s podatkom, da tudi Evropska komisija lansira v ta koncept pametnih vasi kar nekaj sredstev. Eden od evropskih projektov, ki je bil podprt, se imenuje Smart Rural 21. V tem projektu se je potegovalo 730 različnih vasi, ki so imele različne elemente tako imenovane platforme pametne vasi za, bi rekel, prestižno uvrstitev v top 15 oziroma kasneje je bilo top 21 vasi najboljših primerov dobre prakse v Evropi. Med temi je bilo tudi 15 slovenskih vasi, ki so izstopale po svojih dosežkih dosedanjih mi jim lahko rečemo, slovenske pametne vasi, in med temi 730 vasmi je bila ena iz Slovenije izbrana tudi v top 13 na evropski ravni. To je Šentviška planota iz lokalne akcijske skupine Dolina Soče, iz čisto drugega konca države, kot smo danes na tej konferenci. In ta vas oziroma planota, gre za skupek 3 vasi, lahko ponudi Evropi dober zgled medgeneracijskega sodelovanja. Izjemen angažma mlade generacije, ki želi soodločati in sooblikovati svojo prihodnost ne na dolg rok, ampak že takoj sedaj. In tukaj govorimo o vzpostavitvi medgeneracijskega centra, govorimo o oblikovanju nove stanovanjske cone, ki bo namenjena mladim, da lažje ostanejo ali da se lažje vrnejo na Šentviško planoto, ki velja za neko zares obrobno, v geografskem smislu obrobno ruralno območje. To je recimo en takšen primer, ki smo ga uspeli iz Slovenije pokazati Evropi in pokazati tudi, da imamo zelo dobre primere, od katerih se lahko tudi drugi učijo.
Pa mogoče še eno vprašanje, kar pomeni, veliko se pogovarjamo o pametnih skupnostih, pametnih vseh, pametnem podeželju. Vsi vemo, da je to neko področje, ki rabi veliko inputa, verjetno več kot samo mesto. Torej, pa me zanima, kako pa je s podporo evropskih sredstev tej agendi, temu konceptu pametnih vasi? Tudi mogoče naslednji perspektivi, tudi v skladu za okrevanje.
Pametne vasi žal zaenkrat še nimajo samostojne proračunske postavke, niti v evropskem proračunu, vsaj neke bistvene ne, niti v, kolikor vem, nobenem državnem proračunu, govorimo o EU27. V Sloveniji je čisto malo zmanjkalo, da bi to dobila, morda se še posreči to vendarle skozi kmetijski resor, čeprav to ni najbolj poklican resor, da bi finančno podpiral pametne vasi. Zakaj? Zaradi tega, ker pametne vasi so pravzaprav konglomerat ukrepov, ki targetirajo, ki ciljajo na dobrobit ljudi, ki živijo na podeželju. In dobrobit ljudi, ki živijo na podeželju, ni samo predmet kmetijskega ministrstva, ampak to je predmet medresornega razmisleka in pa tako kohezijske politike, kot tudi drugih politik, ki bi finančno morale prispevati v to platformo pametnih vasi. To se pravi, če napadamo kmetijsko ministrstvo, češ da ima premalo denarja za razvoj podeželja, je to samo deloma res in deloma prav. Napadati oziroma priklicati je treba k zdravi pameti druge resorje, ki imajo veliko denarja, ki ga razdelijo v različne ukrepe, da razmislijo tudi o tem, kako skrbi sociala za socialo na podeželje, kako zdravstvo za zdravje podeželjanov in tako naprej. Namreč ugotavljamo, da se dostopnost prebivalcev podeželja do storitev, ki so zlahka dostopne v mestih, če dalje bolj oddaljuje od podeželja, se pravi centri zdravstvene oskrbe, trgovine, prevozi, dosti različnih pripomočkov je, s katerimi si lajšamo življenje. Vse te storitve se odmikajo od podeželja, če dalje bolj v mesta, se koncentrirajo in to pomeni seveda, za temi storitvami bežijo tudi mlajše generacije. Če ne bomo pripeljali digitalnih kanalov, se pravi širokopasovnega omrežja, mobilnosti in vseh drugih dronov, robotov, vsega znanja, ki preplavlja mesta, tudi na podeželje in jih smiselno uporabili, potem bodo valovi modernizacije potopili podeželje. Tega se mogoče danes ne zavedamo, ampak v 30 letih je to čisto logična konsekvenca.
In ravno to je moje pa zadnjo in res hitro vprašanje, in sicer, kako pa vi vidite torej pametne vasi, pametno podeželje leta 2050? Mogoče res na kratko.
Ja, Slovenija se ponaša z enim zelo dobrim indikatorjem. To je v evropskem in tudi v svetovnem merilu smo država z enimi najmanj izpraznjenih vasi. Se pravi, izpraznjene vasi v Sloveniji lahko naštejemo s prsti ene roke. Želimo si, da v 30 letih tudi teh ne bo več, torej želimo si, vidimo vitalno podeželje, vidimo mlade ljudi na podeželju in vidimo srečne ljudi na podeželju, takšne, ki znajo sodelovati, ki se radi pogovarjajo s sosedi, ki radi sodelujejo s sosedi. To je naša vizija, naša želja. Če se bo uresničila, pa ne vem, koga moramo vprašati.
Hvala lepa, da imam počakal do 2050, do takrat pa najlepša hvala.
Vse dobro.
Hvala.
V letih od 2018 do konca leta 2020 smo v občini Krško v bistvu vozili projekt integrirane oskrbe v občini Krško Most.
V času pilotnega projekta dolgotrajne oskrbe v občini Krško smo v okviru enote za ohranjanje samostojnosti sodelovali fizioterapevt, delovna terapevtka, socialna delavka pa jaz kot kineziolog.
Z tem projektom smo iskali rešitve, kako preseliti storitve, ki so do zdaj bile pravzaprav samo v institucijah, kako jih preseliti v domače okolje, dejansko ponuditi ljudem v svojem okolju, kjer se počutijo varne.
Veste, ko si enkrat osebno vpleten v zgodbo, kjer pač eden od staršev ni več v popolnosti sposoben skrbeti sam zase, je pa še vedno čiste glave, se pravi pri polnem razumu, je težko sprejeti odločitev, da gre v dom.
V času samega projekta smo nudili pomoč čez 350 osebam v 2 letih.
Ko sem iskala rešitev, pomenil projekt Most res eno veliko olajšanje.
Moje delo v bistvu se je povezovalo skupaj z ostalimi strokovnjaki v enoti za ohranjanje samostojnosti. In za časa pilotnega projekta dolgotrajne oskrbe v občini Krško smo nekako nadgradili ali pa dopolnili že obstoječe storitve pomoči na domu.
To so ljudje, ki so strokovnjaki, ki se spoznajo na svojem področju in res nudijo, bom rekla, eno tako celovito oskrbo.
Stremimo k tem, da delamo celostno, da se v bistvu izvaja neka celostna obravnava. Tudi z ostalimi strokovnjaki sodelujemo na tem nivoju, da ima uporabnik, da je podprt z čim več storitvami in s vsebinami.
Tam so pač neke vsebine, ki te starostnike tudi potegnejo, ga motivirajo. On se še vedno lahko vklopi, kamor si želi. Če si pač ne želi, se bo umaknil v tisti svoj privatni prostor.
Sama pametna srebrna vas je sigurno nadgradnja projekta Most, ki se je pokazal kot potreben tudi v nadaljevanju. Zakaj? Kot sem že predtem povedala, soočamo se z preobremenjenostjo neformalnih oskrbovalcev, soočamo se pač z demografijo. Vse prevečkrat slišimo v javnosti o bremenu starejših. Mislim, da nobeden od nas ne želi biti breme družbe.
Otroci smo potem samo še nasmeh za starše, veste. Ni pa več tista briga tako velika.
Vsi bi morali imeti možnost, da nekako poiščemo neko pomoč in da otroci vstopajo v te odnose potem bistveno manj obremenjeno, kakor v teh časih.
Pametna srebrna vas, odlična varianta, ker vsi mi bomo tudi nekega dne stari in vsi mi bomo morali nekako preživeti jesen svojega življenja.
Z nami je Marko Zevnik iz Zavoda Sopotniki. Zelo veseli smo, da ste se nam danes pridružili. Pa mogoče eno tako začetno vprašanje. Torej, vaš pogled na koncept pametnih vasi, kaj dejansko rešuje ta koncept?
Lepo pozdravljeni. Mi v Zavodu Sopotniki verjamemo, da v koncept pametnih vasi spadajo rešitve, kot je naša. To se pravi rešitve, ki so nastale po principu bottom-up, to se pravi iz dejanskih potreb ljudi. Zavod Sopotniki se je odzval na problematiko dostopa do osnovnih storitev, ki je zelo pereč problem, sploh pri starejših, ki živijo na podeželju. In mi smo to naslovili na način, da smo jim omogočali brezplačne prevoze. In verjamemo, da je še polno takih segmentov življenja na podeželju, ki pa jih koncept pametnih vasi zelo smiselno poskuša nagovoriti.
Zdaj, veliko smo slišali o vaši storitvi brezplačnih prevozov za starejše. Lahko poveste o tem kaj več? Torej, že prej ste omenjali, kaj so storitve, kako nastajajo storitve bottom-up, pa mogoče so zgodbo, kako je dejansko ta Zavod Sopotniki sploh nastal in kako danes ta rešitev funkcionira?
Ja, Zavod Sopotniki zdaj deluje že več kot 7 let. Storitev je aktivna v 16 slovenskih občinah in v bistvu s prevozi pomaga preko 3200 starostnikom. Cela rešitev je v bistvu nastala kot, bom rekel, neka taka entuzijastična pobuda nas nekaj prijateljev in sicer jaz sem se po študiju preselil na podeželje, v območje Brkinov, službo imam v Ljubljani, dnevno potujem in hitro so sosedje, sovaščani prišli s prošnjami, če jim lahko kaj pripeljem na poti oziroma če jih lahko zapeljem do najbližjega zdravnika. In to je bil tisti moment, ko sem v bistvu videl, kako težko je živeti na vasi, kjer ni javnega prometa in so v bistvu ljudje praktično, mi smo začeli uporabljati izraz ujetniki svojih domov. Čakajo svojce, da jim pripeljajo tiste osnovne življenjske potrebščine oziroma njihovi otroci, vnuki morajo jemati dopust za to, da jih lahko peljajo k zdravniku. In takrat smo se s prijatelji rekli, da dajmo poskušati nekako pomagati. Smo vložili lastna sredstva, da smo kupili prvi avto. Od takrat je pa zgodba kar lepo se začela razvijati in zdaj to storitev izvajamo v partnerstvu z občinami in pa z drugimi organizacijami, centri za socialno delo, kot je primer tukaj v Krškem, pa Rdečimi križi in drugimi organizacijami.
Večkrat se v Sloveniji, sploh na slovenskem podeželju, pogovarjamo o tem, da je mobilnost eden največjih težav, tudi sami ste omenili s prispodobo, da so ljudje zaklenjeni v svoje domove. Kako pa vidite prihodnost mobilnosti v Sloveniji? A je to multimodalna mobilnost? Kaj je prihodnost? Kako rešiti to zagato z slabim javnim prometom?
Ja, mislim, mi vidimo, da en dober odgovor je to, kar v bistvu ponuja Zavod Sopotniki. Smo pa tukaj tudi kot partnerji s podjetjem Toyota Adria, ki pa razvija svojo rešitev prevozov na zahtevo, ki je po meri podeželja. To se pravi, skupaj razvijamo to platformo, ki bo omogočila v prvi vrsti dostop do recimo treningov za otroke, da ne bo več potrebno staršem voziti otrok na treninge, recimo tudi bo omogočala dostop do javnega potniškega prometa in to so tiste, kar smo mi poimenovali na nek način predefinirani prevozi, ko vemo, ob kateri uri mora biti potnik na določenem mestu. V vmesnem času, glede na razpoložljivost kapacitet, prevozi se bodo upravljali z več namenskimi kombiji, bomo pa lahko izvajali te res prevoze na zahtevo, to se pravi, bo potnik izbral, od kje želi kam po Ljubljani.
Hvala lepa za vse odgovore. Za konec še eno tako bolj futuristično vprašanje. Kako pa vi vidite pametne vasi leta 2050?
Danes je bilo že večkrat izpostavljeno in to je tudi tisto, kar je nam najbližje, da pač pametne vasi morajo bistveno upoštevati ta socialni vidik, to se pravi, da se človek dobro počuti v tem podeželskem okolju in da so rešitve v prvi vrsti ne samo tehnološke in napredne, ampak da so po meri človeka.
Najlepša hvala za vaš čas in hvala za vaše odgovore.
Hvala vam. Zavod Sopotniki izvaja brezplačne prevoze za starejše, pri čemer smo se fokusirali predvsem na starejše, ki živijo na podeželju. Zavod deluje že 7 let, več kot 7 let in je storitev aktivna v 16 slovenskih občinah in pomaga preko 3200 starejšim uporabnikom.
V bistvu je moja zgodba pri Sopotnikih samo nadaljevanje neke zgodbe prostovoljstva. Bil sem prostovoljni gasilec, aktiven. Zaradi bolezni, zaradi let pač to ni več mogoče in nekam se je bilo treba dati, da prideš med ljudi, da z njimi delaš, pomagaš in se s tem tudi izpolniš.
Ko smo pač zasnovali ta projekt, je bila naša želja, da v bistvu tudi tistim starejšim, ki živijo na podeželju, omogočimo dostop do storitev, ki so navadno v mestih. To se pravi dostop do trgovine, do zdravnika, do pošte, banke in podobno.
Vsak se nam nekaj pove. Včasih se stavimo kakšno zgodbo lepo, včasih smo tudi priča kakšnih čudnih stvari, malo potolažimo, malo ne, ampak na koncu dneva je ponavadi človek zadovoljen in vesel, da je nekomu nekaj pomagal.
Storitev se izvaja v partnerstvu z občinami in drugimi organizacijami, recimo centri za socialno delo, Rdečimi križi in pa tudi drugimi zavodi. Same prevoze pa upravljajo vozniki prostovoljci.
Včasih človek sliši pripombe od strani, da pač nekdo bogati, da smo neumni, ker delamo to zastonj, ampak to mene čisto nič ne moti. Jaz svoje dam od sebe, kolikor upam in kolikor znam.
Da sem zadovoljna za te sopotnike, da so tu urihtali in naredili in da spoštujem Markota, da je to organiziral in vse njihove delavce in pisarniki so zelo prijazni in spoštljivi.
Tem nekako solidarnostnim modelom omogočamo, da je storitev finančno vzdržna in pa da je zato za same uporabnike, to se pravi za starejše, brezplačna.
In tudi ti, ki vozijo, strašno fejst ljudi, da ne morem se prehvaliti.
Ni mi žal tistega dneva, ko sem se prijavil s Sopotnikom. V bistvu je sodu izbilo dno kriza, korona kriza, ko sem bil doma in je bila velika želja med ljudi prideti. Sopotniki so mi to omogočili, tako z vožnjami, srečanji z ljudmi, s tem, da mi nudijo kakšno malico, kakšno srečanje, tudi na koncu vožnje pogovor s koordinatorko ali pa s tistim, ki mi pač prevzame ključe. Ogromno pomeni, ker nas imajo šoferja, izvajalce, za sebi enake.
Čeprav gre za socialno storitev, pa je v bistvu v ozadju zelo močna informacijska infrastruktura, ki smo jo v Zavodu Sopotniki razvili sami in v bistvu odgovarja tem našim potrebam. To se pravi, uporabljamo lasten sistem za beleženje rezervacij, pač glede na potrebe prevozov starejših. Potem imamo lastno razvito aplikacijo, ki na terenu pomaga prostovoljcem, da preprosto kličejo uporabnike ali pa odprejo navigacijo do mesta, kjer živijo oziroma kamor se odpravljajo.
Meni je zelo to všeč, da me pridejo iskati in da me pripeljajo in da so tako prijazni do vseh starejših ljudi.
Račič iz Centra za podjetništvo in turizem Krško. Za vas imamo nekaj vprašanj in začnimo kar s prvim. Torej, kakšne priložnosti prinašajo pametne vasi za vaš Center za podjetništvo in turizem?
Ja, Center za podjetništvo in turizem se ukvarja s podjetništvom in turizmom in seveda obe panogi se tesno povezujeta tudi s pametnimi vasmi in pametnimi rešitvami, kajti turizma brez pametnih vasi ni, kajti potrebujemo urejene ceste in naseljena območja, ki so vabljiva za turiste, potem tudi digitalne rešitve, se pravi od električnih polnilnic do električnih koles, ki se jih gostje vse bolj poslužujejo, tako tudi našo destinacijo nekako pripravljamo za to, da je atraktivna za turiste, ki nas bodo v prihodnosti tudi obiskali.
Veliko ste izpostavljali pametne rešitve, tudi pametne rešitve, ki so vezane na sam turizem, pa me zanima, glede na to, da je tudi turizem zelo pomemben del pametnih vasi, pa me zanima, kaj pa so pametne rešitve, ki že imate v turizmu v Posavju?
Ja, pri nas se teh pametnih rešitev kar poslužujemo, imamo različne elemente, tudi v naravi, klopi, na katerih lahko polnimo telefone, potem tudi pametno javno razsvetljavo, različne digitalne rešitve za rezervacije, tudi naših kapacitet, tudi spletne rešitve na področju promocije. Veliko se poslužujemo tudi različnih medmrežij in promocijskih elementov, tako da vse, kar je na voljo, z veseljem uporabljamo.
Zdaj, danes smo na dogodku večkrat videli ali prebrali, torej Okusi Posavja, gradovi Posavja, nam lahko kaj več poveste o tej zgodbi?
Okusi Posavje so pametno sodelovanje vseh deležnikov na področju gastronomije, kajti mi smo regija, ki pridelamo več kot tretjino sadja in zelenjave v Sloveniji, po proizvodnji krompirja in jabolk smo celo prvi in to zelo cenijo naši gostinci in kuharski šefi, tako da smo se že pred 10 leti začeli povezovati v nekako eno skupino Okusi Posavja, ki smo jo v lanskem letu tudi uspešno registrirali blagovno znamko in pod to blagovno znamko sodeluje več kot 30 kmetij, gostincev, kuharjev in vinarjev in vsako leto prirejamo tudi festival Okusi Posavja meseca septembra, z današnjim dogodkom ga tudi zaključujemo, pod to blagovno znamko pa nekako najvišjo kvaliteto ponašamo v svet znotraj Slovenije in izven meja.
Hvala, morda še za konec eno takšno drzno vprašanje in sicer, kako pa vi vidite pametne vasi, kako bo izgledale leta 2050?
Ja, z mojega vidika si želimo, da bi imeli čim več manjših podjetij, se pravi takšnih, ki bi prinašale tudi pametne rešitve, razvijale pametne rešitve, kajti v Krškem imamo tudi podjetniški inkubator. Na področju turizma pa seveda, da imamo zasedene kapacitete, predvsem na podeželju in da se še kdo odloči, da se odloči za turizem, da tudi dobimo nove nastanitve in da lahko pokažemo turistom naše naravne lepote.
Najlepša hvala za vaš čas.
Hvala tudi vam.
Na ekološki kmetiji Kukenberger se ukvarjamo s prirejo ekološkega senenega mleka in tudi predelavo le-tega. S preusmeritvijo iz klasične konvencionalne kmetije smo pričeli nekje leta 2012, ko smo se v bistvu na nek način že odločili, da bomo naše izdelke ponudili kupcem oziroma svoje mleko predelovali in ga preko izdelkov ponudili kupcem. Ko smo začeli s prenavljanjem naše kmetije, so se začele tudi večje investicije, saj so bile stavbe in oprema na kmetiji dotrajane, sirarne nismo imeli, tako da smo v bistvu potrebovali precej kapitala, da smo vse to izpeljali. Že leta 2011, ko sem sam prevzel kmetijo, sem se zaposlil na lastni kmetiji in začel intenzivno z razvojem predelave mleka in prodaje direktno končnim kupcem oziroma po različnih prodajnih kanalih, tako s prodajo na domu, kot s prodajo javnim zavodom in tudi prodajo v trgovinah. Naša dejavnost se je širila in tako smo nekje v letu 2018 prišli na to, da mleko naših 22 krav v celoti predelamo sami oziroma ga prodamo direktno kot mleko ali pa kot mlečne izdelke. Do tu je bila kar težka pot, namreč morali smo posodobiti hlev, to je bila prva investicija, potem smo zgradili tudi novo sirarno, nakupili nekaj opreme in pri vseh teh investicijah smo si tudi pomagali z evropskimi sredstvi, ki lahko rečem so nam pomagala, da smo tu, kjer smo zdaj, vsaj nekaj let prej, kot pa če bi morali biti 100% odvisni od trga. Gre za to, da smo zelo majhna kmetija, še vedno, in ne moremo sami z lastnimi izdelki toliko zaslužiti, da bi lahko vse te investicije izpeljali v kratkem času z lastnimi sredstvi. V bistvu vse investicije smo speljali s pomočjo sredstev iz programa razvoja podeželja. Prijavili smo se na razpise in tudi večinoma uspešno. Moram reči, da smo bili s tem črpanjem sredstev zadovoljni, nismo imeli nikakršnih težav. Tudi ko smo imeli kontrole in tako naprej, smo prišli do zaključka, da če so zadeve narejene tako, kot so tudi predstavljene in tudi prijavljene, potem zadeva gre gladko skozi kontrolo in smo s črpanjem sredstev zadovoljni. Mislim, da so ta sredstva primerna za vse kmetije, ki želijo tudi v prihodnosti razvijati svojo dejavnost in iščejo dodaten kapital za svoje investicije.
Z nami je župan občine Krško, Miran Stanko. Zelo smo veseli, da nas gostite v vaši občini in tudi za začetek naše debate eno tako politično vprašanje. Kako vidite oziroma kako pomembne so pametne vasi v občini Krško, kako vidite tudi to samo agendo, torej da se podeželje digitalizira? Koliko je to pomembno za samo občino?
No, digitalizacija vasi je pravzaprav eden izmed odgovorov na izziv, ki je pravzaprav v tem, da se vasi počasi praznijo. Skratka, zmanjšuje se število prebivalstva v vseh in se povečuje pritisk na mesta. Kot smo slišali, danes je ponekje v Evropi že približno samo 30% prebivalcev, ki živijo v vaseh, na 80% površin. Skratka, koncentracija prebivalstva ni enakomerna. Seveda razlogi so različni, predvsem je to lov za delom oziroma iskanje dela in po drugi strani tudi večja prijetnost ali pa večja udobnost življenja v mestu. Na nek način imaš vse pri rokah, seveda pa tudi internet in vse ostalo, kar je tam na voljo. Zato je ta izziv digitalizacije in ustvarjanja pametnih vasi je pravzaprav odgovor na ta izziv. Kako vrniti oziroma povzdigniti življenje na vasi v tistem segmentu, ki je sicer eminenten mestom. Se pravi, dostop do interneta, dostop do določenih vsebin, ki so sicer značilne za mesto. Po drugi strani pa seveda so na vasi tudi mnoge prednosti, predvsem, če lahko rečem, recimo prijetno okolje, praktično pred pragom imaš zelenje, svež zrak, nenazadnje tišina, mir in tako naprej. Vse to, kar je pravzaprav potrebno za neko prijetno, normalno življenje. Tako da digitalne oziroma pametne vasi so pravzaprav odgovor na ta izziv, kako to dvoje združiti.
Hvala lepa. Absolutno je tudi občina Krško med tistimi najbolj digitalno naprednimi občinami v Sloveniji. Vem, da ste se tudi prijavljali na razpis Ministrstva za javno upravo na tem področju. Pa me zanima tudi sicer, lahko izpostavite kakšne dobre prakse, torej pametnih rešitev, ki so jih tudi prebivalci sprejeli za svoje?
No, vsekakor je projekt, ki teče že kar veliko let, to je projekt gradnje širokopasovnega omrežja, ki je bil na začetku iniciiran skozi sredstva Evropske unije, približno 6 milijonov evrov. No, za tistim pa je seveda občina sama še vsaj enkrat toliko denarja prispevala za gradnjo celotnega omrežja, ki še tudi danes ni v celoti dokončano. Gre za precej veliko področje, ki ga pokriva naša občina, to je tam nekih 280 kvadratnih kilometrov z 158 naselji. Zato je potrebno veliko vlaganj v celotno omrežje, ampak do zdaj smo uspeli zgraditi že preko 500 kilometrov optičnih povezav. Seveda je pa, še kar dosti tega pred nami. To je recimo tak pozitiven odziv, ki je sedaj v tej času, te krize, pravzaprav zelo dobrodošel, ker imajo ljudje te povezave, lahko delajo recimo od doma, govorim predvsem v šoli in v drugih, ki vsi se pač ne ukvarjajo s kmetijstvom.
Pa za konec še morda eno tako futuristično vprašanje in sicer, kako pa vi vidite, glede na to, da ste župani, imate kar nekaj izkušenj, kako pa vi vidite pametno vas leta 2050, mogoče malo futuristično?
No, sicer je težko to oceno dati, ker se danes v času digitalizacije, v času hitrega tempa razvoja, zadeve hitro spreminjajo, tudi te parametri, na katerih lahko neko oceno dajemo, se spreminjajo, torej vrednote in marsikaj drugega. Ampak kljub temu, predvsem vidim v tem, da bodo vasi bolj živahne, da bodo ostale tam mlade družine. Vasi se že danes lepo urejajo, bodo še bolj urejene, praktično bodo zelo podobne po ureditvi mestom. Seveda bodo pa po drugi strani tudi tiste vsebine, ki so bolj značilne za mesta, bodo tudi v vaseh. Pa naj si bodo to kolesarske steze, naj si bo to rekreacijske površine, vse ostalo. Tudi kmečko življenje ni samo delo na njivi, delo v gozdu ali vinogradu, ampak je to tudi rekreacija, potem je to tudi neko kulturno življenje, še marsikaj drugega. Skratka, razvoj do leta 50 vidim kot evolucijo, ne pa kot revolucijo.
Najlepša hvala za vaš čas.
V letih od 2018 do konca leta 2020 smo v občini Krško v bistvu vozili projekt integrirane oskrbe v občini Krško Most.
V času pilotnega projekta dolgotrajne oskrbe v občini Krško smo v okviru enote za ohranjanje samostojnosti sodelovali fizioterapevt, delovna terapevtka, socialna delavka pa jaz kot kineziolog.
Z tem projektom smo iskali rešitve, kako preseliti storitve, ki so do zdaj bile pravzaprav samo v institucijah, kako jih preseliti v domače okolje, dejansko ponuditi ljudem v svojem okolju, kjer se počutijo varne.
Veste, ko si enkrat osebno vpleten v zgodbo, kjer pač eden od staršev ni več v popolnosti sposoben skrbeti sam zase, je pa še vedno čiste glave, se pravi pri polnem razumu, je težko sprejeti odločitev, da gre v dom.
V času samega projekta smo nudili pomoč čez 350 osebam v 2 letih.
Ko sem iskala rešitev, pomenil projekt Most res eno veliko olajšanje.
Moje delo v bistvu se je povezovalo skupaj z ostalimi strokovnjaki v enoti za ohranjanje samostojnosti. In za časa pilotnega projekta dolgotrajne oskrbe v občini Krško smo nekako nadgradili ali pa dopolnili že obstoječe storitve pomoči na domu.
To so ljudje, ki so strokovnjaki, ki se spoznajo na svojem področju in res nudijo, bom rekla, eno tako celovito oskrbo.
Stremimo k tem, da delamo celostno, da se v bistvu izvaja neka celostna obravnava. Tudi z ostalimi strokovnjaki sodelujemo na tem nivoju, da ima uporabnik, da je podprt z čim več storitvami in s vsebinami.
Tam so pač neke vsebine, ki te starostnike tudi potegnejo, ga motivirajo. On se še vedno lahko vklopi, kamor si želi. Če si pač ne želi, se bo umaknil v tisti svoj privatni prostor.
Sama pametna srebrna vas je sigurno nadgradnja projekta Most, ki se je pokazal kot potreben tudi v nadaljevanju. Zakaj? Kot sem že predtem povedala, soočamo se z preobremenjenostjo neformalnih oskrbovalcev, soočamo se pač z demografijo. Vse prevečkrat slišimo v javnosti o bremenu starejših. Mislim, da nobeden od nas ne želi biti breme družbe.
Otroci smo potem samo še nasmeh za starše, veste. Ni pa več tista briga tako velika.
Vsi bi morali imeti možnost, da nekako poiščemo neko pomoč in da otroci vstopajo v te odnose potem bistveno manj obremenjeno, kakor v teh časih.
Pametna srebrna vas, odlična varianta, ker vsi mi bomo tudi nekega dne stari in vsi mi bomo morali nekako preživeti jesen svojega življenja.
Z nami je Janja Jordan, predsednica LAS Posavje in višja svetovalka za evropska sredstva na občini Krško. In bi kar začeli s vprašanji, zakaj se lokalne akcijske skupine odločate za projekte na temo pametnih vasi? Kaj je ključni razlog teh projektov?
Sprva v bistvu lokalne akcijske skupine, ki dejansko izvajamo pristop ne od zgoraj navzdol, ampak od spodaj navzgor, kar se nam zdi seveda izrednega pomena, kajti to je materija, ki je dejansko v okolju, tako da izhajamo iz potreb okolja. Se pravi, obstoječe stanje, kar slovenskega podeželja, naredili smo seveda tudi različne analize in ugotovili, da se prebivalstvo se torej stara na podeželju, mladi odhajajo iz podeželja, zelo veliko je potrebnega medgeneracijskega povezovanja, primanjkljaj ogromnih nekih storitev, programov na podeželju, ki dejansko so sedaj samo v mestih. Potrebuje se tudi dolgotrajna oskrba, se pravi, to so neke teme, neko obstoječo stanje podeželja, kateri so nas privedle do tega, da začnemo s temi temami seveda tudi delati. Tako da veliko projektov je seveda nastalo že v zdajšnji finančni perspektivi, veliko na temo pametnih vasi.
Poudarjate potrebo po pametnih vaseh, potrebo po razvoju ali pa digitalnem razvoju podeželja. Naštevali ste že mogoče neka področja, pa če gremo globlje v to, torej katera področja so zajeta v vaših projektih in mogoče lahko izpostavite kakšno izmed pametnih rešitev, ki jo že izvajate oziroma pripravljate.
Ne nazadnje je tako, se pravi, če si mogoče pogledam malo, katere dobre prakse smo do sedaj izvajali in jih dejansko izvajamo preko lokalnih akcijskih skupin celotne Slovenije, so to seveda zelo različna področja in so medsektorsko res nujno se morajo povezovati. To so seveda poleg kmetijstva definitivno tudi mobilnost, dolgotrajna oskrba, turizem, medgeneracijsko povezovanje in pa seveda tudi izobraževanje. Se pravi, en kup področji, ki so nujno, da se povezujejo in daleč od tega, da podeželje potrebuje samo kmetijski sektor, nikakor ne, se pravi, potrebuje vse sektorje. In če mogoče izpostavim različne pametne rešitve, ki smo jih imeli preko primerov dobrih praks, predvsem izobraževanja, opismenjevanja starejših je nujnega pomena na podeželju, pa mogoče tudi ne samo starejših, ampak tudi drugih ranljivih skupin na podeželju. Naslednja dobra praksa je na primer ureditev gospodinjskih skupnosti na vasi za starejše, ki dejansko rezultirajo manjše skupnosti v povezavi tudi v bivanju z mlajšimi. In pa različne programe. Razvili smo različne programe in storitve, ki so mogoče tudi izumrle na podeželju in jih sedaj nekako oživljamo, seveda brez tehnologije pa nikakor ne moremo teh stvari ohraniti in pa da postanejo seveda še naprej razvite.
Veliko govorimo o pomenu razvoja podeželja, o različnih projektih digitalizacije, vendarle pa vemo, da so za vse to potrebna tudi zajetna finančna sredstva. Pa me zanima, tudi o sami temi pametnih vasi je bilo ogromno povedanih, ampak koliko projektov pametnih vasi, pa v končni fazi tudi, koliko bo dejansko finančna perspektiva omogočala prihodnosti, pa lahko pričakujemo?
Takole, jaz bom predvsem izpostavila CLLD in pa leader approach, se pravi, to je ta pristop, kot sem ga že omenila, od spodaj navzgor. To je pravzaprav pristop, ki na temo pametnih vasi in seveda tudi druge teme zelo poudarja. Moram reči, da v sedanji finančni perspektivi smo imeli na voljo 3 sklade. Evropski kmetijski sklad za razvoj podeželja, Evropski regionalni sklad in pa Evropski sklad za pomorstvo in ribištvo v nekaterih lokalnih akcijskih skupinah, ne vseh. In zelo smo veseli, da bomo v to finančno perspektivo pridobili tudi Evropski socialni sklad, kar pomeni, da je nujen seveda za podeželje, se pravi kmetijski, socialni sta v bistvu in pa tudi seveda ribiški sklad se tiste, ki bomo kombinirali, da bomo podeželje res postalo takšno, kot si ga želimo in da bo kakovost dejansko podeželju višja, kot je sedaj.
Hvala lepa za ta odgovor, pa za konec še eno tako futuristično vprašanje. Kako si pa vi predstavljate pametno podeželje, pametne vasi leta 2050?
Mogoče zaradi tega, ker imam tudi že kar nekaj izkušenj v svojem življenju, bi rekla tako. Mi se moramo dejansko vrniti v preteklost. Kajti v preteklosti je bilo podeželje poseljeno, je bilo aktivno, se pravi tako za starejšimi, tako za mlajšimi. Ampak vse te vere, ki nam jih omogoča dejansko okolje, pa potrebuje to tehnologijo, se pravi ta novi svet, ki ga moramo izkoristiti sebi v prid. Se pravi, govorimo dejansko o kombinaciji preteklosti, sedanjosti in prihodnosti in če vse to skupaj povežemo, jaz mislim, da smo najboljši kombinaciji, da seveda podeželje dejansko ostane poseljeno in pa ne samo za danes, ampak tudi za jutri.
Smo mešana turistična kmetija z nazivom Domačija Firbas, kjer že od samega začetka poskušamo klasično kmetijo z doživetjem predstaviti našim gostom, ki prihajajo z celotnega sveta. Tako jim ponujamo preproste stvari, ki pri nas rastejo, od zelenjava, sadja in tako naprej. Gostje vedno bolj cenijo, iščejo v tem vrvežu to preprostost, te enostavne zgodbe, ki jih piše naša kmetija. Da nadgradimo storitve sodobnemu času, pa smo hoteli naše inovativne stvari izboljšati z dodatnimi aktivnostmi in zato smo tudi porabili različna sredstva. Pri nas lahko si sposodite električna kolesa, potem smo obnovili hišo, ki je za nami, da lahko prišparamo pri energiji. Potem smo obnovili hlev, ki je v celoti namenjen živalim, da se lahko 24 ur na dan gibljajo v vseh vremenskih pogojih. Poskušamo klasičnemu gostu, ki išče doživetje in počitek na podeželju, čim bolj predstaviti, da podeželje ni samoumevno, ampak da vsak potrebuje počitnice na kmetiji. Cilj črpanja sredstev je bil predvsem, da lahko sedaj v tem času, hitrem tempu, tudi sami s pomočjo inovativnosti izboljšamo pogoje na kmetiji. Tako smo obnovili hlev, ki je v celoti lesen. Tako smo energetsko obnovili hišo, da lahko privarčujemo pri ogrevanju. To sta samo dva izmed dveh ciljev, katerih smo želeli izpolniti. Glavni cilj pa je, da zaradi tega, da bomo imeli te stvari boljše, se lahko posvetimo drugim storitvam. Tako kot na naši kmetiji smo specializirani za doživetja na kmetiji, da pridejo ljudje k nam na počitnice in tukaj želimo to črpanje sredstev predvsem izkoristiti za napredek, za inovativne rešitve, da bojo lahko gostje doživeli več.
In tudi za vas prvo vprašanje, mogoče malo širše, in sicer, kako vidite največje prednosti, ki jih prinaša koncept pametnih vasi?
Ja, lep pozdrav. Koncept pametnih vasi je v bistvu zelo, zelo pameten koncept, če tako rečem. Namreč vemo, da v Sloveniji živi več kot 50% prebivalstva na vasih, v vaseh na podeželju, v Evropi pa bistveno manj. Namreč, kar si želimo s pametnimi vasmi je, da nekje ljudje ostajajo, saj vemo, da je na vaseh nekako boljša kakovost življenja, seveda pa potrebuje vasi tudi določeno infrastrukturo, da ljudje lahko tam obstanejo. Ena pomembnih stvari je tudi seveda energetika. Namreč vemo, da v preteklosti so bile vasi so bile samozadostne. So imele hrano in tudi svojo energetiko, les. Potem se je to skozi čas spremenilo, so postale zelo odvisne od nafte in telekomunikacij, od digitalizacije in tako naprej, kar seveda in tudi od energije, če tako rečem. Sedaj pa prihajamo v to obdobje, da lahko spet vasi so pametne tudi na področju energije, da proizvajajo električno energijo najprej same zase, postanejo samozadostne, in potem seveda lahko tudi svoje presežke dajo v mesta, ki jih obkrožajo. Tako da v bistvu naš koncept je, gledamo vasi, da so pomemben delež tudi prispevajo pri podnebni nevtralnosti. Najprej morajo biti same tudi podnebno nevtralne in potem lahko tudi pomagajo ostalim delom mesta, države in seveda na koncu tudi cele Evrope, da postane prvi podnebno nevtralni kontinent.
Začeli ste že z potrebo po energentih in v bistvu takoj konkretno vprašanje. Vaše podjetje Sam Contract je v tem smislu drugačno. In sicer, kako se energetska tržnica vaša razlikuje od klasičnega energetskega trgovanja, kot ga sicer poznamo danes?
Tako, Sam Contract je v bistvu prva energetska tržnica, bom rekel, na drobno na svetu. Namreč doslej smo poznali, še vedno poznamo trgovanje na debelo, to je že nekaj časa, odkar je Evropska unija liberalizirala trg, je poznano, ni pa tega, da bi lahko aktivirali vsakega posameznika, da se aktivira, da pristopi na tržnico in da tudi sam prispeva k temu, da se čim več energije proizvede z obnovljivih virov in se tudi porabi, predvsem lokalno. Namreč sam kontrakt je v bistvu prva energetska tržnica, ki je to zagotovila, da se lahko vsak uporabnik električne energije in vsak proizvajalec električne energije iz obnovljivih virov srečata, se dogovorita za ceno sama, brez posrednikov in na tak način oba promovirata obnovljive vire in porabljata električno energijo čisto in predvsem lokalno.
Na nek način ste že govorili, kaj pravzaprav ponujete uporabnikov, na nek način zagotavljate s tem potem tudi individualno in seveda skupnostno samoskrbo, če sem vas prav.
Tako, cilj Sun Contracta in cele skupine Sonce, ki je lastnik tudi Sun Contracta, je, da praktično vse naše porabnike električne energije, to smo praktično vsi, na rezidenčnem nivoju, na poslovnem ali pa industrijskem nivoju, konvertiramo v samozadostne, v čim večji meri ali 100% ali celo več. Namreč to je naš cilj. Sun Contract je v bistvu digitalna platforma, ki temelji na blockchainu, ki omogoča, da uporabniki lahko sami trgujejo, kot sem že podejal, hkrati pa omogoča tudi to, da se lahko vsaka individualna stranka omogoči, da porablja električno energijo in svoje presežke tudi prenaša recimo drugim uporabnikom kjerkoli zaenkrat znotraj Slovenije. Torej, omogočamo svojo digitalno platformo, fleksibilnost, da presežki električne energije ne grejo v nič, ampak da se lahko porabijo kjerkoli. To je na področju individualne samoskrbe, na področju skupnostne samoskrbe, kar je pa neka nova stvar tudi v Sloveniji, pa Sun Contract tržnica podpira cele skupnostne, cele vasi, da postanejo samooskrbne in da se praktično ljudje sami razdelijo električno energijo, ki jo lokalno proizvedejo, vsak po nekem procentu po deležu. Na tak način smo odprli že prvo 100% samooskrbno vas za vrate v občini Radeče, kjer se je pač vseh 6 hiš, ki aktivno uporabljajo električno energijo, vključilo v to samooskrbno skupnost in so postali 100% samooskrbni.
Zdaj, omenili ste, da se zadeva uporablja v Sloveniji, da je dejansko se že širi. Kaj pa uporaba izven meja, mednarodno?
Tako, Sun Contract je nekako pripravljen tudi za širitev v druge evropske države, kjer se lahko ta koncept, ki se je v Sloveniji prijel, v Sloveniji to deluje že 3 leta, tržnica nekako razširi tudi čez meje v druge države in tudi čezmejno. Nekako naš cilj je, da uporabnik recimo iz Finske ali Nemčije lahko direktno izmenja električno energijo, naredi pogodbo preko blockchaina tudi z nekom iz Slovenije, iz Italije recimo in na nek način odpremo in aktiviramo vse uporabnike, da pridejo na obnovljive vire.
Veliko smo govorili o preteklosti, veliko smo govorili tudi o prihodnosti vsega skupaj. Kako pa vi vidite koncept pametnih vasi, mogoče malo futuristično, rečemo leta 2050?
Ja, rekel sem zelo vesel to vprašanje, namreč jaz vidim pametne vasi bistveno bolj pametne, kot so danes. To pomeni, da bo ta infrastruktura na vaseh nekako se dosti približala mestom in da bo svoj potencial, svoje prednosti bojo še posebej izpostavile. Ker pa se ukvarjamo z energetiko, bom mogoče malo bolj v tem delu osvetljiv. Jaz mislim, da bomo do leta 2050 vse vasi, vse strehe pokrili s fotovoltaiko, tam, ko je veter, postavili veterne elektrarne, nadgradili infrastrukturo energetsko, da bomo lahko električno energijo, ki jo bo v presežkih prepeljali tudi v mesta, pokrili tudi nekatera, rečemo, manj pomembna ali pa malo manj kvalitetna zemljišča in tudi tam postavili energetske naprave in bistveno pripomogli evropskemu kontinentu, da postane podnebno nevtralen leta 2050, kar je tudi cilj.
Najlepša hvala.
Sem Paldov Igor in prihajam iz podeželja ob reki Muri, iz vasi Vučja vas, občina Križevci pri Ljutomeru. Imamo ekološko kmetijo, na kateri se ukvarjamo z pridelavo in s predelavo hrane. V bistvu imamo prašiče in kokošje nesnice od živali. Naše živali se veliko gibajo, saj je gibanje edino tisto, kar nam daje kakovostne izdelke. Na naši ekološki kmetiji predelujemo različna žita, v kosmiče, v moke, zdrobe, testenine. V bistvu imamo svoj mlin na kamen, s katerim meljemo moke, tako da so moke pri nas vedno sveže. Imamo razne oljnice, katere predelujemo v olja, tudi hladno stiskane, kot na primer iz buč, iz sončnic, iz lana, iz konoplje in še več se najde. Živali, katere imamo na kmetiji, predelujemo v mesne izdelke, to so razne suhomeznati izdelki, tradicionalna prleška tunka, potem še razni drugi mesni izdelki, kokošje nesnice, imamo sveže jajčka, ekološka. Zdaj tukaj pa se nahajamo v trgovinici, kjer v bistvu imamo te naše izdelke in izdelke od lokalnih kmetij, s katerimi smo povezani in sodelujemo. Tako je v bistvu mogoče dobiti pri nas en širok nabor izdelkov od lokalnih kmetij, ekoloških ponudnikov. Povezovanje samo, ki je osrednji aspekt mojega prizadevanja, prinaša ogromno pozitivnih učinkov na socialno okolje in udejstvovanje posameznih sodelujočih v različnih socialnih združbah. Slovenija je majhna dežela in brez povezovanja si težko uspešen.
Z nami Sergej Krajnc z podjetja Termodrom. Pa tudi za vas začetno širše vprašanje. Torej, kako razumete koncept pametnih vasi?
Lepo pozdravljeni. Jaz osebno razumem koncept pametnih vasi kot ideologijo oziroma kot inicijativo, da pripravimo podeželje bolj privlačno za mlade generacije, da se zadržujejo več na podeželju in da se odločajo tudi za profesionalno ukvarjanje s kmetijstvom in ostalimi dejavnostmi, ki so prisotni na podeželju. Seveda je zato potrebno poskrbeti za pravilno infrastrukturo, vsaj osnovno, da se potem mladi res odločajo, da ostanejo na podeželju.
Torej, poleg razumevanja koncepta, kako pa zdaj vaše podjetje in vaše delovanje ogromno delate na tem področju, kako pa vi kot podjetje doprinašate na tem področju, kakšne izzive rešujete?
Ena izmed pomembnih stvari v konceptu pametnih vasi je tudi kmetijstvo. Naše podjetje deluje na področju pametnega, preciznega kmetijstva. Tako vpeljujemo tehnologije dronov, satelitov in ostalih sodobnih tehnologij v vsakodnevne procese na kmetijah, z namenom, da zmanjšamo porabo repromateriala, zmanjšamo stroške končnim kmetovalcem, zmanjšamo negativne vplive na okolje in seveda pod črto, da pomagamo kmetovalcem doseči večjo konkurenčnost na trgu.
Pa ste že na nek način načeli, kaj pa je v bistvu ta ključna rešitev, ki jo ponujate slovenskemu okolju, kmetijstvu, seveda tudi mednarodno?
Ja, se pravi, z novimi tehnologijami, posebej sateliti in droni, nekako priskrbimo pregled stanja nad pridelkom. Na podlagi teh posnetkov potem lahko opazimo razlike v rasti pridelka, ki so lahko prisotne zaradi različnih vzrokov, kot so recimo zaradi napada bolezni, škodljivcev, potem pomanjkanje hranil v tleh, pomanjkanje vode ali česarkoli drugega. Na podlagi teh podatkov se potem s kmetovalcem posvetujemo, naredimo različne dodatne verifikacije na terenu in na podlagi tega pripravimo potem ciljne ukrepe. Ciljni ukrepi pa se izvajajo pozneje za faze dognojevanj, za osnovna gnojenja, potem tudi za ciljno žetev, za ciljno škropljenje s pesticidi, ciljna vzorčenja, da se res pridobi najboljše oziroma podatek o tem, v kakšnem stanju je posamezna parcela, v kakšnem stanju je posamezen pridelek in se aplicira točno toliko repromaterijala, se pravi pesticidov in pa mineralnih gnojil, kot je potrebno, nič več in nič manj. S tem seveda, kot sem že prej omenil, poskrbimo za okolje, zmanjšamo stroške kmetovalcu in pod črto tudi pripomoremo k temu, da pridelajo kmetovalci kakovostnejšo hrano.
Hvala lepa za odgovor. Verjamem, da bo vaše podjetje ogromno prineslo na področju pametnih vasi v Sloveniji in seveda tudi v Evropi. Pa vas za konec sprašujem eno tako futuristično vprašanje. Kako pa vi vidite, da bo izgledale pametne vasi leta 2050?
Če povem najprej svoje osebno videnje v letu 2050, bolj ozkogledno glede preciznega pametnega kmetijstva, je moje osebne mnenje, da se bo pojavljalo čedalje več robotizacije v kmetijstvu, se pravi, čedalje več bodo roboti izvajali določena opravila, ki so trenutno delo človeških rok. Zaradi različnih razlogov, zaradi stroškovnih vidikov, zaradi velikega problema manjka delovne sile. Širše gledano pa mislim, da bomo skupaj z nekako pobudo Evropske unije vseeno dosegli to, da se bodo mlajši odločali za to, da ostajajo na podeželju in da bo tudi populacija na deželju večja in to je to.
Najlepša hvala za vaš čas, hvala za vaše ideje in rešitve ter seveda srečno prihodnosti.
V podjetju Termodron vpeljujemo tehnologije dronov, satelitov in ostale sodobne tehnologije v vsakodnevne procese na kmetijah z namenom zmanjšati stroške pridelave, zmanjšati negativne učinke na okolje in povečati konkurenčnost kmetov. Na podlagi pridobljenih podatkov s pomočjo teh tehnologij pripravimo načrte za ciljno ukrepanje, kot je na primer za ciljno gnojenje in ciljno škropljenje, z namenom zmanjšanja porabe repromaterijala, zmanjšanja negativnih vplivov na okolje in povečanje konkurenčnosti kmetov na trgu. Precizno kmetijstvo predstavlja pomemben del pametnih vasi in doprinos k varovanju okolja. Kot takšno zahteva različne oblike vzpodbud za vpeljavo v prakso, zato vzpodbujamo prizadevanje Evropske unije za razvoj pametnih vasi in ruralnih območij.
Z nami je Peter Postatičnik iz Telekoma Slovenije, ki nam bo predstavil aktivnosti Telekoma na tem področju in še podrobneje e-oskrbo. Pa morda kar za začetek eno tako splošno in sicer malo širše vprašanje. Kakšen je vaš pogled na koncept pametnih vasi in tudi rečemo področja, ki jih rečemo Telekom, tudi širše pokriva?
Koncept pametnih vasi je vsekakor nujen koncept, ki ga bo potrebno čim prej v praksi uvesti v življenje oziroma te storitve, ki jih potrebujejo vaščani, jim omogočiti te pametne storitve. In sestavni del teh pametnih storitev, ki jih potrebujejo vaščani, so tudi storitve, socialne storitve, zdravstvene storitve, ker vemo, da dlje kot si od mesta, včasih je tudi potem težja dostopnost do storitev, pravočasna dostopnost do zdravstvenih storitev, socialnih storitev in tukaj vsekakor te pametne storitve oskrbe in storitve telemedicine močno izboljšujejo dostopnost do teh storitev vsem.
Ok, zdaj predvsej ste govorili torej o teh zdravstvenih, socialnih storitvah, ki so zelo pomembne, sploh na podeželju, ker vemo, da so slabo povezane, so daleč od mesta stran. Kaj pa mogoče tale projekt, ki je zelo odmeven, torej vaša Telekomova e-oskrba in zakaj je to pomembno?
E-oskrba žal v Sloveniji, kjer še ni sistemsko uvedena, umre na leto zaradi posledic padcev več kot 600 ljudi. In zelo veliko teh starejših ljudi, ki živijo sami na domu, umre zato, ker ko padejo, predolgo čakajo na pomoč ali ko doživijo možgansko kap. V povprečju čakajo oziroma so pred COVID epidemijo čakali več kot 18 ur. Sedaj verjetno čakajo še več. In v državah, kjer imajo nacionalno uvedeno e-oskrbo, se pravi to storitev, da je dostopna vsem, ki jo potrebujejo, so ti časi čakanja na pomoč bistveno manjši in bistveno manj ljudi na milijon prebivalcev umre, kakor pa pri nas, ko jih umre nekje okrog 300 prebivalcev na milijon ljudi vsako leto zaradi posledic padcev oziroma predolgega čakanja na pomoč.
Ok, pa mogoče še gremo globje, kar se tiče same te storitve. In sicer, kako sploh zadeva deluje? Tudi mogoče kakšne so dosedanje izkušnje in ne nazadnje tudi odzivi ljudi, ljudje to uporabljajo?
Ja. To je ta naprava, to je IKT naprava, neka naprava podobna telefonu, ki je povezana tudi z daljincem, detektorjem padca in naprimer oskrbovanec nosi to in če pade, lahko detektor sam zazna padec oziroma če pritisne na ta gumb, potem se avtomatsko sproži klic do asistenčnega centra, kjer je medicinsko osebje, ki takoj preveri, kaj je narobe z oskrbovancem. In v primeru, recimo, da se oskrbovanec ne oglasi, da je ga možganska kap ali pa kaj take, takoj pošlje rešilca oziroma nujno pomoč 112, organizira to pomoč in je v stiku, dokler ne pride reševalci, ne ugotovijo in ne odpeljejo tega oskrbovanca v bolnišnico oziroma ga pravilno ne oskrbijo. Če se pa nekdo recimo samo zasedi ali da mu samo spodrsne, da ni hude poškodbe, pa takoj pokličejo svojce, sosede in so tudi z njim tako dolgo, dokler ga nekdo ne pobere, ne oskrbi in s to hitro pomočjo, ko je nekdo rabi, se lahko izognemo mnogim zapletom, se lahko izognemo tudi mnogim podhladitvam, recimo, če nekdo pade in 2-3 dni leži na ploščicah, ne umre potem zaradi zlomljenega kolka, ampak ko ga najde, umre zaradi pljučnice. In to je tisto, kar omogoča starejšim ljudem, invalidom, kroničnim bolnikom daljše, bolj varno bivanje na svojem domu in dostikrat lahko odmakne ta nujen odhod v dom za starejše, ko nekdo pade in ni imel te pomoči, se boji biti sam, ga lahko za par let odloži, kar pa je tudi z vidika rabe teh omejenih virov socialnega in zdravstvenega varstva zelo pomembno, saj država tu veliko prihrani, ker doma je višja kakovost življenja in tudi bistveno cenejše, kot pa v domu za starejše oziroma kot pa v bolnici, naprimer na intenzivni negi ali potem plačevanje teh storitev, ki so posledica teh poškodb ali predolgega čakanja po kapi.
Hvala lepa, upam, da bo zadeva čim prej tudi množično živela, tudi mogoče, da bo vsak Slovenec ali vsak starostnik Slovenije imel to vrstno rešitev. Pa vas mogoče za konec še vprašam eno tako futuristično vprašanje, ker seveda le ukvarjate s tem področjem, torej pametnih vasi, pa rešitev za pametne vasi. Kako pa vi vidite pametno vas čez, ali pa rečemo leta 2050?
Jaz mislim, da se bojo stvari že bistveno prej dogodile, rešitev je že kar nekaj razvitih, in tople vode ni potrebno razvijati, seveda pa morajo odločevalci te dobre rešitve, preizkušene, ki so že v produkciji, ki so šle skozi klinične študije, ki imajo vsa potrebna dovoljenja, čim prej uvesti v prakso. Ker to se tudi njim splača, naprimer zdaj smo videli v tej epidemiji COVID, da je klasična obravnava COVID bolnika stala Zavod za zdravstveno zavarovanje 8.000 evrov, postelji je bilo premalo, možnost okužbe je bila tega, ko si ga dal bistveno večje, tudi za ostale paciente, zdravstveno osebje, kot tudi za tega bolnika s COVID. Če pa je bil doma, je pa država plačala 380 evrov za to, kar je bistvena razlika. In če že pri 1000 ali pa 1500 pacientih preračunaš, so to številke, ki so lahko večje od 10 milijonov. In to je denar, ki poleg tega, da zagotavlja višjo kakovost in varnost pacientov, je tudi za državo velik prihranek in ta denar lahko gre za neke druge storitve, ker vemo, da zdravstvo potrebuje dodatni denar, čakalne vrste se večajo in ljudje se starajo in pritisk potrebe po teh storitvah so čedalje večje, viri so pa žal omejeni.
Najlepša hvala za vaš čas, za vaše komentarje in seveda vse informacije.
Vse dobro tudi vam. Hvala lepa.
Hvala.
V letih od 2018 do konca leta 2020 smo v občini Krško v bistvu vozili projekt integrirane oskrbe v občini Krško Most.
V času pilotnega projekta dolgotrajne oskrbe v občini Krško smo v okviru enote za ohranjanje samostojnosti sodelovali fizioterapevt, delovna terapevtka, socialna delavka pa jaz kot kineziolog.
Z tem projektom smo iskali rešitve, kako preseliti storitve, ki so do zdaj bile pravzaprav samo v institucijah, kako jih preseliti v domače okolje, dejansko ponuditi ljudem v svojem okolju, kjer se počutijo varne.
Veste, ko si enkrat osebno vpleten v zgodbo, kjer pač eden od staršev ni več v popolnosti sposoben skrbeti sam zase, je pa še vedno čiste glave, se pravi pri polnem razumu, je težko sprejeti odločitev, da gre v dom.
V času samega projekta smo nudili pomoč čez 350 osebam v 2 letih.
Ko sem iskala rešitev, pomenil projekt Most res eno veliko olajšanje.
Moje delo v bistvu se je povezovalo skupaj z ostalimi strokovnjaki v enoti za ohranjanje samostojnosti. In za časa pilotnega projekta dolgotrajne oskrbe v občini Krško smo nekako nadgradili ali pa dopolnili že obstoječe storitve pomoči na domu.
To so ljudje, ki so strokovnjaki, ki se spoznajo na svojem področju in res nudijo, bom rekla, eno tako celovito oskrbo.
Stremimo k tem, da delamo celostno, da se v bistvu izvaja neka celostna obravnava. Tudi z ostalimi strokovnjaki sodelujemo na tem nivoju, da ima uporabnik, da je podprt z čim več storitvami in s vsebinami.
Tam so pač neke vsebine, ki te starostnike tudi potegnejo, ga motivirajo. On se še vedno lahko vklopi, kamor si želi. Če si pač ne želi, se bo umaknil v tisti svoj privatni prostor.
Sama pametna srebrna vas je sigurno nadgradnja projekta Most, ki se je pokazal kot potreben tudi v nadaljevanju. Zakaj? Kot sem že predtem povedala, soočamo se z preobremenjenostjo neformalnih oskrbovalcev, soočamo se pač z demografijo. Vse prevečkrat slišimo v javnosti o bremenu starejših. Mislim, da nobeden od nas ne želi biti breme družbe.
Otroci smo potem samo še nasmeh za starše, veste. Ni pa več tista briga tako velika.
Vsi bi morali imeti možnost, da nekako poiščemo neko pomoč in da otroci vstopajo v te odnose potem bistveno manj obremenjeno, kakor v teh časih.
Pametna srebrna vas, odlična varianta, ker vsi mi bomo tudi nekega dne stari in vsi mi bomo morali nekako preživeti jesen svojega življenja.
There is Tony Jean from Huawei with us. Welcome. We have a couple of questions for you. How do you see the future? How do you see this European initiative of smart villages? And the first question is, what do you believe can be your greatest contribution to the smart villages in this European initiative?
Thank you for the questions. This long-term view for the European rural areas is so brilliant, and we need all the stakeholders to jointly work together. Huawei has the stronger capabilities to support through our innovation. Innovation is kind of a DNA for us to develop the rural areas. The firstly, essentially, is the connectivities. We are not only need to consider to connect the unconnected areas, but also we need to upgrade the connected area from the normal connections to the ultra broadband connections. So it will allow different kind of brilliant initiatives, user cases, technologies to implement in order to help our rural areas development. Why we have the confidence is because we have been working in Europe more than 20 years. We have the innovation technologies. We already, through our research, design, inventions, bring some tailor-made solutions to Europe, make the connectivities easy to install. Of course, we're also inside one ecosystems because after connectivities, we need to think about bring the adding values to the rural areas. And we have the global practice, we have the service team, so any kind of those kind of companies, even the startup companies, were able to work together to bring the real benefits to the citizens of the rural area.
Thank you very much. And what types of partnerships do you think are important and necessary for this to work?
We already gained the strong attentions and support from the government, but the government cannot handle all the project, funding all the projects alone. It's truly need kind of cooperation and collaborations between the private and the public sector, such as the local authorities, the central government, NGOs, and also the private companies such as Huawei. So all our initiatives already implemented to the rural areas usually need partnerships. These kind of partnerships need every of us understand each other's, bring the expertise, knowledges, technologies, and also the user cases. And in this part, I want to highlight the digital skills, not only the digital, comprehensively the skills to the citizens in the rural area, because what they want is not only be connected, is the unified standard, same standards for the health care, education, economic opportunity, and the social development. So we need to train the citizens in the rural areas. They need to believe the innovations and be able to handle and use the innovations.
Thank you very much. Maybe for the end, what about, or let's say last question, what about the future? How will we living in a smart village in, I don't know, 2050? Do you have any?
Generally speaking, our rural area in the future in Europe should be like what London View are mentioning: stronger, connected, resilient, and prosperous. So, in concrete, I think in the futures, even the rural area can be smarter than the urban areas because we have many natural conditions. The people, if they are able to work, study, and living in the rural areas, they prefer living in the rural areas. Even living and working and education in the rural areas will be better conditions, better feelings. So I believe that no matter the agriculture, the mobilities, the education, health care, in the futures, the rural areas condition will be better than any others.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Na ekološki kmetiji Kukenberger se ukvarjamo s prirejo ekološkega senenega mleka in tudi predelavo le-tega. S preusmeritvijo iz klasične konvencionalne kmetije smo pričeli nekje leta 2012, ko smo se v bistvu na nek način že odločili, da bomo naše izdelke ponudili kupcem oziroma svoje mleko predelovali in ga preko izdelkov ponudili kupcem. Ko smo začeli s prenavljanjem naše kmetije, so se začele tudi večje investicije, saj so bile stavbe in oprema na kmetiji dotrajane, sirarne nismo imeli, tako da smo v bistvu potrebovali precej kapitala, da smo vse to izpeljali. Že leta 2011, ko sem sam prevzel kmetijo, sem se zaposlil na lastni kmetiji in začel intenzivno z razvojem predelave mleka in prodaje direktno končnim kupcem oziroma po različnih prodajnih kanalih, tako s prodajo na domu, kot prodajo javnim zavodom in tudi prodajo v trgovinah. Naša dejavnost se je širila in tako smo nekje v letu 2018 prišli na to, da mleko naših 22 krav v celoti predelamo sami oziroma ga prodamo direktno kot mleko ali pa kot mlečne izdelke. Do tu je bila kar težka pot, namreč morali smo posodobiti hlev, to je bila prva investicija, potem smo zgradili tudi novo sirarno, nakupili nekaj opreme in pri vseh teh investicijah smo si tudi pomagali z evropskimi sredstvi, ki lahko rečem so nam pomagala, da smo tu, kjer smo zdaj, vsaj nekaj let prej, kot pa če bi morali biti 100% odvisni od trga. Gre za to, da smo zelo majhna kmetija, še vedno, in ne moremo sami z lastnimi izdelki toliko zaslužiti, da bi lahko vse te investicije izpeljali v kratkem času z lastnimi sredstvi. V bistvu vse investicije smo speljali s pomočjo sredstev iz programa razvoja podeželja. Prijavili smo se na razpise in tudi večinoma uspešno. Moram reči, da smo bili s tem črpanjem sredstev zadovoljni, nismo imeli nikakršnih težav. Tudi ko smo imeli kontrole in tako naprej, smo prišli do zaključka, da če so zadeve narejene tako, kot so tudi predstavljene in tudi prijavljene, potem zadeva gre gladko skozi kontrolo in smo s črpanjem sredstev zadovoljni. Mislim, da so ta sredstva primerna za vse kmetije, ki želijo tudi v prihodnosti razvijati svojo dejavnost in iščejo dodaten kapital za svoje investicije.
Hello, Ralph Capito, Director of External Affairs at Vantage Towers. We have a couple of questions for you, and let's start with the first one. You mentioned in your intervention that tower companies can play a big role today in enabling the EU 2030 digital targets. Can you explain with a few sentences how your business model works and how it contributes to the provision of fast connectivity?
Yes, thank you. So Vantage Towers is a tower company, and we operate 82,000 towers across 10 European countries. We were only established last year, and we did an IPO in March this year. We build, maintain and operate the mobile towers that you see along motorways or on rooftops, and release those to mobile network operators. And that's our business model, sharing infrastructure, and that's how we contribute also to bringing down the costs of rollout in rural areas.
We have seen that during the pandemic, our lives have moved to the digital space. How do you see the role of mobile connectivity in the future to come, and what difference can it make for rural economies and societies, especially for rural part?
Yes. Yes, so I mean, indeed, during the pandemic, many people moved to rural areas because it was nicer to spend the time there, but then they were sometimes left out with connectivity, and that is really a problem. So all these things that you normally do, teleworking, that you can do homeschooling, you want to use digital health services, or even other services which are more important, especially in rural areas like digital healthcare or precision farming. All of that really doesn't work if you don't have connectivity, and that's why connectivity or mobile connectivity becomes a critical infrastructure, the backbone of rural societies.
Yeah, okay. And you also highlighted in your intervention that the extent of the EU digital divide between urban and rural areas, in your view, what should policymakers do to properly address the situation that's happening right now?
Yeah, so I mean, first and foremost, we start with ourselves, and we are investing in rural areas as Vantage Towers. And I think there's more to be done. As I said, the sharing aspect of the industry, we're actually in a decade of sharing, needs to be more pursued, and that should also bring more investment to rural areas. And then, of course, you also have obstacles in the rollout of mobile infrastructure. So, for example, in Portugal, you can get a permission to build a tower in 30 days. In Germany, it takes 2 years to build a tower, and that's on average. That should probably be something that European policymakers can tackle. And the third bit is that we have lots of funding, and that was also discussed today at length at this conference, and you need to have the right rules in place with the stated guidelines for broadband that make it possible that you have effective subsidy schemes so that you get all players incentivized to roll out networks in rural areas.
Okay. And the last question for the end of this session, what do you think, or let's say, what about the future of smart villages, let's say in 2050?
Yeah,
how it will look like?
Still a long time from now, but I would hope that in 2050 Europe has become the most connected continent, maybe even a bit earlier, and that smart villages become the norm rather than the exception.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Sem Pavlov Igor in prihajam iz podeželja ob reki Muri, iz vasi Vučja vas, občina Križevci pri Ljutomeru. Imamo ekološko kmetijo, na kateri se ukvarjamo z pridelavo in s predelavo hrane. V bistvu imamo prašiče in kokoši nesnice od živali. Naše živali se veliko gibajo, saj je gibanje edino tisto, kar nam daje kakovostne izdelke. Na naši ekološki kmetiji pridelujemo različna žita, v kosmiče, v moke, zdrobe, testenine. V bistvu imamo svoj mlin na kamen, s katerim meljemo moke, tako da so moke pri nas vedno sveže. Imamo razne oljnice, katere predelujemo v olja, tudi hladno stiskane, kot na primer iz buč, iz sončnic, iz lana, iz konoplje in še več se najde. Živali, katere imamo na kmetiji, predelujemo v mesne izdelke, to so razne suhomeznati izdelki, tradicionalna prleška tunka, potem še razni drugi mesni izdelki, kokoši, nesnice, imamo sveže jajčka, ekološka. Zdaj tukaj pa se nahajamo v trgovinici, kjer v bistvu imamo te naše izdelke in izdelke od lokalnih kmetij, s katerimi smo povezani in sodelujemo. Tako je v bistvu mogoče dobiti pri nas en širok nabor izdelkov od lokalnih kmetij, ekoloških ponudnikov. Povezovanje samo, ki je osrednji aspekt mojega prizadevanja, prinaša ogromno pozitivnih učinkov na socialno okolje in na udejstvovanje posameznih sodelujočih v različnih socialnih združbah. Slovenija je majhna dežela in brez povezovanja si težko uspešen.
Z nami je Franci Pliberšek iz MIG Celje, poleg tega pa nam bo predstavil še projekt Camino Slovenija. Pa kar začnimo. Zdaj, koronavirus je v bistvu pomembno determiniralo okolje, zato za vas eno uvodno vprašanje. Torej, kako izboljšati kakovost zraka v prostorih, kako doprinesti k preprečevanju širjenja virusa?
Ja, zelo enostavno z prisilnim prezračevanjem, tako da ustvarjamo dobre pogoje bivanja v prostoru in da lahko 24/7 merimo kvaliteto zraka, to pomeni kvaliteto CO2-ja, VOC-ja, radona in drugih, nadležnih, plinov. Predvsem je pomembni CO2. CO2 sam po sebi ni škodljiv, tudi koncentracija delcev aerosolov v zraku, ki so nosilci vseh virusov, je tista, ki narekuje zelo hitro širjenje virusa. In če je koncentracija večja od 950 ppm, se to lahko širi zelo hitreje, kot pa, če pa je pod 950, je pa možnost 1 do 3 odstotne točke.
Ok, in zdaj lahko gremo dejansko tudi na konkretno vprašanje konkretnega, torej vašega prezračevalnega sistema Smart Microvent. In me zanima, zakaj je ta sistem drugačen, kako je to drugačen od ostalih, seveda tudi navezavo koronavirus in vse težave, ki jih je sabo prineslo.
Ja, mi smo v teh 14 letih vložili več kot 11 milijonov v razvoj prezračevalnih naprav. Predvsem smo se fokusirali ne na tehnične lastnosti naprave, ampak na kvaliteto bivanja, na posledico, ki jo merimo, tako da z našimi napravami lahko komunicirajo z vsemi senzorji, ki delujejo preko Alexe in komunicirajo z našo napravo in tako povečujejo, prezračevanje oziroma ga zmanjšujejo. Torej naša naprava vam 24/7 meri, radon, ki je zelo navaren, o katerem danes ne govorimo, ki predvsem v pritličnih prostorih in kletnih prostorih in ga imamo v nekaterih šolah tudi do 2000 radona, dovoljena meja, nova, evropska pa je 150 bakarelov. Skratka, naši prezračevalni sistemi so takšni, da ločujejo, so lokalni in delujejo centralno, kar pomeni, če imamo hotelsko sobo oziroma dom upokojencev, lahko v vsakem prostoru vidimo, kakšen kvaliteten zrak je po vseh parametrih 24/7. Predvsem je pa pomembno, da pri širjenju COVID-a, če imamo v nekem prostoru nekega bolnika, se ta zrak odpelje ven iz tega prostora, torej gremo prostor za prostor. Naše prezračevalne naprave imajo zelo visoko stopnjo rekuperacije, kar pomeni, da ohranijo energijo. Kot primer naj povem, če je zunaj -5 stopinj, kar je v prejšnjih 21 dni v v Sloveniji znotraj 21, da pri naših najboljših napravah pride temperatura zraka tudi do 19,6 stopinje Celzija, poprečno pa tam okoli 85%, kar pomeni tudi veliko prispevamo k energetski samozadostnosti, zato so naprave boljše tiste, ki kontrolirajo kvaliteto zraka in delujejo in so senzorje na tej višini 1,20 m, ko sedaj mi smo, da imamo res prave pogoje dela in ne samo, bom rekel, na vrhu pod stropom ali kako drugače.
Tovrstne rešitve, tovrstne pametne rešitve bomo sigurno potrebovali v prihodnosti. Vendarle pa ne gre zanemariti, da tovrsten razvoj, torej raziskavo in razvoj tovrstnih naprav seveda stanejo. Pa me zanima, kakšen je bil proces in seveda tudi, je bil to zelo kompleksen projekt, da ste torej kot slovensko podjetje sami razvili in potem tudi produkt spravili na trg. Koliko je to zahteven proces?
Kot arhitekt, bom rekel, sem zelo veliko se ukvarjal, kako izboljšati kakovost bivanja, poleg energije, ki jo, bom rekel, naša stavbno pohištvo in kompletna Evropa uporablja, znižajo energetske osnove, povečamo zaščito proti hrupom in seveda povečamo varnost, je tukaj tudi še kvaliteten zrak v prostoru. Ker se cela Evropa ni tega lotila pravilno in reševala samo po energetski osnovi, je zanemarila to, imamo trenutno v Evropi več kot 1/3 obolanih hiš. Naše podjetje se je že leta 2007 z dr. Novakom, ki je bil pobudnik teh stvari, šlo v razvoj teh sistemov in seveda mi smo tle, bom rekel, krmarili kot kavbojce na zahodu v 15. stoletju, to da danes lahko povemo, da imamo odlične sisteme, da naši sistemi, bom rekel, so vrhunski za naše podjetje, sedaj imajo vodilne evropska firma Gelan Veka, ki ima več kot 1,2 milijarde prometa in tudi vodilna ameriško podjetje, državno firma Unicor, da bi postavili pred njih, bom rekel, tovarne, da bi naše znanje know-how lahko šlo tako po Evropi kot po Ameriki in drugod po svetu. Torej sem zelo ponosen naše inženirje, da smo skupaj v teh 14 letih, bom rekel, naredili res odlične produkte, ki merimo samo posledico in ne govorimo o tehničnih stvarih, nam ni pomembno, kakšna naprava, ampak samo kakšne so posledice kvalitete bivalnega okolja v prostoru, kjer delamo in živimo. In rad bi poudaril kot en primer, da boste razumeli, mi lahko zagotovimo z najboljšimi F9 filtri v učilnicah kvaliteten zrak za 23 centov, kot primer država plača 12 € vsako testiranje učenca, ki je 3-krat tedensko, torej za 5 testiranj 60 €, mi mikrovent zagotovimo za več kot 260 dni kvalitetnega zraka v prostoru pod mejo 1000 ppm, kakor govori World Health Organization.
Absolutno je zelo lepo slišati, ko slovenska podjetja svoje storitve, svoje pametne rešitve izvažajo na tuje trge in je seveda absolutno to ena od dobrih zgodb, ki nastajajo v Sloveniji. Vendarle pa ste aktivni tudi na družbeno-političnem dejstvovanju, ker skupaj z ekipo pripravljate projekt Camino Slovenija. Nam lahko poveste kaj več o tem in tudi njegovi povezavi z pametnimi vasmi, pametnim podeželjem?
Ja, hvala za odgovor. Kot član Slovenije Business kluba, tudi nekateri člani so tudi udeleženi pri tem projektu Camino. Sam sem leta 2019 prehodil več kot 1000 km Nord Camino in tako si dal cilj, da bi nekako v teh zadevih šel dvigniti tudi pot Camino, ko gre skozi Slovenijo od vzhoda proti zahodu, da tako dvignemo število prenočitev, kvaliteto bivanja, tako za kolesarje, pešce, konjenike in del tudi za invalide in tako omogočimo, da bo res Camino zaživel. Zato tudi ustanavljamo v praksi, da bi več kot 150-300 ljudi pripeljali na podeželje, kilometer v bistvu pripeljali po booking sistemu, garantirali več kot 100-200 milijonov prometa in to masko v državnem blagajnem booking sistemu odpeljali na 10-20 milijonov prometa in smo se to velike prednosti, ker vemo, da slovensko podeželje več kot 50% živi na podeželju, dajmo moč, dajmo priložnost in z dejanji naredimo nekaj dobrega za res oživitev Smart Village-a, ki ga podpira današnje srečanje in Bogovič za svojo ekipo.
Najlepša hvala za vaš čas in seveda vam želimo veliko sreče na družbenem.
I apologize, I've been told that we need 30 more seconds so that we can coordinate this live session with the streaming. So I will ask for 30 more seconds of your patience.
Najedel deci ste spili, tako da ste ready, ne? Vsi skupaj lepo pozdravljeni na tem
a warm welcome to everyone to this second panel on smart villages in the EU and in Slovenia. We've already heard the political debate that focused on a number of issues. The agenda of smart villages is of crucial importance for the development of the Slovene rural areas. It's a cross-sectoral agenda that covers a wide array of different areas, and we heard a lot about financing. Often the concept as such that was launched by our MEP, Mr. Bogovic, is not enough. We need the funding that will allow us to implement these projects, and this is something that we touched upon today. One of the key issues is also bringing together the various stakeholders, not only stakeholders in terms of the state, the economy, but also local stakeholders, because what we're speaking about is smart municipalities, villages, regions, and LAGs and regional development agencies play a crucial role here. That's why there is no alternative to smart villages and digitization when it comes to the future of regional development. I can use this as the starting point for the professional panel. I think we're very privileged today because usually such events will focus either on the political or the practical aspect, but today we are lucky enough to have heard the political part, and we will now also look into very tangible solutions for smart villages and smart municipalities. We will see tangible solutions for agriculture, energy production, health services, tourism, etc. So let me first warmly greet everyone who's here to present their best practices, and we're looking forward and hoping to seeing these solutions implemented in Slovenia at some point in the future. Once again, before we move on to the contents and technical instructions, we will have 10 presentations. The presenters have 8 minutes for each presentation. You will see the clock counting down your time, and then there are 2 minutes available for questions. As before, you can put your questions via the Mentimeter application. You see the website here and the event code that you see here on the screen. This will allow you to ask questions or to vote for the questions that you like so that you don't have to repeat them. Obviously, this time the questions will refer to the individual presenters. Every time the questions will be asked after the end of the presentation, so please ask your questions as we move along. We have a small window to ask some further questions at the end, but we can do this as we go along. So let's start without wasting any more time. And first of all, we have with us Ms. Silvia Cifre-Wibro from Bosch-Buff Smart Farming. She will speak about how precision agriculture supports the EU's farm-to-fork strategy. Ms. Silvia, the floor is yours.
So good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Bogovic, first for the invitation. It is really a pleasure to be here. And also congratulate you, because I think it's really a great conference, very interesting, and putting so many different voices together, including also economy and the technique. So really a very interesting conference. And what I would like to talk about is about agriculture, digital agriculture, and to be more precise, precision application in agriculture. So my topic will be talking about a completely new solution, the so-called smart spraying solutions, which will completely change the way farmers are applying herbicides or pesticides to the fields. And I am absolutely convinced, not only as managing director, not only as agriculture engineer, but also as citizen, that this new way of applying or this new agriculture with the support of digitalization will be a very strong compromise, not only compromise, support to the goals, the sustainable goals we have. And if we talk about Europe specifically, to achieve the target set in the Farm to Fork strategy. So what is it now? What are we talking about when we are talking about precision agriculture, and what are we talking about when we say smart spraying? And I know, I'm aware, we just had a great lunch with great wine, so I will be trying not to be technical, but really to the point. So when we're talking about smart spraying, I would like to start with a question. So the question is, why should we, or a farmer, apply a pesticide over a whole field when it is only need to be applied when the weeds are growing? Until now, there was no way technologically to answer to that. So you have here a picture, because I think picture is always better than 1,000 words. And I'm pretty sure you have seen that machinery is working through the fields. And normally what you have seen until now is that all the nozzles were open, so the farmer had to apply over the whole field. Now, with these new technologies combining hardware, in this case coming from Bosch, with software and algorithms coming from agronomic intelligence in BASF, we have now the possibilities, or technologically, there is the maturity to be able to really apply plant protection, pesticides, only where needed. And you can imagine what that means. It means that you drastically change the quantity of inputs you are applying in 1 hectare. And that's the reason why I say that this is really a game changer in agriculture. So in 5 years, agriculture will be completely different, and people will look back saying, why were we before applying a whole field when that was not really necessary? But important is not only, I think, to have a solution which is sustainable, and this is clearly a sustainable approach because we are drastically reducing the need of inputs. I think to have a successful technology is important that it is also profitable for the user. So, and this is one of the key benefits of this technology. The smart spraying application is very profitable for the farmer. Why? Because reducing the volume allows him to apply completely other herbicides or pesticides to the field, enhancing the yield you can achieve, or just saving the plant protection and having a much better profitability per hectare. And I think that's the great of this solution, that you have profitability while at the same time you have a really sustainable solution. Because while applying less plant protection, less pesticide, you have less impact in your environment. And then comes the third one, the third benefit, convenience. So I'm absolutely aware that many farmers, they say, whoa, that sounds really complicated, that sounds too high tech. No, it's the other way around. So what we pretend here is really to have a solution which makes life much easier for a farmer, because the system, supported by algorithms and agronomic intelligence, is offering to the farmer not only when to apply, so when the nozzle should be open and apply or not open, it is also recommending what to apply and mainly when to apply, which is really very important in the holistic application of an herbicide in a field to achieve the yields. So what is it now specifically? And now, sorry, I have to go a little bit more deeper into really agronomic topics. So what you do is, instead of applying a herbicide in a broad field, to just apply where it is needed. And you have 2 moments where you apply. You have a moment when you apply before the crop has emerged, that is the so-called green on brown. You will hear that concept in the future more and more. Green on brown just means that you spray everything what is green in a brown field. Yeah? So you can see there is not so much green, and only this green has to be addressed. And then you have the so-called green on green. So this is the application you do when your crop already has grown, let's say it's existing there, and you detect where are the weeds and you spray them. So how it works, the farmer is working with a tractor over the field. The cameras detect and film where there are weeds. This information is processed, and with algorithms it's decided if you spray or you not spray. The consequence of this is that you have, in average, or you can have 70% of savings. But 70% or another number is not the relevant. The relevant topic is the logic behind that. If you have a wet year and you have a lot of infestation, you will have to apply more. If you have a very dry year, you're applying less. That's the logic behind. And of course, the farmer can apply the 24 hours in a day, making it really very efficient. That are the crops. I mean, it was a comment before that precision application is not so, let's say, is not so easily available. No, it's a step-by-step. So green and brown, pre-emergence, we have the solution in all the crops existing, whereas when we're talking of green on green, it's really high sophisticated and really requires much more training of the algorithms of, let's say, artificial intelligence applied. And in that case, it goes step by step. Right now, the solution coming up in the next year is first soya, corn, and sugar beets, and coming in the future will be legumes, sunflower, cotton, and also wheat and barley. So, and why do we think that this is really an important contribution? I mean, it's obvious. First, it contributes to the farm to fork by reducing the need of applying volume to a certain field, inputs, or pesticides in this case. It also reduces the CO2. Why? Because you need less water. You are applying less products. So you have less traffic, let's say, to transport plant protection or water to the tractor. You also protect the crop. The crop is less stressed by the application, and you have less residues in the crop. And of course, you are also protecting more beneficials, which are insects or other beneficial weeds which are existing in the field. And then very, very, very short, because I am running out of time. So I just explain where does it come from. So in fact, the joint venture, Bosch BASF, is an answer to a request from the farmers, because farmers more and more, they don't want to have single solutions. They want to have holistic solutions. And a company is not able to provide full solutions to the farmer. So that's the reason why, since 5 years ago, Bosch and BASF worked together to really develop the combination of hardware, software, and agronomic intelligence with algorithms to develop this system. So what we have is right now a joint venture created, which is working at two levels. It's working at the level of product, so this combination or synergy of the products, and it's also a synergy in the way, let's say, we know what is needed at farmer level, in one part from BASF, and we know also what is needed for a tractor, for instant driver, coming from Bosch. So I think more and more we have to get used to work in ecosystems, which we are talking together, we are developing together products, and this is one of the examples that we can really provide a holistic solution, which I'm really proud, because I think that we will really make a great contribution to the future in agriculture and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. We have one question, first in Slovene, and then, given that our guest does not have headphones on, in English. The question is the following: are the presented solutions applicable to farming as we know it in Slovenia for small farms and small plots?
It's not only for big farms, it's also for smaller farms, because you know more and more, in the past, farmers very often were buying equipment which was by far oversized, let's say. So more and more farmers outsource with service provider or contractors this service, and in that sense it's fully accessible. And by the way, also the crops in Slovenia is absolute fit to this technology. Yes.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you. Hvala lepa.
If there are any other questions, you can ask them via Mentimeter, and we will ask it at the end, and we will now move on to the next presentation. We have with us Ralph Capito, the Director for Foreign Affairs at Vantage Towers.
Dear members of the Slovenian presidency, dear members of the European Parliament, dear former members of the European Parliament, dear Commission officials, I'm very much honored to have the opportunity today to speak at your event about the importance of digital infrastructure in rural areas. In fact, it would not be possible to do an event like this without digital infrastructure. And now we're presenting to you from the beautiful Slovenian countryside to places all over Europe. So greetings to the participants in the room, but also to those on the live stream. To briefly introduce the company that I represent, because we're rather new on the market, Vantage Towers is a leading tower company in Europe, with over 82,000 towers across 10 countries. The company is headquartered in Germany. It was established in 2020. The mobile network operators install their 4G and 5G antennas. But we also have other companies coming to us to ask to use our infrastructure to, for example, deploy sensors to monitor temperature in cities. This infrastructure sharing model lowers investment requirements and thereby enhances the network rollout also in rural areas. The ability of towercos to attract capital from the market is to a large extent enhanced by the very low interest rates we find in the market today and the visibility embedded in our business model. Through this and through taking a very long-term investment perspective, towercos act kind of a bridge between the investment restraints that you today find in the mobile sector on the one hand and the expectations of policymakers for very good connectivity on the other. So just 2 weeks ago, the European Commission released its Digital Policy Program 2030, the path to the digital decade. The objectives, which we highly welcome, envision that by the end of this decade, all populated areas in the EU will be covered with 5G. This is a clear commitment to covering rural areas. So, what is actually the scale of the urban-rural digital divide? Let me shed some light on the scale of the problem. Achieving high mobile network coverage in rural areas has been a persistent obstacle in many EU member states. I have to say I was very impressed with the mobile connectivity here, but that is not the case in all member states. And this gap is going to widen further with the arrival of 5G. And the pandemic has affected Europeans in rural areas disproportionately, as they could not rely on stable internet connections to work from home or to access essential services, like education or healthcare. It is estimated that about 50% of the EU's population live in predominantly rural areas. Or in population terms, that's over 67 million people. According to the European Commission, only 59% of the households in these rural regions have access to next generation access, so that's broadband with 30 megabits or above. That's compared to 87% of the households in the EU in total. This situation is to a large extent, and I think I'm telling you nothing new, caused by the economics of deploying connectivity in rural areas. On the one hand, you have high investment costs and operational costs that you need to recoup from significantly lower population density. Those are just the economics. So why is digital infrastructure then so important for rural areas and remote areas? And we've heard that many times already in the morning and in the discussions we had yesterday evening. And Violetta Burg said it today, it is not about technology, it's not about the network, it's at the end of the day about the people who can make the call to call the grandparents when they're in the middle of the pandemic and have a video call with them. Well, it's safe to say that for rural economies, digital infrastructures constitute a critical infrastructure. As we can also say that mobile technology like 4G and 5G is well suited for rural areas to get connected because it's performant, it's cheaper, and it's quicker to deploy than fixed infrastructure. So smart villages, in our view, are simply unthinkable without such infrastructure. I know there are also other things about smart villages, like what we said this morning, you need more women, that's also smart, and I like that idea. We're also talking about digital infrastructure there. So it will be a key enabler also for the diversification of rural economies. It allows entrepreneurs to thrive and startups to scale up, thereby creating new opportunities for the local workforce. The evidence behind the connectivity case is striking. So you get a 10% increase in broadband penetration. That means you can have a GDP growth of up to 2.8%. 80 new jobs are created for every 1,000 new broadband users. And improved rural connectivity has also been a potential trigger for the influx of well-paid workers from cities, e.g. as remote working becomes more prevalent in the aftermath of the pandemic. High-speed networks will enable homeschooling and help improve digital skills of rural workforce, and they will also provide alternatives to young people migrating to urban areas in search of better education and employment opportunities. Real-life examples of what connectivity can do for rural areas, we've heard it just before me, are precision agriculture or digital technologies in healthcare, so that you don't have to do all the distances when you need to have a prescribing and you can do it over digital means or have remote monitoring. So, in our view, how can we best address the persisting digital divide? And now I'm talking to you probably more as somebody who's thinking about policy, but at the same time I'd like to start with the industry. We first of all need to encourage private investments. We at Vantage Towers are investing in rural areas. For example, in Portugal, we have provided mobile connectivity to 40 villages in rural and remote areas in close cooperation with the regulator there. Places like a small village of Tubres, which has around 100 inhabitants, is now connected. In Spain, since last year, visitors of the town of Binopia can enjoy its cultural heritage through using mobile connectivity from 3 different mobile operators that use our tower. And in Germany, which has a bit of catching up to do in terms of mobile connectivity, I've heard that many times throughout this conference, we're deploying over hundreds of towers in that large white spot program that the German government has set up there. So sharing of infrastructure, that is for me the most important point, will be very important to get private investments done in the rural areas. The second thing is we need to have the right environment for deployment. It can't be that in a member state like Portugal, you get a permission to build a tower in 30 days, while in Germany, on average, we need 2 years to deploy a tower. That's just the average. And for that, I think we have the means at European level to change the situation. The European Commission has put out the connectivity toolbox, Commissioner Breton already last year, and they're going to revise the broadband cost reduction directive. So that will be very important that we take care of doing away with the obstacles of deploying networks there. And the third point is also something that has been managed throughout this conference very often is funding. We have areas where the market is not, I'm not saying it's not working, because it's working, it's just not deploying the networks that you need there. And there you need public funding. And I also don't believe that there's not enough money. I think there is the money. What we need is ideas how to effectively make use of the money. There are different concepts throughout Europe how you can use subsidy schemes. Again, I'm referring to Germany, which has a lot of catching up to do under their own program. They're now trying to cover the whole of the country through a subsidy scheme that should effectively deploy around towers in 4,400 white spots. It's, for example, the Farmers Association that has been asking the most for that. So, to conclude, we at Vantage Towers stand ready to support the EU and its member states' efforts to empower rural areas. We believe that Europe possesses all tools necessary to turn the situation around and elevate rural areas, making them more attractive and prosperous. In this effort, we wholeheartedly support the Commission's 2040 vision for rural areas and the 2030 digital decade targets. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sustainably boost development of rural communities through a more coherent European approach to connectivity and digital infrastructure deployment. Just imagine, by the end of this decade, we could have created resilient and fully connected rural communities, a continent where the concept of smart villages has become the norm rather than the exception. I would like to thank again the Slovenian presidency and especially MEP Franz Bogovic for inviting me to this very well organized and excellent event, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. A very interesting topic, particularly given the situation in the Slovenian countryside that has pretty low broadband connectivity. We don't have any questions, but given that Mr. Copito will be leaving us soon, if you should have any questions for him, please put it to him while he's still with us. That was also the reason behind the change in the order. Well, thank you very much for this second presentation, and we will now listen to the first Slovenian presentation. I will now give the floor to Gregor Novak, who is a co-founder of the Sonce Group. He will speak about the energy market. Please, the floor is yours. Honorable guests, honorable participants following us online, I am happy to present the first global energy marketplace that was established in 2018. I have to mention that the concept of the energy marketplace goes hand in hand with the smart villages. Our initial launch was at Bled on the same day, at the same place. Mr. Bogovic hosted this event, and that was the day when we were born. And today, 3 years later, we are together once again. I think Mr. Bogovic has made a huge step forward, and we will also present our story, which we will also present in Dubai at the World Expo before the end of the year. Now, coming back to our subject, let me ask you a question. Can you buy electricity from your neighbor? If you have a solar panel on your roof, can you give or sell this energy to someone on the other end of Slovenia if you wish? Can you charge your electrical vehicle from the solar panel on your rooftop if you should wish to do so? Those are the questions that we asked ourselves a few years ago, because we have an open market in Europe in all areas, but when it comes to electricity, it's not there. I don't have a choice. The only place I can buy electricity is a utility somewhere close to me that is producing energy. But why should I not be able to live off of the electricity that I generate, for example? So that's the first issue that we're trying to resolve. Can we do something ourselves without using an intermediary? And we saw that that was possible, and we actually implemented it through our project, as you will see later on. Now, as a normal producer or user of electricity, can I offer this energy to someone who is in Brussels or in Finland or anywhere? You cannot do so at this point, but I'm sure you will be able to do that in the future. So our concept is to have a retail energy market for final consumers that can be extended to the global level. But obviously, we cannot forget that we also need to encourage renewable resources, and we can do so by encouraging people to use the energy they produce or to share the energy they produce with other people. So, a Sun contract was the first retail energy marketplace that was established in 2018 and that has been operational in Slovenia for a few years. And everyone can use it. So you can buy energy directly peer-to-peer from one of your peers. If you have a surplus on your solar panel, you can transfer your energy to your neighbor, your daughter in Maribor, or someone else. Even when you leave for a vacation, you can give a month's worth of energy to your neighbor in exchange for him looking after your house. This platform is blockchain based, and via this platform you can manage your energy. There's another particularity to this marketplace because we are based on blockchain. We accept payments in normal money, and we also accept cryptocurrencies. Around 20% of our customers pay through cryptocurrencies. And here you can see what it's all about. Here you can see the savings made by our users. Someone who comes to our marketplace will conclude an annual contract like most people do. And what they see is various companies offering the energy, and they choose the most favorable offer. So they make a saving, and the same is the case for those who are selling energy, and they get a better yield. So because there is no intermediary involved, either the producer or the buyer have all the benefit of the surpluses. But there is more to this marketplace. It's also about supporting self-sufficient communities. I have to mention that about a month ago, at the end of August, I have to mention that Mr. Bogovic was also there, that we opened the first fully self-sufficient village. Sun Contract supported the village and made sure that all people from the village can use the energy from the local solar panels. We connected all the users to the solar panel, and they became fully self-sufficient. This was in the village of Radece, not far away from here. And today at 5 o'clock, that's why I'll have to leave a bit earlier, we will open the first self-sufficient city center, again in the city of Radece. We are opening the self-sufficient city center in Radece, where we have equipped the local outpatient clinic with solar panels, and this will be used to power the entire city center. Well, when we launched this project years ago, many people thought this wasn't possible and that we would go bust within months, but I think this is a very innovative project and a very sound business project. We are using technology to produce new business models in the energy market that are very much favorable to sustainable energy, to self-sufficiency, allowing villages and cities to produce their own energy, to be completely independent. And we are, in a way, like missionaries, bringing together groups and cities, allowing them to become self-sufficient. We are a platform that is bringing them together. We are a platform that can automate this distribution of energy, and we also distribute any yields or savings to all participants. In Portorož, we have recently been awarded the best promotional project for efficient energy use award, and now is an opportunity to mention this and boast a little bit. So that's briefly about our platform, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a question, one for you on the platform and one I would like to raise myself. How many users do you have of the marketplace and owners of plants? And perhaps how many kilowatt hours of electricity did you manage to sell? And what are the challenges to finding new users? Well, we have 8,000 users on the platform, so how many megawatt hours and kilowatt hours of electricity they exchanged? Well, I'll speak on top of my head. I don't really know precisely, but only this year they will exchange around 30,000 gigawatts of electricity or energy. So for this year, but beforehand, previous years, it was slightly less, but we are growing with a 100% rate. What are the responses by the users? Well, we are more or less the only ones who are enabling such a business model and supporting it. So we're also the first ones in Slovenia supporting the self-sufficient villages. This is supported by our platform. So far, we've had no trouble finding new users. It's sooner the case that we don't always manage to get everything sorted out in time because the growth is so high. Well, this is excellent news. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for this excellent presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sergej Kranc, CEO of Thermodrom, who will tell us more about precision or smart farming in practice. Thank you very much for the floor. May I first thank the organizers for organizing this event and for inviting me here. Good afternoon also on my behalf. My name is Sergej Kranc. I represent Thermodrom company, where we are deploying the drone technologies, satellites, and other modern technologies to everyday farming processes. Our aim is to reduce the use of materials, negative impact on the environment, improved competitiveness of farmers on the market, and to achieve certain shifts towards self-sufficiency and greater sustainability of the agricultural sector. Most people, when they hear the term of precision farming, first think of modern machinery, robots, farmers sitting idle because the whole processes are automated. Well, to a certain extent they are right, but as our morning panelists have already mentioned, it's not only about digitalization of agriculture and robotization and other novelties, but rather precision farming addresses more basic things such as the mindset of farmers, because precision farming in its essence addresses the rational use of materials, rational thinking, and rational management with farm resources. Of course, in order to achieve all this to the maximum extent possible, the modern technologies, robots, smart machines, of course, can be very useful. Today we will take a brief look at what is happening in practice on our market. As I've said, we are deploying the precision farming technology and techniques to the farms. Roughly speaking, the techniques of precision applications can be divided up into the mineral fertilizers management, pesticide management, and selective sowing. The idea behind this is that only so many fertilizers, seeds, and pesticides are used as is reasonable and really needed on a certain part of a plot because of various factors, as we will see later on, and not more or less. In practice, we are talking about smart machinery. Here you can see the sprayers and spreaders of mineral fertilizers, sowing machines, and these machines differ from classical ones in the sense that they have such systems in place that they can adapt the spraying of fertilizers depending on a certain characteristic, so they can adapt to certain segments, be it to the halves of the plot or per meters. Then there are spraying machines that can adapt the dosage of the slurry, and they can close certain nozzles in order to prevent the dual application of slurry on the same spot. And then there are also the sowing machines that can adapt the sowing standard where the soil is more fertile, more seeds can be applied, and where the soil is less fertile, more seeds are applied, and in order to achieve balanced yield. Of course, to do that, these machines need certain computer, certain brain that instructs their activity. Such computer is the tractor terminal, which gets all the instructions and commands, and when driving on the arable land, these instructions are then being adapted depending on the precise location. The tractor terminal will know the precise location, but for that it will need, of course, information as to where this machine is currently located. To achieve that, global navigation systems are being used, GPS system being among the most or the better known ones. And of course, they have various characteristics. GPS systems are used to apply mineral fertilizers. They are very precise by 100 meters. But in order to improve this precision, the RTC stations are used, which improve the precision to 1 centimeter, which is then very useful for the sowing operation. All this data is obtained on the basis of detecting various stress areas for the crop. This is done with the use of satellites and drones. With multispectral sensors, we check the status of the crop. Here you see the interim results, the vegetation index, which shows different stress statuses on the crop. The red status means that this is a stress area. The green color will demonstrate healthier crop. And why exactly are these differences? Well, the reasons can vary, be it for pests or diseases, or for various application with nutrients or the different levels of nutrients in the soil, etc. So this, of course, then needs to be verified in the field. The farmer needs to be consulted, and on the basis of all of this, target values will be determined, for example, for fertilization or for the sowing. So this is how it is determined how much mineral fertilizers will be applied. The same goes for pesticides, so you can either only spray the main areas of pest emergence or diseases, or the amount of slurry can be adapted. In line with that, we also carry out various analyses and measurements. Here you see that during the growth of the weeds, the nitrate tests are being performed, and this data is then translated into target measures. We also carry out target sampling after the harvest in order to get information about the soil composition, and on the basis of that, the basic fertilization plans for the next seasons are prepared. Of course, also the yield during the harvest is being monitored in order to see what are the responses to the measures that were prepared throughout the season. all measures in order to optimize the materials should, of course, not have a negative impact on the yield. So, we are obtaining a lot of data from various sources throughout our practice, and we also started to group this data. This is not only done by us. The European Union is, of course, also supporting such direction, also other companies and research institutions, so that you have this information and translate it into some added value. With certain computer algorithms or artificial intelligence, we can process this data in order to make various forecasts in order to additionally reduce the means needed and to achieve additional beneficial results on the environment, also resulting in greater competitiveness of farmers on the market. With this, my time is up, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you for another very interesting presentation of a smart solution in agriculture. I don't see any question at this stage, but before we start with the next presentation, maybe just see the code for raising questions so you can join us on the Mentimeter application, and you can, of course, always raise questions to the presenters. Yes, so the next one will be Mrs. Melita Chopar from the Krško municipality. She will present to us a smart silver village Senovo. It's not only companies who work a great deal in this area, also investments are made by many municipalities, and silver villages are undoubtedly one of our priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Europe is aging. We are becoming an aging society. And we are long living, or longevity is very much on the rise. Also in Slovenia, 20% of the population is older than 65. And the forecasts say that in 2060, more than 30% of Slovenian population will be older than 30 years. What about the Krško municipality? The Krško municipality is one of the bigger municipalities in Slovenia. It's very diverse, and it has the highest number of settlements in Slovenia. We have 157 settlements that are very much dispersed around our valleys and hills. And in order for us to function well, we also need good infrastructure. We have a very well-developed broadband network, which we started to construct in 2008, and we are thus providing connection with more than 4,000 households. Every year, we connect a certain additional number of households to this network and thus provide also a supply of smart solutions. We have 26,000 inhabitants in our municipality. We cover 248,000 square kilometers. And as I've said before, in our municipality, you will also find many people who are above 65. Their number currently is 5,100, but we expect that this number is bound to grow considerably. Currently, our budget earmarks 4% to this population group, particularly for the purposes as laid down in the legislation. We earmark funds to subsidize the care homes, the general care homes and special care homes, and also we provide home assistance, home care. Those people who can still provide for themselves but need certain healthcare or social services, they are then provided by us. In addition to these obligations that we need to fund under our legislation, we also fund various projects that we believe are necessary and are needed in order to ensure the infrastructure for the aging population. In this sense, we were one of the 3 municipalities that participated in the MOST, or Bridge project. Our municipality also participates in the Sopotnik project which transports older people. This project is run by volunteers. We only provide the means of transport, and we provide transport free of charge to people older than 65. In September, we also started to operate a day center for the elderly with dementia. And last year, we built an additional residential block of apartments that are sheltered and adapted to the older generation. And last year, we also built a residential community for 12 people, sheltered housing, that is. Of course, there are also many volunteers in Slovenia. Various societies assist other elderly. So we have a project, The Elderly for the Elderly, and our municipality of Krško also tries to ensure that we have additional sufficient trained staff for providing care. So we also participated in a training project in the secondary care school. So this program is already run in Brežice. I have already mentioned the bridge or most project. This was a pilot project with which we started to build the starting points for the Long-Term Care Act in Slovenia. It included the elderly who needed certain health care or social services, and the project made it possible to provide health care and social services to the recipients. They also received physiotherapy, kinesiology, and other services that were needed to the individuals who suffered a certain illness or an injury, so that they could again regain their independence. Within this project, we also provided a so-called e-care, which provided certain services to the participants in the project. Our municipality was aware of the positive nature of this project, and for that reason, last year the Municipal Council adopted a decision to continue running this project until the Long-Term Care Act is adopted, or at least for the period of 2 years. It seems that the elderly find it more difficult to participate in a project if it's payable. So currently, we see that if we have a certain amount to be paid by the elderly, that this project will not be sustainable for much longer. For that reason, we need to ensure that the Long-Term Care Act is adopted swiftly so that we get solutions that will provide equal care also to those who cannot always afford to pay for it. What are our goals? Our goals primarily are as follows. We want to have a sustainable system for long-term care. We want to ensure high-quality services. We want to see that these services are provided to all under equal conditions. And we want to ensure that people live as long as possible in their own environment. So we want to make sure that they do not get into institutional care early, and we also want to provide assistance to families and relatives so that they can also take care of the needed. So what is the response to all of that? The response to all of that is a smart silver village, which we're locating in the village of Senovo, in a degraded area where there used to be mining facilities, and they're currently not being used. So this area covers 17,300 square meters, and this is where this village will be located. So it will be as close to the healthcare services, to culture services, and offer the library, the shop, everything that the older population needs for high-quality life. The Silva village will consist of 4 complexes, and they are divided up as follows: 7 individual houses, then there will be 48 sheltered apartments, and 32 rooms with a joint kitchen and bathroom premises. And then there will also be, of course, facilities that will provide servicing, day centers, the gym, etc. The settlement itself will be close to nature. There will be theme paths laid out. So this will mean a new standard of services provided to the older generation so that these people can fend for themselves as long as possible. Now a couple of images. There are, of course, many challenges ahead, and we would want to be ready for them as much as possible. Thank you very much for your attention. You can stay with me for a while for any questions. So thank you very much for presenting this solution that has a very important impact on the lives of the older generation. So we have 2 questions for you. The first one is, how demanding are such smart village projects for municipalities? Because these are intersectoral projects that require many financial, logistical, and other capacities. This is my first question. Well, let me put it this way. Already the previous debates showed really well how important it is to integrate and work together. This collaboration is at a very high level at our municipalities. So we do work with other institutions working in the field, and together with these institutions, we then look for opportunities. We try to find how we can also use the financial means to the best effect. And this is how we then draft and prepare projects and look for the funds to implement these projects. So this was the case for the most or the bridge project, and then for the day center and the intergenerational center. All these projects were also funded with the assistance of the European Union. Great, continue this way. Good luck with that. The second question, we have smart solutions very often, but they cannot always reach users. Your target audience is the older audience, which is perhaps less digitalized. They use internet less to get access to this information. So how can you find your users? Well, as I've said, working together with others is extremely important. We have the intergenerational center, and this is where both young people and old people come together. And this is where young people teach the older generation certain knowledge that they have. And of course, this process runs both ways. In addition, there was this most or bridge project where we provided the elderly with e-care. This is also how we got some information as to how they made use of these services, where are the deficiencies, and how we can implement such projects in even better way in the future. Great, so there is strength in collaboration, and let's collaborate and go on with our agenda. Yes, we will now hear from Gregor Mauko and Marko Zevnik. So this is a joint venture, as we could see before, with the Sopotniki Institute and the Toyota Slovenia. Long-term care being one of the major issues of the Slovenian rural areas, but also mobility is an important issue, because particularly in smaller municipalities, public transport is really poor.
Well, as you have just heard, we have 2 of us here today, and we have a 3rd member who's in the public. He's sitting right there in the public. Our project Sopotnik, co-traveler, will be launched next month. Now, why Sopotnik and why Toyota? As a sponsor of the Paralympic Committee, we are focusing a lot on mobility for all. And speaking about rural areas and small cities, mobility is crucial, and it is definitely one of the drivers for keeping people in the rural areas. You probably know Sopotniki, or you've known them for about 2 years. This is an idea that is being implemented in about 15 or 16 municipalities throughout Slovenia, where volunteers are driving elderly people around. We have had the opportunity to fulfill the wishes of several thousand elderly people. For example, the lady you see here in this picture really wanted to visit her grandchildren, and we are happy to have Sopotniki with us, which is an NGO, but we also needed a very engaged local community that would make it possible for us to implement this project, and we are trying to replace volunteers with professional drivers that will be driving around not only the elderly, but also other citizens. Now, you probably know Toyota today as one of the largest vehicle manufacturers in the world. Around 80 years ago, the company started as one of the largest lean manufacturers throughout the world. And now our goal is to become one of the largest service providers in the world. Why do we want to do that? The world is changing, and even though we have traditional customers and buyers, but for the future we will have to obtain other customers such as cities and final service users. On the one hand, we have the city needs, such as resolving problems like congestion, air pollution, and there are many rural areas where public transport is badly needed, but nobody is willing to provide it because of the difficult conditions. And the response that we have prepared is that we have launched a new global brand named Quinto, and our vision is to become the largest provider of mobility services in the world. What does this mean in practice? If you have a Quinto user card, you may be able to travel from around Kočevje in a van, maybe use the bus in Ljubljana, or hail a cab in Milan. And there are many services available, and we want to become the intermediary for mobility. In Slovenia, we have so far implemented two aspects. One is the car sharing in Ljubljana, and we have what we're presenting here today, the Toyota Go in Kočevje. Now, when it comes to Kočevje, what we did first with the help of the Kočevje municipality and Sopotniki was to find out what people really want and what they wanted from an on-demand transportation service. I won't go into the details, but there were three key aspects to the needs that we found. We interviewed 386 participants, and over 2/3 of people expressed interest in using such a service. And when we asked about the price they were willing to pay, they said that depending on the distance, they were willing to pay between 1.5 and 5 euros per ride. Now, one of the key reasons why people would want to use this service is firstly the transportation of the elderly, but also the transportation of children to their leisure activities in the afternoon, because Kočevje, like other municipalities, is quite remote, so parents have difficulty driving children around for their after-school activities, and grandparents are often too old to drive children. And we also found out that children would use these services for their parents. For example, if someone was available to take your mother to the doctors instead of you doing it, you would use that service. So when it comes to our goals and priorities, what we focused on was providing transport for afternoon kids' activities. It was very clear. It was very clearly expressed by the people in Kočevje that they also wanted something that would be available to take them to the train station, because the train connection to Ljubljana had been established just a month ago. Another aspect that was highlighted was transport for evening events, and lastly, real on-demand buses. Now, when it comes to the three stakeholders here, let's see what our roles and responsibilities are. The municipality of Kočevje will provide the drivers, because obviously the municipality is best placed to know who is able to provide and who is qualified to provide this service. They will also organize this transportation, and they will organize a call center. Toyota will provide the platform and the services, provide the vehicles, and implement the payment system. And Sopotniki will play a key role in developing and maintaining the application. I have already mentioned Kinta, and Toyota, as a global player, has recently also gone through a phase where it's trying to act as a startup. And what we're doing here in Kočevje is one of the first such attempts in Europe. And should this be successful, I think we may use this application throughout Europe in rural areas. And I will now pass the floor to Marko. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, on my behalf. As you just heard from Gregor, what we're trying to do with this application, we are trying to resolve the issue of what we call predefined journeys. Those are journeys where we know the exact time when the journey will take place. So this is either multimodality or rides to fixed activities. So I'm not sure you can see much on the screen, but we can select a ride, and we can book a journey for ourselves or for anyone who has a sub-account, so our children or our parents. We can add the location, for example, the Kočevje Music School, and the system then allows you to use the schedules that are available. For example, piano lessons Monday 5 o'clock, and we can select the number of passengers. So this is basically what we call a token ride. And because there will obviously be several participants, this will be liable for also a special discount. Sopotniki, our company here, is actually developing this application, and we have made the agreement that it would be available for elderly people free of charge, which means that we will also be able to drive elderly people, for example, to their daycare centers or to events. This is what we will use our vans for, and use other vehicles, because personal vehicles may just be too small. But I'm run out of time at this point. Well, thank you very much for this interesting presentation on how to facilitate mobility in cities and in rural areas. We currently do not have any questions. You are all welcome to join us on the Mentimeter app and ask questions to our presenters. And Domen, we will continue with the next presentation now. Thank you very much to both of you. So we have heard a lot today about connectivity, and our next presenter, Mr. Jin, who is here representing Huawei, will speak about that today. The floor is yours.
Distinguished guest, MEP Mr. Bogovic, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's really a pleasure for me and our company to present something, discuss with you here in person at so beautiful surrounding. And also it's a great honor for Huawei as an innovative company to have the opportunity to participate in these smart village programs. Indeed, that long-term view for the rural areas, the stronger, the connected, the resilient, and the prosperous society in the rural area is all of us, we need to jointly collaborate to achieve. So today, I would like to bring you some samples and the commitment connecting the Europe's rural areas through our innovations. So, MEP Bogovic in the morning also mentioning how important the connectivity is meaning to the rural areas. So it's the fundamental services we need to guarantee in order to introduce all kind of precise farming, artificial intelligence, remote healthy care, smart mobilities. So we have one kind of tailor-made solutions for our remote rural areas. We call it AirPON. So through the name, you know, air. PON, it means the FTTH. The optical connectivities. So in the past, it's quite difficult for us to solve the faster deployment as our colleague from Vantage Tower Group mentioning that usually we need a central office with the fire protections, power supply, and also very big rooms to equipment our equipment. And then we need around 20 kilometers fiber. So it cost us to apply a longer time to get the right of the road. But essentially, first time we bring this blade, very slim, and the first time applicable for the outdoor, this equipment in the right side to our society. And so we shortened the fiber length to 500 meters. So the consequence is the total cost of ownership reduced almost 40%. And another important one, the time to market, the timing consuming reduced 80%. So I have Spain and some other countries. So this is kind of tailor-made solutions adaptable to our rural areas. So in the morning, also many colleagues mentioning the precise farming. I don't want to go to the details. This precise farming is bring extra value to us. But here we want to show you one case from Sunrise in Switzerland together with Huawei. So it's the same. We have the problem for this kind of dog weeds, okay? This kind of dog weeds, even including the toxins, and the cattle, they don't want to eat it, so they bring big damages to our agricultural operations. So how we do that? We're using the drones, and we're using the high-definition cameras in order to recognize the weeds, and then using the truck, using the machines, the robots, in order to clean. Okay, this is significantly reduced the pesticide usages up to 90%. But how to do that is using the 5G. So look, you can see here, all these kind of identifications, recognitions,
and receive the messages in order to do the executions. Everything is real time. So only 5G can realize that, because 5G has ultra broadband, especially the uplink ultra broadband, plus the low latency. So this is the unique value our 5G technologies can bring. So after agriculture, we also need to talk about renewable energies. So of course, obviously, that renewable energies, based on what our European ambitions, the Green Deal, is super essential for our futures. And of course, the rural areas is much suitable than the urban areas to adapt the wind and the solar scenarios. So here, this is in Netherlands, the largest floating photovoltaic panel park in Europe, and it's built last year, and also already produced 6% of the total power consumption of the cities. But more than that, I want to show you another case. This is a city in the northwest of China, Ningxia. It used to be a desert. But the people has the hope for the sun, from the sun. This is goji. I don't know how to say English, but it's a kind of high-valued crop. Okay, so this solar plant play as a greenhouse, and under the ground is the watermelon, is the goji, is this kind of crops. So the crop can help to stabilize the sand. Together with the solar plant and this kind of agricultures, the people prevent water evaporations and also speed up the development of agricultures. So this is happening just around us. So another, we're already mentioning the smart agricultures, we're mentioning the renewable, we're mentioning the robots, okay? But we have important questions. Our people in the rural area, we need to be able to understand the technologies, be inspired and be able to use the technologies. So we have solutions called Idea Hub. This is just available the last year, and we are fastly introduced to the whole Europe. There are a small town named Benavente. Benavente is a small town in the Castilla y León in Spain, very rural areas. So we introduced that kind of solutions to help the people in order to have the remote working, because it's the design for very smart, cameras. It's more and many functions can be integrated with others. It's like a play as projectors, whiteboards. It's very good for the remote education, even for the remote telemedicines, and especially for the training the people in the rural areas in order to understand the technologies. So our ambition is connecting the Europe areas through the innovation, and we need a partnership. That's why we are here, we are open. We here, more than 20 years operation in each countries. We have the engineers, we have the strengths to deliver. This is also important. So we are very open to work together, all of you. We have the global practice. We understand the local affairs. So let's hand in hand together to make a more brilliant rural Europe. Thank you.
Mr. Jean, thank you very much for being here with us today. One question, eno vprašanje. What kind of partnerships are you looking for in Europe? Kakšna partnerstva torej iščete po Evropi?
You know that our major business is connectivities. We have been here 20 years. So all the internet service provider, the telecommunication service providers, are already our partners. They trust on us. But because we have enterprise business and also the renewable energy business, as I explained, so we are able to have kind of strength to cross the border. So Huawei is a very unique company, very open for different kind of innovations. So actually, the smart agriculture case in Switzerland, there are 5 partners work together. So we listen to them, understand their demands because we are not experts for the farming. But we translate that kind of demand to our innovations. This is what we are doing.
Thank you very much. Če se je kdo prepoznal kot potencialni bodoči partner.
If anybody recognized themselves as a potential future partner, you know where to find Mr. Jin. Now we will continue with e-care. Mr. Peter Pustatičnik is with us, head of e-health and e-care in Telekom Slovenia. This is also a burning issue for people who are left alone in big houses in rural areas in Slovenia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for making it possible for me to present to you our services. They will today primarily touch upon the e-care and e-health, but of course Telecom company provides other smart solutions that can help digitalize and improve the quality of life in rural areas or villages. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations for this excellent event and propose that I immediately start with the presentation. Telecom develops modern services, the services and solutions for the future that touch on all segments that have an impact on the quality and safety of life of all citizens. Of course, digitalization when it comes to health and care is particularly important for more rural areas where accessibility to these services is even poorer than in towns or cities. When it comes to care and health, there are estimates that approximately 80% of sources are used only for the logistics. So if somebody needs a social service or a healthcare service, in order to get to the doctor, to get certain information, to get the medicines, etc., so this is the logistics. And here, the digitalization process in Slovenia is lagging behind. Somewhere in other countries, it's already much better. And we need to improve the quality and safety of our citizens or villages. So there are many opportunities to reap benefits, and we need to take swift action. Telekom Slovenia first needed to take into account that e-health is very much regulated from the point of view of GDPR, IT safety, medical safety. So we first needed to build infrastructure. We needed to build a telemedicine platform that needs to be registered as a medical device or technical device. We also needed to obtain consent from the Ethical Commission, consent from the Data Commissioner, carry out clinical studies, develop clinical pathways and protocols. So this was done in collaboration with our partners, with the Medical Center of Ljubljana, with the National Public Health Institute, etc. And once this was all done, only then could we start with the production phase, with the implementation itself. First, we started with e-care. This is a service that makes it possible for the older population to stay longer at their homes, and if they're experiencing any problems, they get immediate assistance. Then we upgraded this service also with telemedicine, particularly for chronic patients. During the pandemic, this March, we were requested to provide. We know that there were missing beds in hospitals. Those of us who only knew that this virus is being transmitted, but we didn't really know how and when. So all contact was considered dangerous, both for the patients as well as for the healthcare staff. The hospital beds were running out, so we needed to really step up to the plate. And this is how we also ensured that COVID patients could be treated at their own homes. In a week or 10 days, we brought this project into the production phase, and therefore we were able to cure a high number, several hundreds of patients also on their home. Of course, in so doing, we prevented many unnecessary deaths, but this was also a considerable added value for the Public Health Institute, because any telemedical service provides 380 euro per patient, whereas hospital care cost approximately 8,000 euro back then. Now it is slightly lower. Now I will describe the e-care service in greater detail. This was also a part of the Most or Bridge pilot project, which was implemented very successfully in Krško, and several citizens in Krško could use these services. This is a service which makes it possible for the elderly who live alone or whose relatives are absent, should they fall or have a sudden or stroke or a heart attack or any other problem, if they collapse, they can press a button and the fall detector will detect their fall, and immediately they will be connected with medical staff, which is available 24/7. They will immediately know who it is about, why they're calling, what kind of patients they are, and they will verify whether they need urgent assistance. So if emergency assistance or help is needed, then they will stay online with that patient, or if they see that the patient only slipped or that they no longer can stand up, they will call their relatives or neighbors to assist this person. So on an annual level, we have approximately 600 people dying in Slovenia due to falls. Many older people living alone wait for more than 18 hours after they fell. And these 18 hours actually are the reason for this high number of unnecessary, untimely deaths. So this is the statistics, and it is really, really tragic. Of course, if it's about your mother, father, grandfather, or grandmother. And in the past, Slovenia did not really tackle the problem. We have campaigns against alcohol, against traffic accidents, but this is something that is really burning issue, and it had been tackled abroad successfully, whereas in Slovenia we are still saying that we should wait till the long-term act is adopted, which will be a solution for all our ills. So this is a healthcare service which can be adapted. It can also be adapted to people with dementia, so they don't need to carry the sensors. Other sensors can be acted for water leakage or the door open, auto-door solution is available. So there are many possibilities, but we are very happy that it's possible to upgrade the system with telemedicine so that chronic patients can be treated remotely, so they don't need to go to the doctor. And if they get to a critical situation, for example, when oxygen saturation drops below 88%, then we know that emergency assistance needs to go on the way immediately so that person can be helped and saved. I will now show you a clip about e-care, how it works, but telemedicine actually works in the same way, but connects you with a physician, not with a call center.
Zato imam slabo vest, ker se ji ob svojih obveznostih ne morem posvetiti toliko, kot bi želela. Sploh odkar očeta ni več. Vsako jutro jo pokličem in vsakič me je strah, da se ji je kaj zgodilo.
Oče me je vedno podpiral in zdaj bi ga rad podpiral jaz. Pogosto me skrbi, da se mu ne bi kaj zgodilo in ne bi mogel obvestiti reševalcev ali mene.
Zato smo tukaj mi, 24 ur na dan, da vam pomagamo skrbeti za vaše bližnje.
Dobar dan, gospa Novak. Tukaj Žiga iz oskrbe Telekoma Slovenije. Če se slabo počutite, vam lahko pošljemo zdravnika.
Gospod Mlakar, tukaj Katja iz oskrbe Telekoma Slovenije. Ne skrbite, ekipa je že na poti, takoj vam bodo pomagali.
Odkar sem za mamo naročila storitev e-oskrba na domu, sem pomirjena, mama pa varna. Vem, da ji bodo iz centra e-oskrbe Telekoma Slovenije pomagali, kadar bo potrebno.
Storitev e-oskrba je pametna rešitev za domačo oskrbo, ki omogoča starejšim samostojno in varnejše bivanje na svojem domu. Njihove bližnje pa reši nepotrebnih skrbi.
Storitev e-oskrba pomaga takrat, kadar jaz ne morem, in zato sem mirnejši.
E-oskrba Telekoma Slovenije povezuje z najbližjimi, ko potrebujejo pomoč.
So, here are the benefits. Of course, reduced number of unnecessary deaths. People feel safe 24 hours a day. Later on, they can go to the care house. Even for children who do not live in the same environment as their parents, they can be calmer because they know that nothing bad will happen if your parents don't pick up the phone. You can always check with somebody what's going on. And this is also beneficial for the state because this cushions or helps and supports the healthcare system. This is the slide from 2018 as to how e-health is developed across the globe. So we see that 10% of the population above 65% is provided this solution in the developed countries. Slovenia did catch up a bit, but we are still trailing back because there is no systemic funding. And I would compare this to a safety bell or a fire extinguisher because people who do not really aware the danger would still have this. So this is something that the healthcare insurance companies normally provide to their citizens in the developed countries. I would like to conclude by reverting back to the Minister for Cohesion. I hope I'm not misquoting him, but he said, don't reinvent the wheel. Let's use the solutions that are already there and deploy them for the benefit of the people. Because this morning I learned that for telemedicine and telecare, certain funds are to be prepared for strategies and pilot projects. Well, if strategies and pilot projects are to be developed, then it will take even more time to get there. If a person starts developing a strategy, I have a feeling that this is very often a pretense for not doing something for the people. The 600 deaths that I mentioned, yes, of course, this is a statistical number, but it is a really painful figure if it includes your father or your mother. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. This was an excellent and smart solution which not only increases the health of the older people and saves life, but to what extent is this system being used in Slovenia? Well, the speaker is not using the mic. I do apologize. Thank you. Together with telemedicine, we had approximately 1,000 users. For e-care, we have more than 1,000. But the problem is that the awareness is still lacking. The price is regulated, so we are not really advertising this because this is regulated by the competent ministry and because it's not publicly funded, because it's not a part of the rights arising from the healthcare system. The pilot projects estimated that this is one of the services that is most needed and has the highest added value. If it is so well spread abroad, then probably this is true. And we should be aware that we are aging, we are lacking the staff and infrastructure. So here I will now quote the High Representative from the AHS who said there is no plan B. This is the cheapest option. There are no people. One nurse, one physician has to serve so many people. Before we construct hospitals or care homes, this costs money and time. So there is no plan B. But it is true that sometimes in Slovenia we also tend to reinvent the wheel. Yes. but we do want to include smart solutions into the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another very smart solution, directly applicable. If you've ever had any personal experience, you will see how useful it is. But we are now moving on to another field that has not been mentioned today. That is the field of tourism. We have Kristina Goricic-Ralčić with us. She is the director of the Entrepreneurship and Tourism Center. Tourism is also one of the sectors that is related to smart villages, so I'm glad that we will have the opportunity today to hear something about this as well. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you very much. A warm welcome to everyone on behalf of the Entrepreneurship and Tourism Center of Krško. Welcome once again to the Posavje region and the Čatež and Posavje tourist destinations. If you allow me, I will show you this wonderful film that has been recently recorded just for this opportunity. We've heard many solutions when it comes to digitization and smart villages, but tourism is all about people and about creating good stories for tourists. And tourists are also looking for the people and their stories. And the stories and the people are what is keeping the countryside alive. The region of Posavje is one of the smallest regions in Slovenia. As we heard this morning from our mayor, we have around 1,000 square kilometers and a population that is less than 4% of the total population of Slovenia. But nevertheless, it's a very important region for Slovenia because it produces almost 40% of electricity, and it's also a leading region when it comes to fruit and vegetable production, because our region produces about a third of all fruits and vegetables. And we are, in fact, #1 when it comes to the production of potatoes and apples. So we have a very good starting point for the development of tourism because we have so much agriculture. There are also a number of indigenous species that are still around, like the Krškopulski pig, Krškopulje pig, which you had an opportunity to taste today during lunch. We are always happy to see smart solutions in our countryside because even one e-bike can allow older people from the city center of Krško to go to the Trilučke guest house and to enjoy all the beautiful nature that we have. We have 2 rivers crossing for a beautiful region, the rivers of Krka and Sava, that both feed our very fertile fields. And if we look from our hills to our landscape, you can see the sun rising with the wheat and going down with the with the vines. And given everything that we have in terms of amenities and assets, we designed about 10 years ago the Taste of Posavje. This is a tourist product. And given that Slovenia is a gastronomic region, a region of gastronomy this year, this is an excellent opportunity to present this product. We've been building it for about 10 years, and today we can say that the Taste of Posavje includes over 30 various stakeholders, from farms and guest houses to winemakers. We have also protected our project as a private brand in the past year. We are using it throughout Slovenia and across our borders. We even were present at the Alpine Adriatic Cuisine Fair in Klagenfurt. Today, this year's Okusi Posavja, Taste of Posavje, is coming to an end, and we are just now opening a champagne shop in the cellar of this castle. We have over 15 winemakers who are presenting the best of their champagnes and sparkling wines here in our castle. Well, this is the reason why we opted for sparkling wine is also related to the tradition of the Trappist monks at this castle. We have excellent circumstances, excellent conditions for the production of sparkling wine. Here our grapes have just the right sugar to acid balance, and they are very good for producing sparkling wines. One of our best products are also the castles of Posauja, which have also been awarded with the Innovation in Tourism Prize. And we can welcome among us here today the representative of the Krško Cultural Institute, which is responsible for managing this castle as well. And all of our activities are managed by our leading partner, which is the Regional Development in this Regional Development Agency. And in this past year, we also implemented a very interesting project entitled The Castles of Posauja. And as part of this project, we offered authentic adventures or experiences to our visitors. So we're very glad to have you all here today, and hopefully you will come back to enjoy this place as a tourist destination as well, and you are always welcome in our region.
Najlepša hvala za tole e-turo po gradovih.
Thank you very much for this e-tour of the castles of Posavje. We currently don't have any questions from the audience. Perhaps we will get some by the end of all the presentations, so I suggest that we continue. Yes, we're now moving on to our last speaker, Ms. Jordan, who is the president of LAS Posavje and also an advisor on EU funds at the Krško municipality. I apologize, we spoke a lot about Kočevje earlier, but it's Krško that she comes from. Please go ahead.
I will first thank you on my personal behalf, but also on behalf of the local action groups. As many as 60 participants are following our conference virtually at the Tri Lučke guest house from 6 countries and from many organizations. So I would like to thank the organizers, particularly to you, Franci Bogovic, that we can be here today to tell our story. And I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Mrs. Marion Eckert, representative or president of the European Rural Development Network. Local action groups were implementing several projects on the topic of smart villages. And we always got the question, as probably also all of you here working in the area of smart villages, what a smart village is in the first place. And perhaps just to sum it up in one sentence, the ability to use the sources offered to us by the environment, available to us through the technology, to satisfy the needs, not only for today, but also for the forthcoming generation. This is the most important thing that we want to achieve through smart villages. What is the common thread of the smart villages projects? And I will speak about 6 of them, but only because of the time constraints. And I will only present the key elements of an individual project. Considering the current state of Slovenian countryside, we hear that we have an aging society and that young people are leaving the rural areas, that intergenerational collaboration is waning, that we need programs and services in the countryside which are currently more or less only provided in cities. So these are the topics that are common to all the projects that I want to present. The first project is a smart village for tomorrow. This is a project by local action groups, and first it analyzed the Slovenian countryside. I won't speak at great length about the demographic structure and the demographic forecasts because a lot has been said about that yet already, but we focused a great deal on education because accessibility to education and training in the rural areas is not excellent. Trainings were carried out in various areas like modern farming and digital marketing, self-sufficient energy production, self-sufficient villages, home assistance, and intergenerational collaboration. These are not only opportunities for the elderly, these are also opportunities for new jobs to be created for the young. 5 modules emerged from this project. The first module is the model of fellow passengers, Sopotniki. Then the second model is the smart Silva village, which we also were able to listen to already. So these are smaller communities. Here you see also the spatial arrangement for such units in the rural areas, meaning that such household community model is supported with e-care, social services, healthcare services, and also leisure services. Model number 3 refers to the digital technology, and here we got young people who approached this project, and it ended and resulted in a volunteer network who improved the digital literacy of the older generation. Model number 4 relates to the self-sufficiency of rural providers because we all want to be self-sufficient, and this is also the objective for the villages. And model number 5 are various programs and services that we want to bring also to the rural area so that they are not only available in cities. Then we had local learning centers, the aim of which was to support education and training. There were many topics covered and also access to education and training. So local action groups talked about this at great length. And the key result here is that learning centers were established, local centers, which again taught about digital technology, about self-sufficiency, about healthcare competencies, etc. These local learning centers are still operational, and this is, of course, most important. The next project concerns tourism. It's our Drava River. This is actually a challenge because it combined local action groups from Slovenia and Croatia. 42 partners participated, and this project wants to exploit the bank of the Drava River, revitalize the tradition, build the Drava bike path, etc., etc. Many results were achieved by this project. Many rest stops were set up for cyclists and bicycles. Also, a network of e-bicycle sheds was set up. Different equipment was provided for rafting, for canoeing, etc. So the main objective of this project was to establish and develop a tourism product. Then the next project was interactive tourism for all. It perhaps sounds as a cliche, because of course tourism is intended for all, but this project was specific from the point of view that it focused on the vulnerable groups, and it also addressed cultural and other natural heritage. So rooms or services were set up so that the blind and the poor of sight could use VR and Braille in order to experience natural and cultural heritage that they can otherwise not experience. And this project also educated the young so that they can really master and handle this new technology. And then another project was the digital solutions for challenges in rural areas. Again, it revolved around education, but it focused only on the farms and farmers. The essence of this project was to set up mobile classrooms. What does this imply? It implies that farmers did not need to travel to a certain town or institutions. Rather, mobile classrooms came to their doorstep. And what is the result of these mobile classrooms? Well, as many as 1,000 participants took part in such education and training sessions. So their working schedule was adapted to their working hours, and of course this is then evidenced in the result. And the last thing that I would like to mention is the Smart Rural 21 project. This is a project that was carried out by the Šentviška Plateau Local Action Group. Out of 733 candidates, it was selected as one of the 15 European examples, as an example of exceptional practice that supports the Smart Villages policy. It, of course, also supports the measures of the future politics and policy. Perhaps I can show you a video clip so that you can see with your own eyes how these smart solutions are also exported to other countries across Europe. And to conclude, as we can see, the smart solutions come from various fields: agriculture, tourism, long-term care, intergenerational cooperation. These are all the areas that are really diverse, as we could hear in the morning, and local action groups and the CLLD are just a small piece in the mosaic of all, but we are an important piece. Perhaps you can recall that in the past, rural areas were very lively and vibrant. So let us now use the modern technology and the possibilities it affords so that we can ensure that today's rural areas will remain populated not only today, but also in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Janja, for the presentation of your projects, and thank you very much for emphasizing that smart solutions not only make our life easier, but also bring new jobs. Honorable guests, both those of you who are still with us live, as well as those who are following us online, let me first congratulate you for making it to the end. We have now completed the final presentation of smart solutions in the field of digitization. And what I would now like to ask is whether anyone has any further questions for our presenters. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask it. You can jump on the podium if you wish. If that is not the case, then I will pass the floor to Doman for her concluding remarks. Well, yes, it's not me who will have the final say. I can just give you the concluding remarks of the moderator. I think we've heard a very wide array of solutions and ideas today that are very applicable and very much implementable in practice. We've heard about these solutions from a number of stakeholders who are playing a key role in bringing these projects to life. It was really good to hear about connectivity, connectivity that does nothing without smart solutions, and smart solutions that cannot operate without good users. But in the end, we will be only as successful as the weakest link. That's what I can say at this point. But to bring this all to a close, I will pass the floor to our host and the father of smart villages in Slovenia, Mr. Bogovic. Thank you to both moderators. As you've just heard, many thanks to those of you who've made it to the end of the day here at Rajhenburg Castle, and I'm very glad to see so many of us still here in the Grand Hall. We have many people following us at Trilučke, and many people, I hope so, following us online. The final presentation mentioned the Smart Rural 21 project. I'm not sure whether Tibor Shani, my Hungarian colleague, is still here. We were the ones who proposed this preparatory action. That's how the European Commission refers to it. And I'm very glad to see that this project worth around 3 million also included the Šentvid Plateau that we saw presented so nicely just at the end of the previous presentation. Let me use this opportunity to boast a little bit at the end. I hope that everyone who has been here has now experienced the region of Posavje, and that you will now believe me when I say it's so beautiful in my region that there's no way I'd ever be willing to move anywhere else. So many thanks to everyone who presented their projects and ideas. First of all, many thanks to everyone who presented the region of Posavje. I'm very proud that the Slovenian government, including the Minister of Agriculture, who had to leave after lunch, have played a role in ensuring that this event is one of the so-called blue events. So that's the second level events under the Slovenian presidency of the EU. The red level events are events where ministers come together, but this is a blue level event, and this is another clear signal that Slovenia cares about the smart countryside, smart solutions, and I'm convinced that what we heard today was not only what smart villages should be like, but that we've all been able to see that there are many things already out there, and that this really is a movement that is underway, and that this will bring a better quality of life and a better society for everyone. When we started speaking about smart villages years ago, we used like a mini slogan to say that we want to make living in the countryside sexy, which would mean that young people want to stay there and other people maybe want to move there. And after the COVID crisis, we can say that living in the countryside is and should be a privilege. I am definitely convinced that that is the case, and I feel that we are growing in numbers, those who believe that. And I simply hope that this will be an advanced countryside that is home to the European way of life, and I'm definitely convinced that we are on the way of getting there. Now, when it comes to today's conference, I would like to warmly thank everyone, those who participated in the political panel, and those who participated in the afternoon panel. Most of you are still here today, so special thanks go to you. Your contributions have really shown what is being done in this field, and you are also partners of today's conference in the sense of bringing substance to this conference, and in the sense of making sure that we fit all the bills. So let me enumerate all of you who have been here. Bosch Smart Farming have spoken about precision farming. We had Huawei and Vantage Towers speaking about various aspects of connectivity. Huawei presented in great detail what they do, and at the end of the day, they are a global multinational company that produces many solutions. Sun Contract has led us through their energy marketplace, and decentralized energy supply definitely has its place in rural areas. Many thanks to Toyota and Sopotniki, who have shown how working together, a Slovenian startup and a multinational company can create an environment in the countryside where mobility is not as simple as in the city, but they can nevertheless make life much easier for people there. Thanks to Telekom Slovenia for presenting their e-health services that are already making their way through Slovenia, but as we can see, there are still many opportunities out there for further development. Thanks to the Krško municipality that has also allowed us to have this event here in the castle. Thanks to the Cultural Institute, who is managing this castle. Thanks for being there throughout this process. We like to leave some things for the last moment, and only yesterday we were able to set the date for the opening of the sparkling wine cellar, and only yesterday were we able to set up Wi-Fi connection strong enough to make all this work. I want to thank Christina from the Entrepreneurship and Tourism Center, who presented the region and was also a very valuable partner in the organization of this event. So please let me ask you to give a warm applause to all the partners of this project. And to conclude with, I would like to thank certain individuals. All of us here today know that some of us are here on the stage in the limelight, but for this to be possible, a lot of people have to work hard in the background. I would have to invite many of you, but I will have to limit myself, and I will only invite those who I'm sure need to be seen by all the participants of this conference so they can thank you for your work. Alina Tung-Perklic from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food. Please come closer. Because I have flowers and a bottle for you as well. Alina was one of the first to recognize that we need to bring these two events together, our conference and the local action group assembly. And she was also the liaison with the Ministry of Agriculture. Everything is easier when you have someone there to take care of you, and she was very instrumental in making sure that the Agricultural Ministry as well as the Foreign Ministry put this event on their calendar. Next we have Leila Kogay. She has been my faithful co-worker for a number of years. We started working together before I became MEP. I don't think she ever apologized, but I can apologize for some emails she sends out at 1 or 2 a.m., but she's a very committed co-worker. She worked day and night to make this event happen, and I really want to thank her for that. I'm not sure he's still here. Juro Sredkar, is he here? Please join me. He's always somewhere around. Juro Sredkar is someone you can count on when you need to put together a booth of interpreters, when you need to find an IT solution that many IT specialists don't even understand. Thank you very much, Juro. And as I mentioned, we are here at Rajhenburg Castle, and I also want to ask Ms. Daria Planinc, the director of the Cultural Institute of Krško, to join us here on the stage. I've already mentioned Kristina from the Entrepreneurship and Tourism Center of Krško, particularly in terms of tourism. She was very instrumental, and I would ask her to come to the floor, to the podium as well. Janja Jordan from the municipality as Krško was responsible for hosting the LAG assembly, and she also played a vital role in making both yesterday's and today's event happen. So please join us here. Domen and Tjasa, please join us as well. Tjasa has been with us throughout the day. In the morning, we had Bernarda here as well, who has unfortunately had to leave. And Domen is a specialist in this field, and I think he was very good in taking us through this technical part. We have Leni Ozis as well from the Ministry of Agriculture. I would ask Leni to join us as well. And from here on, I don't think we need a translation anymore. So I would like to ask our interpreters who have made it possible for us to understand one another to join us on the stage.
Medva smo praktika. Ja, okej. Ja, ni to tak je lepo. Okej. Ja, se moramo... S tem zaključujemo današnjo, with this we will finish our conference, and you heard many times that we open something in wine cellar. So all invited in wine cellar to taste our wines from our region, and thanks a lot to be with us. And little later our participants of local action groups from Trilučke will join us, so everybody who has time, please stay with us and we will continue our discussion. And I hope nice evening and all the best for all of you, and let's do action. Okay.